Unexpectedly, I didn't die. I transmigrated. I ended up in an ancient rural village, possessing the body of a broken-down boy, so poor that his rags might make noise. I tried to move, and a wave of excruciating pain coursed through my body. A muffled groan escaped my lips, and my face turned even paler. Awake? How did the thugs from the gambling den fail to beat you to death? A dark-skinned man sitting on the threshold stood up and entered the room. He gave me a fierce glare, but there was a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Information about him popped into my mind. He was the original owner's uncle, Gao Gong, a genuine and humble farmer. The pretty girl wiping my sweat nearby was his daughter and my cousin, Gao Yue. Why was I lying here? Thinking about it made me seethe with anger. The original owner's parents had died early, leaving behind just a few thatched huts and 5 or 6 acres of barren farmland. His uncle's family raised him as their own, treating him no differently than their own child. Originally, he could have lived an honest life, farming, marrying, and eventually raising a family. But about a year ago, the damn fool picked up a gambling habit. He squandered away all the family's silver, lost the farmland, and even caused his uncle's family to step in and pay off his debts. He started life in ruins. With no money, no land. Only these 2 or 3 dilapidated straw-roofed huts remained. Gao Gong sighed deeply, his tone softening as he spoke. I paid off the gambling debt for you. But you have to promise me, no more gambling. If anyone tries to kill you next time, I won't spend a copper to bail you out. Settle down. I'll even give you 2 acres of my land. Work hard, and life will slowly get better. Yue, listen closely. Us simple farming folk can't afford to touch gambling. I looked at him. These injuries, all of them, were from when the original owner lost a bet, couldn't pay, and was beaten unconscious. It was this uncle who scraped together money to redeem him. I understand, uncle, I said, feeling a pang of guilt in my chest. Gao Gong froze. Whenever the original owner heard this kind of lecture, he'd either talk back or storm off. This was the first time I had spoken to him so politely. Admitting your mistakes and changing for the better, that's a good boy, he said, standing up. Focus on recovering. I'll tell your aunt to kill a chicken and make you some broth, and Yue will look after you. Call for her if you need anything. Thank you, uncle. Just then, a commotion outside pierced the air, filled with curses and threats. Gao Yu, get your sorry self out here. Owe money to our gambling den and think you can lay low. If you don't pay up today, I'll beat you to death. The smile on Gao Gong's face froze instantly. Gao Yue panicked. Didn't we already settle the gambling debt? I'll go check. You two stay put. Gao Gong glared at me before stepping outside. From the courtyard came the sound of heated arguing. Gritting my teeth, I propped myself up from the bed, my body aching as if it would tear apart at any moment. Brother Yu. Gao Yue clutched my hand tightly. No worries, Yue. I forced a grin, though my cracked lips ached with the effort. She helped me, step by painful step, as I shuffled outside. Haven't I already paid off Gao Yu's gambling debt? Why are you still here hounding us? Gao Gong's voice came from the courtyard. Bullshit. I haven't seen a single copper. What debt do you think you've paid? As soon as I stepped outside, the shouting became clear. Standing in the yard were 5 or 6 men, led by a burly, bearded thug who had been hurling the insults. Old man, stop spouting nonsense. Cross our Lai Kai gambling den, and it won't end well for you, he sneered. Lai Kai gambling den. Gao Gong looked momentarily stunned before realization dawned. He had rescued me earlier in the morning from Dongxing Gambling Denver. Turns out this bastard owed money to multiple dens. This miserable wretch. Gao Gong's face darkened as he turned and asked, how much does Gao Yu owe you? I'm his uncle. I'll pay. The bearded man's eyes shone with delight. Great. Doesn't matter who pays. Let me see, 11 taels. I'll round it down for you. 11 taels? Gao Gong sucked in a sharp breath. An acre of fertile land only yields a little over a tael's worth of grain in a year, and you want 11 taels from me. Swaying slightly, his vision momentarily blacked out. He'd emptied his savings to settle one debt, and now here came another. Was he supposed to sell his land and house? How would his family survive without food or shelter? If you can't pay, step aside, the bearded man said impatiently. I overheard everything from the doorway and gasped. So the original owner owed this much? For context, a family of 3 wouldn't spend more than 2 taels in an entire year on food and drink. Internally, I cursed the man whose body I now inhabited. All of his damn debts were being forced onto me. At that moment, ding, detected host is online. Activate the supreme material multiplication system? I was stunned and glanced at Gao Yue, but she seemed completely normal, oblivious to what I'd just heard. A system. Every transmigrator's standard cheat had finally come to me. Activate. Supreme Material Multiplication System activated. Any item stored will be multiplied upon return. The longer stored, the higher the multiplication, with a maximum multiplier of 10,000 times. Note: multiplication can be triggered once every half month. Initial activation bonus: 2 extra uses, for a total of 3. Only items owned by the host can be stored, and items produced via multiplication cannot be multiplied again. Joy surged in my heart. Though there were restrictions, used wisely, this could change everything. I wanted to test it immediately but suppressed the urge. This was a secret only I could know, best used in solitude. Gao Yu, finally found you. The bearded man strode toward me, his tone menacing. Did you think avoiding the gambling den meant I couldn't track you down? Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I'd drag you back. Pay up. He reached out, grabbing for my collar. I sidestepped subtly. Brother Liu, isn't this just a few scant taels of silver? Must you escalate it to this degree? A few taels. He let out a laugh, incredulous. Do you think I don't know your worth? 11 taels. Selling everything you own wouldn't cover it. Since you know I can't pay, what's your purpose in coming here? Luda paused before sneering. I'm not an unreasonable man. Hand over this shabby hut to offset the debt, and come work it off in the gambling den. Or better yet, his eyes swept over Gao Yui with an indecent hunger that made my stomach churn. Let your little sister accompany me to the county city for a bit of fun. Slap. The sound of a sharp slap reverberated through the courtyard. Mind your filthy tongue. I stepped forward, shielding Gao Yui behind me. You dare hit me? Luda roared, his face twisted in fury. Boys, beat him to death. I dare anyone to try. I sneered, lifting my other hand to reveal a hatchet I had grabbed from inside the house. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in my gaze as I met theirs. I, Gao Yu, have no parents, no family, and nothing left but this mountain of debt. My life is worthless at this point. Before I die, I might as well take 2 of you down with me. Whoever wants to die, step forward and try me. The thugs froze in place, their feet rooted to the ground. No matter how tough they were, even they feared someone desperate enough to throw everything away. Especially someone like me, with no ties or loved ones to hold him back. A true madman in the making. Useless cowards. Luda roared, his face filled with fury before he stared me down, sticking out his neck provocatively. Think you can scare me? Come on then. Chop me if you have the guts. Dodge, and I'll be your grandson. Raising my hand, I swung the hatchet directly toward his neck. Shit, you're actually going for it. Luda leaped back a large step, his face flushing bright red. He was confident, assured that the original me was too weak to retaliate. But today, I wasn't the same person anymore. He couldn't doubt it. Just now, I truly had murderous intent. It's just about money. There's no need to go this far. His expression turned grim. I looked at him steadily, raising 2 fingers. 2 choices. First, we fight it out here and now, to the death. I can't guarantee how many of you will manage to leave this place alive. Second, give me half a month. I'll return the money. Decide for yourselves. I gripped the hatchet even tighter in my hand. Luda took a deep breath. He wanted to hit me, but didn't dare. After all, he was just a thug leader, not someone reckless with his life. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth. Fine, you win this time. Half a month. But if you can't pay it back, he sneered darkly. Don't think you can scare me. I have plenty of ways to make you pay. And when that happens, you'll wish you were dead. With a wave of his hand, he stormed off furiously, still humiliated by his pathetic scramble to dodge the blade. Not a word of what happened here today. He cast a menacing glare at his lackeys on the way out. Once they had gone a good distance, I finally exhaled. My back was drenched in cold sweat. My legs weakened, and I almost collapsed on the spot. With quick reflexes, Gao Yui caught and steadied me. Brother Yu, are you all right? Her eyes sparkled with concern. Earlier, when I had stood in front of her with the hatchet, it had given her a deep sense of security. I'm fine. You, Sai? You. Gao Gung had also regained his senses by then. He seemed to have 1,000 words stuck in his throat, which eventually condensed into a single heavy sigh. His gaze was filled with disappointment as he turned and walked away, leaving behind a single sentence. I'll go find a way to borrow the money for you. That hunched figure as he left seemed even more bent over than before. I opened my mouth, wanting to say something, but the dizziness overwhelmed me, and all I could do was watch as he disappeared into the distance. Brother Yu, don't worry. We'll help you pay back the money. Gao Yui reassured me as she helped me into the house and seated me. I'll go home and prepare some food for you. You should rest well in the meantime. Once she left, I rested for a bit and slowly gathered my strength. Paying back 11 liang in just half a month, it wouldn't be easy. But, with the system, it was doable. I got up and decided to test it. There were 3 chances each day. Walking around the house, I realized there was hardly anything of value. An old broken bed, a few rickety chairs and tables, the epitome of poverty. Sighing, I decided to check the kitchen. It was even more of a letdown. The stove was covered in dust, the edges of the cooking pot were rusted. It was clear no one had cooked here in a long time. That's when it hit me. The old me had been relying on meals from Uncle's house for a while. On the stove sat a jar, also layered in grime. Lifting the lid revealed half a jar of dried-out pickles, spotted with mold. Even if the system multiplies this, it's useless. Shaking my head, I replaced the lid. After searching the entire house, there wasn't a single valuable item to be found. Which, of course, made sense. If there had been anything valuable, the former me would have already gambled it away to pay off debts. Growling, my stomach protested loudly. Returning to the main room, I flung myself onto the bed. Staying still at least used less energy. Lying there, I racked my brain for ways to make money. Farming? The land was already used up as collateral. Business? Who would lend me capital when I was drowning in debt? After much thought, a single viable path emerged: hunting. Not far from Gaojia village were vast mountain forests, rich in wildlife. If I managed to capture some game, I could throw it into the system for duplication and sell the bounty for a decent sum of silver. It wasn't a bad idea. In my previous life, I'd been a wilderness survival expert with plenty of hunting experience. I'd even gained a modest following online for it. Yes, hunting sounded like the best option worth exploring. While I was lost in thought, Gao Yue returned, carrying a woven bamboo food box. She placed the box on the table and lifted the lid. Inside was a bowl of plain noodles cooked in water and a bowl of chicken soup. The soup was rich, with oil floating on the surface, filled with tender chicken pieces and bamboo shoots. The enticing aroma instantly flooded the room. Mother heard about what happened to you and slaughtered one of our chickens at home. She's been stewing the soup for the whole morning. Drink it while it's hot, Gao Yue said, swallowing hard. She mentioned that Mother had used an entire chicken for the stew, but only half of it had been added to the bowl. The other half was being saved for my next meal, so I could recover faster. A warm emotion surged in my chest. In my past life, my parents had passed away early, and this was the first time I had experienced the care of family. Please thank Annie for me, I said, sitting upright. All right, brother, you eat up. I'll come by later to collect the dishes. With that, Gao Yue darted out quickly, as if afraid she'd start drooling if she stayed any longer. That young lady. I chuckled bitterly, watching her back as she left. Her every reaction hadn't escaped my attention. Moving to the table, the aroma of food tugged at my appetite, but I forced myself to hold back. I placed the noodles and chicken soup back into the food box and closed the lid. Ding. 1 bowl of plain noodles, 1 bowl of chicken soup. Submit to duplication system. Confirm. The food box instantly vanished, replaced by a countdown timer and a numerical display. Countdown, half an hour. Current item quantity, 1 dot. The seconds ticked by slowly. By the end of the timer, there should be 2 portions, right? I waited patiently, gradually drifting off to sleep. A sudden ding from the system woke me. Glancing at the display, I saw the item count indeed had increased to 2. The countdown reset to another half hour. I don't have the patience to wait any longer than this, I muttered. Retrieve item. In an instant, 2 identical meals materialized on the table, 2 steaming bowls of chicken soup and 2 of noodles. However, I still only had 1 food box. I guess that wasn't technically mine. With hunger gnawing at me, I could no longer resist. I seized a bowl of noodles, picked up a large chopstick full, and eagerly stuffed it into my mouth. The delicious flavor exploded on my tongue, and bite after bite, the bowl emptied in no time. Next, I grabbed the chicken soup and took a hearty sip. Although it contained nothing but coarse salt, the fresh flavor of the bamboo shoots complemented the fragrant chicken astonishingly well. It was so good that I almost swallowed my tongue. Free-range farm chicken, absolutely excellent. I finished the chicken and bamboo shoots, leaving not a scrap, my face alight with satisfaction. After cleaning up the tableware, I felt a renewed strength and vitality in my body. The duplicated meal, the extra bowl of noodles and soup, still sat on the table. Brother Gao Yu, I came to collect the dishes, chirped Gao Yue from outside, her tone brimming with joy. Likely, her mother had already given her a piece of chicken. From what I recalled, that piece was the chicken neck. Not much meat, but she would have carefully shredded it into small strands to savor for as long as possible, even chewing the bones before swallowing them. That small indulgence already brought her immense satisfaction. As she stepped into the house, she stared at the table, unable to believe it. Brother Yu, why haven't you touched the chicken soup and noodles? I'm not hungry. Go ahead and eat. How could that be? You haven't eaten anything for such a long time. She thought I was acting strange today. In the past, if there was something good, even if I wasn't hungry, I'd keep it for myself. When I tell you to eat, just eat. Why so much talking? I pressed her shoulders, forcing her to sit on the chair. Be obedient. But, no buts. Listen to your brother. I deliberately put on a stern face. I'm used to eating well in the city. I just don't have an appetite. Gao Yue sniffed the aroma of the chicken soup and hesitated for a long time. She picked up the bowl and took a small sip. Her eyes instantly curved into crescents. It was delicious. Unable to resist, she dove in, eating in big mouthfuls, even sucking the chicken bones clean. When the bowl was empty, she looked up with oil at the corners of her mouth, her face a bit flushed. She hadn't realized she'd eaten it all. But the soup was just too tempting. I watched her with a smile. Once she finished eating, I spoke. Shaoi, go back and tell uncle not to worry about my debts. I'll find a way to pay them off. Brother, we're family. Don't feel embarrassed. She thought I was just being too prideful. I'm serious. I really will find a way to earn money to pay off the debts. Forget it. You'll understand in a few days. Seeing how skeptical she looked, I understood the impression my past self had left on them. Only concrete actions would make them believe. Then I'll head back. Brother, I'll bring you food again tonight. She tidied up the bowl and chopsticks before leaving. As soon as she left, I gathered myself up, preparing to head into the mountains to see what I could catch. My body still ached a bit, but after eating, I had enough strength to go out. I'll need to borrow a hunting bow first. It'll make catching game much easier. Sure, I could use traps, but that would take too long. Thinking it over, I stepped out of the door. I headed toward the eastern end of the village, stopping in front of a dilapidated yard. The paint on the door had peeled off, revealing mottled, weathered wood. Creak. I pushed the door open. Who's there? An elderly voice asked in confusion. It's me, Granny Third. I'm Gaoyu. This household belonged to my grandfather's third brother, Grandpa Third. Grandpa Third had no children and passed away long ago, leaving only Granny Third behind. It's you, Yuer. What brings you here? An old lady with a hunched back shuffled out. Granny Third. I remember Grandpa Third used to have a hunting bow. Is it still here? Back when Grandpa Third was alive, he was a hunter. I had seen him carrying a bow up the mountains many times when I was a child. What do you need a hunting bow for? Her face, wrinkled as dry leaves, showed a trace of alarm. I want to go into the mountains to see if I can catch some game. There are many ferocious beasts in the mountains. Your Grandpa Third was gored to death by a crazed wild boar. I advise you not to go. She shook her head. Granny Third, I'll only stay near the outskirts of the mountain to hunt small animals like rabbits. I won't venture into the deep forest, I explained. Well, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. All right then, come with me. Inside the house, she rummaged through an old chest before pulling out a dust-covered box. Here, it's in here. Thank you, Granny Third. I took the box, set it on the ground, and opened it. Inside was a wooden hunting bow. The grip was wrapped in hemp cord for a better hold, and the bowstring appeared to be made of some kind of animal tendon. Next to it was a quiver containing over a dozen arrows. I picked up the bow and gave it a test pull. Apart from the string being slightly loose, it seemed fine. After tightening the string, the bow was good to go. The arrows were also well preserved, with no rust on the tips. Yuer, listen to me. Don't venture into the deep woods, no matter what. Granny Third cautioned again. I got it, Granny Third. If I catch anything, I'll bring you some to try. I responded with a smile. With the bow and quiver slung over my back, I stepped out of the house. I planned to head toward the Taiyang Mountains to the west. It was autumn. Animals were at their fattest and most active. Walking through the village with the bow on my back, I noticed how quiet everything was. It was the busy farming season, and the villagers were all out in the fields harvesting crops. Well, if it isn't Gaoyu. Off to steal chickens and rob dogs again. A sarcastic female voice rang out. I froze and looked toward the voice. It was a woman with an impressive figure and a sharp oval face that gave her a certain charm. Memories of her surfaced in my mind. She was a widow who lived next door, about 30 years old. Her husband had passed away early. She had a grudge against me because, in the past, my previous self frequently snuck into her yard at night to steal chickens. She often cursed at me through the wall because of it. Sister Guixiang. I rubbed my nose and greeted her with a smile. Though it was my past self's fault, I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Oh, sneaking around at night wasn't enough for you? You're now planning to poach my chickens in broad daylight. Guixiang eyed the bow and quiver on my back. I'm telling you, I'm down to only a few chickens. If you dare steal again, I'll drag you to the authorities. I'm just going hunting in the mountains, Sister Guixiang. I gestured to the bow with a calm tone. Even though she often scolded me, she was genuinely a good person. Despite the stolen chickens, she never demanded compensation, merely lectured me harshly. Hunting, she scanned me from head to toe. Since when do you know how to hunt? Be careful not to get eaten by a tiger in the mountains. Is Sister Guixiang worried about me? As if. I'd be thrilled if a tiger gobbled you up. At least my chickens would be safe. She pretended to look annoyed before giving me one last glance. I'm done talking to you. I'm heading to the fields to work. As she walked past me, she pulled a cloth-wrapped bundle out of her basket and pushed it into my hands. Take this bit of dry food for your journey. Don't let yourself be so weak you can't even run if you encounter wild animals. Thank you, Sister Guixiang. I felt touched. Even after all the times my past self stole her chickens, she still treated me with such kindness. All right, I'm off. Guixiang pouted and walked away. I watched her figure fade into the distance, adjusted the bow on my back, and headed in the direction of the Tying Mountains. The Tying Mountains stretched endlessly, their vast expanse covered in dense forest. Without the experience of a seasoned hunter, entering the mountains would likely result in getting lost. The deeper parts of the mountains were even considered a forbidden zone, with almost no one daring to venture in. Of the few who had braved the area, none ever returned. There were rumors of enormous black bears in the depths, beasts so large that even arrows couldn't pierce their hides. But those were just stories. No one had actually seen them. Before long, I arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, I saw a mix of lush green and deep yellow, the color of autumn leaves. Without lingering, I began my ascent. The mountain had no proper paths, only meandering trails worn down by footsteps over time. The trails twisted and turned endlessly. I removed the bow from my back, nocked an arrow, and focused my attention. Observe the surroundings. It seems this path is frequently used by people. Other than a few sparrows flying past, there are hardly any animals around. I left the trail and headed toward an untouched area where no one had tread before. The soft, fallen leaves felt like stepping on cotton as I walked. Sure enough, once I left the path, the presence of birds increased. However, these small birds weren't what I was interested in. I was aiming for bigger game. Suddenly, there was a faint rustling sound ahead, coming from a cluster of bushes. My reflexes were sharp. In an instant, I had my bow drawn and fired an arrow without hesitation. In my past life, I had used a bow and arrow countless times, and aiming had become second nature to me. The arrow disappeared into the bushes. The foliage moved ever so briefly, then fell still again. It hit. I quickly stepped forward, pushing aside the bushes, and there it was. A pheasant lay dead on the ground, pinned down by the arrow, right through its neck, a clean kill. Excited, I pulled out the arrow and picked up the pheasant. Its feathers were beautiful, and it looked plump, likely well-fed thanks to a bountiful harvest season. By my estimation, it must weigh around 3 to 4 pounds. I twisted a few strands of grass into a rope and tied the pheasant securely to my waist. It had only been half an hour since I arrived on the mountain, and I already had this success. My confidence surged. A single pheasant sells for about 20 copper coins. If I catch more and double them using the system, I can make a small fortune. I continued walking while remaining vigilant of my surroundings. This area wasn't just home to prey, but also to ferocious beasts and venomous insects. A single careless mistake could result in injuries or even death. I paid particular attention to the low shrubs and small depressions on the ground. Pheasants liked to linger in the low shrubs, while rabbits preferred to hide in low-lying areas and small burrows. After walking a few hundred meters, my eyes quickly locked onto a shrub where a shadow had just flitted across. I drew my bow and shot an arrow toward the spot. In the next moment, a pheasant with colorful feathers burst out of the shrub, fluttering onto a branch before flying away far into the distance. I missed. I raised an eyebrow. Missing wasn't all that surprising. Such blind shots were always a gamble. I made my way over to the shrub to retrieve my arrow. Pushing the foliage aside, I froze in place. Inside was a messy bird's nest. The nest contained several warm, freshly laid eggs. This must be that pheasant's nest. My eyes lit up. The pheasant had flown away, but it would surely return. As long as I waited here, I could catch it once it came back. I retrieved my arrow and found a large, concealed tree. I crouched behind it to hide. Sure enough, before the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed, the pheasant returned. It didn't head straight for the nest, though, instead landing on a nearby branch, its head swiveling as it cautiously surveyed the surroundings. This time, you won't escape. I loosed an arrow. The pheasant let out a short cry before tumbling off the branch. Bullseye, right through the heart. Looks like my skills haven't rusted, I said in satisfaction, picking up the pheasant. I didn't forget the eggs, either, carefully stashing them in my pouch. Ever so kind, I chuckled to myself. Of course, I was letting the pheasant's family stay reunited. I circled through that area twice more, eventually catching a gray rabbit as well. This rabbit was a good size, weighing perhaps 6 or 7 pounds. It took me a good while to finally trap it. Since there was no more space on my waist, I decided to carry it on my back instead. Looking up at the sky, I realized it was already late evening. I opened the cloth bundle Sister Guixiang had given me. Inside were 2 coarse wheat buns and some shredded pickled vegetables. The buns were tough and dry, grating against my mouth, but I took a few bites with the pickled vegetables to make them go down easier. I stopped halfway through the first bun, not because I was full, but because this area didn't have a water source. If I got thirsty later, it'd be troublesome. While I could extract some water from tree trunks, it was a hassle, and with the sun setting soon, it wasn't worth the effort. I decided to take another round before heading back home. Standing up, bow in hand, I continued forward. As I passed by a tree, I came to a halt. Huh? These marks. There were scratches on the tree, crisscrossing in a way that caught my attention. I lowered my bow and brought my nose close to the tree, sniffing carefully. It's definitely a deer. There are deer in this area. My eyes lit up instantly. These scratches were likely caused either by a stag using its antlers to rub against the tree while marking its territory, or by a deer shedding and sharpening new antlers. The distinctive scent of deer secretions was also present. I could recognize it at once. There was undoubtedly a deer nearby. If I caught it, it could fetch a substantial amount of silver. I rubbed my chin and grinned. However, with nightfall approaching, now wasn't the time. I needed to prepare carefully. With that, I gathered my belongings and descended the mountain. By the time I reached the village entrance, it was completely dark. From afar, I could see a light shining in my home. Strange. I clearly remembered not lighting a lamp before leaving. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by the sight of a bowl of chicken soup and 4 or 5 fried flatbreads on the table, still steaming hot. I understood immediately. Yue had brought me food and lit the lamp. A warmth spread through my heart, tinged with guilt. I had already caused so much trouble for Uncle's family, yet they treated me with such kindness. Quietly, I made a vow to myself. I would repay their generosity 1,000-fold in the future. Seating myself, I drank the chicken soup and devoured the flatbreads along with the wheat buns Sister Guixiang had packed me. I was starving, and the freshly simmered chicken soup tasted better than ever before. After eating, I went to the courtyard and gulped down a large bowl of cool water. Only then did I feel completely at ease. I began taking stock of my spoils: 2 pheasants, 1 plump rabbit, several eggs, and a handful of wild fruits I had picked along the way. I stuffed everything into the system's storage space. A countdown appeared before my eyes. 3 hours remaining. It takes that long, I muttered, slightly startled. The last time I used the system, it only took half an hour. It seemed the duration varied depending on the type and quantity of items. Now, all I had to do was wait. After a quick wash, I collapsed onto my bed. With my injuries and the exhaustion from the day, I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. It was one of the best sleeps I'd had in a long time. By the time I woke up, it was already morning. Sunlight streamed into the room. I rubbed my eyes and climbed out of bed, my first thought being to check the countdown and inventory. Time remaining, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Current item count, 2. My mood brightened instantly. The stored items had already doubled. There was no hurry to retrieve them. I would let the system continue its work. After freshening up, I started preparing for the next trip up the mountain. This time, I needed to be even better equipped. Is Brother Yu home? Just as I was thinking, Yue stepped inside. Brother Yu, I brought you some breakfast, she said, placing the food on the table. 2 boiled eggs, a bowl of thin porridge, and a handful of peanuts. By the standards of a farming family, this was quite the spread. Eggs were usually reserved to sell in town or saved for special occasions like the New Year. Eating them for breakfast was a rarity. Brother Yu, where were you last night? I didn't see you when I brought the food, Yue asked curiously. Out earning money, of course. How else can I pay off my debts? I replied with a laugh, taking a sip of porridge. White and tender, the taste was good. Making money? Where to make it? She grew even more curious. Want to know? I looked at her with a smile. MHM. She nodded earnestly, her face full of innocence. Finish this egg, and I'll tell you. I peeled one and handed it to her. No way. She stared at the egg, swallowed her saliva, but ultimately shook her head. The last time she had chicken soup was already embarrassing enough, and now, a body-nurturing egg? She absolutely could not eat it. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away, I teased, pretending to toss it. No, don't. I'll eat it. She hurriedly grabbed the egg and stuffed it into her mouth in one bite, only to choke, rolling her eyes in agony. Cough. I hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Eat slower. Watching her pat her chest repeatedly, I couldn't help but both laugh and scold. What's the rush? Brother Yu, you waste so much. A perfectly good egg, and you would have tossed it. She finally managed to swallow it down, puffing her cheeks out in mock anger. Now, can you tell me? All right. I decided to stop teasing her. I went hunting in the mountains yesterday. I can sell the prey for money. In 2 weeks, the gambling debt should be paid off. Hunting. She froze for a moment. In the village, people rarely hunted, only during idle farming periods. Now, during the busy season, everyone was occupied in the fields. Plus, hunting required skills. People could spend half a day up in the mountains and return empty-handed. So what did Brother Yu catch? Well, let's just say, I hesitated on purpose. Brother Yu, don't tell me you didn't catch anything? Her doubts grew deeper. Of course not. I quickly retorted. Don't ask for now, you'll find out later. I swiftly gulped down the porridge and finished off the remaining egg. All right then, take care, Brother Yu. After Yue left, I began preparations. My arrows were polished until they gleamed, and I checked my bowstring, tightening it and applying a coat of tung oil for durability. I slung a bundle of sturdy hemp rope over my back, just in case. I also dug out an old axe I hadn't used in a long time. Although rusty, I sharpened it on a whetstone and strapped it to my waist. Additionally, I grabbed a shovel. I planned to dig a few traps, which would increase efficiency significantly. After some thought, I scavenged a small, portable fire starter from the stove. Blowing on it gently, it seemed usable, likely left there by my uncle a few days ago. Once fully equipped, I made my way up the mountain again. This time, I had a full day ahead of me, plenty of time to catch more. I headed straight for the spot near the tying mountain where I discovered deer tracks yesterday. The imprints are even deeper this time. This deer definitely passed by again last night. I felt invigorated at the discovery. My biggest worry was that it might have left the area. But from the looks of it, the deer was still nearby. After some contemplation, I decided to dig traps first. I had no idea where exactly the deer was, only that it was active in this area. Searching blindly might yield nothing. It was better to set traps and then conduct a search. The chances of catching it increased significantly. I set down my bow, arrows, and axe, stripped down to a close-fitting undershirt, grabbed a shovel, and began digging. A shovelful of loose soil scooped out at a time, using my foot to push the blade in deeper. Half an hour later, a deep, round pit was finally dug out. It had to be deep enough that the deer couldn't jump out once it fell in. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I took a big gulp from my water canteen, gasping to catch my breath. This body had far less stamina compared to my original one. After resting a bit, I chopped down tree branches of various thicknesses from the trees nearby, sharpened their tips, and lined the bottom of the pit with them. Anything that fell in would be pierced immediately. I then cut some long branches, crisscrossing them over the opening of the pit, and covered them with fresh grass. Taking a few steps back to inspect, I nodded in satisfaction. If you looked carefully, you could spot the flaws, but at a glance, it blended seamlessly into the surroundings. For good measure, I also placed clumps of sheep's fescue and alfalfa, deer's favorite snacks, at the trap's edge to increase the odds. After finishing the first trap, I rested before walking forward several hundred steps to set the second one. Unknowingly, by the end of the morning, I had dug 3 traps. Damn, this is exhausting. I chuckled bitterly, noticing my lips were starting to turn pale. Digging the traps had turned out to be more physically demanding than expected, mainly because the pit had to be deep to catch deer effectively. Gurgle, my stomach growled loudly. Time to get something to eat. Just because I hadn't packed any food didn't mean I couldn't eat. I scouted the area and quickly spotted a wild chicken, bringing it down with a single arrow. Gutting it on the spot, I discarded most of its innards except for its heart and liver and plucked it clean of feathers. I dug a small pit into the ground, packed it with dry leaves and twig kindling, and lit it with the fire starter. Skewering the chicken on a stick, I held it over the fire to roast. Autumn was harvest season, and this wild chicken had eaten its fill, its meat plump and plentiful. As the smell of sizzling fat grew richer, I couldn't help but drool. The aroma was heavenly. I kept turning the chicken over the fire until the skin turned crispy and golden, glistening with oil. I couldn't resist any longer. I tore off a drumstick and bit into it. Its skin was crackling, with the inside tender and juicy. Ignoring its heat, I munched down in big bites. Ah, delicious. As I chewed, my eyes lit up. No salt was needed. It was delicious as it was. This was genuine free-range forest chicken, raised on natural seeds that weren't polluted. In my past life, such delicacies weren't for ordinary people. The meat even carried a faint, woody scent. I devoured the entire chicken, leaving nothing behind. Not even the tiny bones, which I chewed and swallowed whole. Afterward, my strength was partially restored. I carefully extinguished the fire. Wildfires in the woods were no joke. In the afternoon, I roamed the area, searching for traces of deer. Unfortunately, I didn't find any. If it weren't for the markings I kept spotting on several trees, scratches from deer rubbing their antlers, I would have doubted myself by now. From the signs, the deer was clearly still around. I searched right until dusk before sighing and calling it a day. It seemed I wouldn't find it today. This afternoon, all I managed to snag was one more wild chicken and nothing else. This area doesn't have much wildlife. Once I catch the deer, I'll need to move to a different spot. On my way downhill, I checked the traps I had set in the morning. They were all intact, and nothing had fallen in. With no choice, I descended the mountain and decided to come back tomorrow. Once home, I eagerly summoned the system interface. Countdown remaining, 3.5 hours. Current multiplier, 4x. In other words, over the course of today, my goods had quadrupled. System, bring everything out. With a ding, a pile of items appeared before me. 8 wild chickens, 4 rabbits, a heap of wild chicken eggs, and a mound of wild fruits. I counted carefully. Not a single thing was missing. As I looked at the pile of goods on the floor, I fell into deep thought. Wild chickens could fetch several dozen coins in the county, and rabbits could sell for over 100. One tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins. I made some quick mental calculations and shook my head. In the next 2 weeks, I only had one doubling opportunity left. I decided to save the quadrupled wild chickens. To us, we can't let them down, and we can't betray our own conscience either. Hearing this, Mrs. Yan's eyes reddened. She lifted her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling. I know, but this whole house is drowning in debt. When on earth is he finally going to make something of himself? How much longer can we hold on? Gao Gung let out a sigh and said nothing. He lowered his head in silence for a moment, then simply patted Mrs. Yan on the shoulder, comforting her tenderly. Xiaoyi is still young. Don't say too much in front of the child. It'll only break her heart to hear it. Meanwhile, I walked out of my uncle's house with mixed feelings, grateful, yet guilty. Halfway home, the sky had nearly turned dark, and the sunset glow had painted the whole village red. I'm definitely going to pay back everything I owe. I clenched my fists and swore it to myself. By the time I got back to my rundown little shack, it was already dusk. The air inside was damp, carrying a faint musty smell. But I didn't mind. This was the only place that belonged to me, and my starting point for building everything from scratch. I lit the oil lamp, took a couple of bites of the leftover dry rations, and then pulled out the bow I'd borrowed from third grandma's family to examine it carefully. This bow is my hope now. I gently stroked it, my heart brimming with determination. Tomorrow will be better. That's what I hoped for the future. For us. Yensher still didn't speak. I promise you, this is the last time. If he gambles again, I won't care if he dies out there. You say that every time. Yensher finally spoke. Every time. Who is the one cleaning up his mess? Do you think he shows any intention of changing? This time it's selling 2 acres, and next time? Are we to sell all the land, and then just live off the wind from the northwest? This time, it was Gao Gung who fell silent. All right, it's been a long day. There's food left for you in the pot. Go eat. Yensher's anger eased slightly. Gao Gung breathed a sigh of relief, as if pardoned, got up, and went inside to lift the lid of the pot. Chicken? Where did this chicken come from? He exclaimed. There hadn't been any when he left. Your good nephew brought it. Not just the pot. Over there, there's also a wild chicken and a rabbit. He brought those. That boy, I don't know where he got it from, but at least my affection for him hasn't been wasted. A look of comfort appeared in Gao Gung's eyes. He said he hunted them on the mountain. Hunt? Him? Gao Gung's face was full of disbelief. He'd never heard of such a thing. Maybe he learned from some hunter, Yensher said. If so, that's good. Hunting is a skill too. Won't starve with that. As long as he doesn't gamble, he won't starve no matter what. Yensher snorted coldly, snapping at him. Whatever you say is right. Gao Gung chuckled sheepishly and focused on eating. After leaving my elder uncle's house, I patted my full stomach. My aunt's cooking was exceptional, and I had eaten quite a bit. I decided to stroll around the village to digest a little. The village was composed of tiled houses and earth huts. The courtyard walls were made of mud, with a few foxtails swaying with the wind on top. Everything seemed so harmonious. This kind of feeling was something I had only experienced in the countryside during my childhood and my last life. Once I moved to the city, it was gone. Nowadays, I was slowly getting used to this place. One rabbit left to deliver to Sister Guixiang, and then I can go home and sleep. I took out the last rabbit from the basket on my back. It was heavy and could make enough meals for several days. Let's see if Sister Guixiang dares to mention me stealing chickens again after this. I chuckled to myself. Sister Guixiang lived just next door, so it was convenient to deliver the rabbit. As I neared her house, a voice suddenly called out to me. Gao Yu, where did you get that wild rabbit? I stopped in my tracks and turned my head. Son Erlotzi. The speaker was a hunched man, about 30, with one eye bigger than the other and a face full of pockmarks that gave him a sinister appearance. It was said that a high fever in childhood had left him looking like this. This guy had a terrible reputation in the village, far worse than mine. While I gambled heavily, he indulged in gambling, drinking, womanizing, and loafing. On top of that, he was lazy and always scheming. The entire village disliked him. What do you want? I said grumpily. I disliked him too. Gao Yu, where did you get that wild rabbit? Son Erlotzi stared at the plump rabbit, his eyes glowing, practically drooling. Meat was expensive these days, and he rarely afforded any. I caught it on the mountain. If you want one, go catch one yourself, I replied. Huh. If you don't want to say, then don't, he said, his face changing to one of mock disdain. Caught it on the mountain? As if I don't know whether you can hunt or not. In his mind, though, he was muttering. If you could hunt, would you be in such a miserable state, owing debts all over? It must have been stolen from somewhere. But this thought, he didn't dare say out loud. If son Erlotzi wanted to pick a fight with me, he might as well be asking for a beating. I couldn't be bothered with him. Beat it. I don't have time to squabble with you, I said, walking off. However, the rascal wasn't giving up that easily. Eyeing the fat rabbit in my hands, He thought about sneaking it from me while I was asleep. So he started following me quietly. He kept tailing me until he froze in his tracks. I had stopped in front of Guixiang's house. Guixiang was the most beautiful widow in the village, and countless eyes were on her. But after her husband had died, she had shown no interest in remarrying. Anyone who dared bother her was chased off with a stick. In the eyes of the village's single men, Guixiang was a desire they couldn't attain. Son Erlotzi had been salivating over her for ages too. Hiding behind a tree, his beady eyes didn't blink. He saw Guixiang come out of her house, exchange a few words with me, then let me in with the rabbit, slamming the gate shut behind me. Swallowing hard, Son Erlotzi's face turned red. It was already dark. What could an unmarried man and a widow be doing alone behind closed doors? He let his imagination run wild for a while before reluctantly leaving. As he walked off, he muttered to himself, "Turns out she's not so unattainable. Just a rabbit, and she's willing." Actually, inside the courtyard, Sister Guixiang was drying her damp hair as she eyed me and the rabbit warily. "You're using this rabbit to pay back the chicken you stole from me? Since when did you turn over a new leaf?" "No bad intentions here," I said, rubbing my nose. "Just out of the bath, the scent of soap filled my nostrils. Sister Guixiang has always been good to me. I remember that. From now on, if I get something good, I'll bring it to you." "Flatterer," she retorted with mock annoyance, though her expression betrayed her pleasure. I handed her the rabbit. "Didn't you mention borrowing some oil and salt? I've got lard at home. Do you want some?" "That would be amazing." Lard added flavor to cooking. "Wait here, I'll go get it," she said, turning to go back inside. While she fetched it, I took in her tidy courtyard, clean, organized, with a chicken coop, a date tree, and a few grains of rice drying in the sun. Next door was my house. I sighed. Life hadn't been kind to Sister Guixiang. Widowed early, she was raising her daughter all by herself. Her husband's family, angry that she neither bore a son nor prevented their son's death, had severed all ties with her. Not long after, she returned holding 2 lotus leaf wrapped packets and some vegetables. "Here's the oil and salt, plus some vegetables." "Thanks, Sister Guixiang. I'll repay you next time I get the chance." "It's no big deal. No need to pay me back." "Well, I'll head home then. You rest early." After bidding her goodbye, I returned home. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, I was already up. I tidied the messy kitchen and began lighting the fire to cook. There was already a pile of chopped pine wood inside, dry and perfect for kindling. I picked up the rabbit, sliced it open, carefully removed the pelt, and left it to dry. If I saved enough pelts, I could make a fur coat for the winter or sell them in town for some cash. I chopped the rabbit meat into small pieces and, noticing the water jar was empty, fetched 2 buckets of water. I set to cook. I heated the pan, added the lard I'd borrowed last night. The white lard melted the moment it hit the hot surface, releasing a delightful aroma. Rabbit meat is tough. It's best fried in lard for the flavor. Once the ginger and scallions were sizzling, I tossed in the rabbit meat. With a satisfying sizzle, I stirred constantly, and soon the meat turned golden brown. I added chili and a half bowl of water and sprinkled in some salt. A large dish of savory stir-fried rabbit was ready. I tried a piece. It was delicious, the rich lard elevating the taste, making it tender and flavorful. Hunting on the mountain, I have to. "You need to eat meat to have energy," I said. I set up a table in the yard and placed the plate of meat on it. Judging the time, Yue should be delivering the meal soon. Just as the words left my mouth, the gate of the yard creaked open. "Speak of the devil," I exclaimed with a smile as Gao Yue entered carrying a food container. She didn't bother asking who the devil was. Her eyes were glued on the plate of rabbit meat. "Brother Yu, eating meat so early in the morning?" It was indeed extravagant. Most common folks wouldn't even spare an egg for breakfast. "Sit down," I said, taking the food container from her. It contained a bowl of corn porridge and 2 or 3 fried flatbreads. "Brother Yu, I've already eaten," she said, though she swallowed hard while looking at the meat. "If you keep being so polite, I'll have to teach you a lesson." I pulled her over and handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Eat." The 2 of us, like siblings, dove into the rabbit meat. By the end, the plate was empty, our bellies full, and we let out synchronized burps. "Brother Yu, how can you get so much? Other hunters spend a whole day in the mountains and catch far less than you." "That's because your elder brother here is extraordinarily gifted. Don't worry, from now on, there'll be meat every day. Good days are yet to come." After finishing the meal, I slung my hunting bow over my shoulders and gathered my equipment, heading into the mountains. I went directly to check the traps I had set up the day before. The first trap, untouched, no luck. The second trap, still empty. Only 1 trap left. "Hope it yields something," I murmured, though I wasn't too optimistic. The last trap I made was haphazardly done because I was too tired. But as I neared it, I noticed the grass and branches I'd placed on the trap were scattered. Excitement flared in my chest. Something had fallen in. I moved closer cautiously, the air thick with the smell of blood. Looking down, through the tangled branches and grass, lay a spotted deer impaled on the stakes I had buried. It was already dead. A deer. I estimated it weighed over 100 pounds, a stag with grand antlers. If I sold it in town, I could easily fetch 2 taels of silver. I climbed into the trap, unstrapped my bow, and used my axe to chop away the stakes that had pierced the deer. Lifting it was a daunting task. It was too heavy, and the narrow pit made it even harder to maneuver. I crawled out, grabbed some rope, tied up the deer's legs, and clambered back up to drag it out bit by bit. Too bad the stakes ripped several holes in the deerskin. It won't sell for much anymore, I muttered. An intact deerskin would fetch a higher price, but this was still a success. I decided to put the deer into the doubling system. Hunting more before doubling, it would waste too much time. Better to wrap this up quickly. Ding. A stag has been detected. Would you like to place it in the doubling system? Confirm. The deer vanished in an instant. Current countdown, 12 hours. Item quantity, 1. 12 hours. A whole day? System, this doubling process is way too slow. How long would it take to double 1,000 times? For every 10 uses of the doubling system, the doubling time will be halved. Now that sounded more reasonable. After 10 uses, having it would bring the deer down to 6 hours. After 20 uses, 3 hours. And after 30, just an hour and a half. I picked up my bow, ready to explore a different area. Most of the wild chickens in this spot had been hunted by me already. Crossing over a small hill, I arrived at a larger one. The vegetation here was lush, with thick, sturdy trees. This must be the farthest hunters usually go. Beyond here lies the true Taihang Mountains. I gazed at the endless sea of trees in the distance. I was merely skirting the outskirts of Taihang's peaks. Dangerous predators were rare here, and while wild chickens and rabbits were plentiful, large prey, like deer, was scarce. Beyond this point, deeper in the Taihangs, was true wilderness, home to tigers that had lived for decades and bears with hides impervious to arrows. Only seasoned hunters dared to venture into those depths, for predators weren't the only threat. The risk of getting lost was even more terrifying. Returning my focus, I attentively scoured the area. This part of the forest was indeed richer in resources. It wasn't long before I spotted several bird nests. Climbing up, I raided the eggs from inside. The wild fruits here were also riper and sweeter. I picked a few to snack on as I went. This unrestrained life was pure freedom. It reminded me of why, in my past life, I became a wilderness survival content creator. My eyes widened, and I tossed the fruit aside, grabbing my hunting bow. Not far away, a rabbit was digging a hole, its plump little tail twitching. Letting loose an arrow, I pinned the rabbit to the ground. Picking it up, I examined it. A gray hare, not as large as the ones I'd caught earlier, but still hefty enough. I tossed it into my basket and continued. Soon, I caught a wild chicken. By midday, my hunt had proven fruitful. This time, I had brought along a small ceramic pot. Setting up a fire, I poured water from a gourd, letting it half fill the pot. I plopped bird eggs into boil. The wild chicken, plucked of feathers, was halved. One part diced and thrown into the pot, the other skewered on a branch for roasting. Even the leftover flatbreads from breakfast were with me. With water to wash it down, I ate voraciously while flipping the roasting chicken. Pinching a bit of salt, I sprinkled some on the chicken and into the pot. Once the flatbreads were gone, the eggs were ready. I fished a few out, blowing on them to cool before peeling and popping them into my mouth. These bird eggs were far tastier than regular chicken eggs. After eating over 10 of them, the roasted chicken turned a golden brown, its fragrance irresistible. Just as I was about to sink my teeth into it, a rustling noise came unexpectedly from behind me. My body went on high alert. One hand gripped my bow, while the other reached for the axe at my waist. Wild predators were rare in this area, but not entirely absent. I tensed instinctively. Could it be a predator? The wind rustled through the underbrush. My eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the forest ahead. Who's there? Show yourself. I raised my bow, aiming at the front. Just a moment ago, I had clearly seen a flash of fabric, a corner of a hem. This wasn't an animal. It was a person. In such desolate areas, people were far more dangerous than any beast. Killing someone and hiding the body in the vast mountains meant it might never be discovered. In my previous life, I had fallen victim to such peril and nearly lost my life. Instinctively, my guard shot up. "Come out," I shouted, pulling the bowstring taut, ready to release at any moment. "Wait, don't shoot. I'll come out right away," a frightened female voice called out. After some scuffling, a girl around 16 or 17 emerged in front of me. She wore a pale yellow gauzy dress, her face smeared with dirt. Even so, it was clear she was stunning. The hem of her skirt had been torn and snagged by branches, revealing 2 smooth, jade-like calves. She shrank back instinctively under my scrutinizing gaze, fear written across her face. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I demanded without lowering my guard. Her attire was suspicious. No one usually dressed like that to traverse the forest. My name is Gung Schwer, she stammered, stealing glances at me. Why are you here? I came on a fall outing with my family today, but I chased after a rabbit, and I got lost after a while. Then I wandered for a long time and finally, walk over here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She finally couldn't hold back anymore and broke down crying uncontrollably. I frowned as I looked at her, thought for a moment, and then set my bow down. Stop crying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If you keep crying, I'll toss you into a bear's den. The crying abruptly stopped. She looked at me, utterly at a loss. I sat back down next to the pot, minding my business. You're lost, aren't you? I can take you out of here, but it'll have to wait until tonight. I still have hunting to do this afternoon. No problem. I'll wait as long as it takes. She nodded furiously. That earlier feeling of complete helplessness? She never wanted to experience that again. I hummed in acknowledgement, picked up the roasted chicken, tore off a big chunk, and stuffed it into my mouth. Gruel. Her stomach growled, making her face flush red. She hadn't eaten anything during the time she'd been lost. She didn't even dare to eat any wild fruits, afraid she'd poison herself. Hungry. I looked up while continuing to eat. She uttered a soft her eyes filled with longing. Judging by the way you're dressed, you must be from some prominent family in the county, right? I chuckled, waving the roasted chicken so the aroma drifted toward her. One silver tael, and I'll feed you to your heart's content and take you out of here afterward. Fair deal, no gimmicks. I held up one finger, but I didn't bring any money. She lowered her head. Well, can't help you there. I tore off another massive bite. She watched as I ate the meat greedily, unable to stop herself from swallowing involuntarily. I have a jade pendant. It should be worth something. Can I trade it for a meal? She tugged out a deep purple jade pendant from around her neck and handed it to me. The pendant was crystalline and deeply hued, a fine piece of jade. An intricately carved mandarin duck adorned the front, lively and exquisite in craftsmanship. I suppose that'll do. Feigning reluctance, I casually hung the still warm pendant around my own neck. Here, this is for you. I wasn't that stingy. I tore off a fragrant chicken leg and handed it over. She eagerly grabbed it and took a big bite. Her face lit up instantly. So delicious. Way better than the chicken at home. Of course, this is pure, free-range wild chicken, grown on seeds and natural forage. You can't even compare it to the domesticated stuff, I said proudly. She gnawed the chicken leg clean. I then carved a few branches into chopsticks, and together we devoured the remaining chicken and bird eggs in the pot. After finishing, she contentedly rubbed her small belly. All right, I'm heading out to hunt now. Are you staying here or coming with me? Of course, I'm coming with you. She jumped up immediately. Afraid I'll leave you behind? I teased. Of course. You took my jade pendant. If you just run off and leave me here, wouldn't I be at a loss? She had clearly realized by now I wasn't a bad person and joked back. Fine, but no making any noise to startle the prey. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here and wait. I've gone hunting with my father and brother before. I know the rules. I promise I won't get in your way. I nodded. The two of us walked forward. Don't move. I suddenly lowered my voice, stopping her in her tracks as I raised my bow and released the arrow in one swift motion. The arrow struck a rabbit squarely in the throat. The rabbit twitched a few times before going still. Wow, amazing. She stared at me wide-eyed. She hadn't even spotted the rabbit, let alone seen me aim. Her father and brother would always take a long time to aim, and even then, they often missed. I picked up the rabbit and put it into my basket. Let's keep moving. That afternoon, she finally saw what hitting the mark every time meant. I shot 3 more wild chickens and 1 rabbit, each cleanly struck in the throat, without so much as a single miss. The day's getting late. Let's head down the mountain. I hefted the basket, now brimming with our bounty. The trail down the mountain was not easy to navigate, and she walked slowly, so it took us an hour to reach the base. All right, you're at the foot of the mountain now. You can go back to wherever you came from, I said, turning to her. What? It's already dark and you're just leaving me to go back alone? I don't even know the way. She looked toward the dense forest in the distance, visibly uneasy. She wasn't lying. She truly had no idea where to go after descending the mountain. Well, that's not my problem. I said I'd take you down the mountain, not all the way back to the county. I shrugged. I had plenty of things to do tonight. With no relation to her, it wasn't worth the effort to go out of my way. It wasn't about being cold-hearted. It was simple life experience. Being too helpful often ends up causing more trouble for oneself. Well then, how about I stay at your place for the night? She thought for a moment. I'll leave in the morning when it's light. It's too dangerous to head to the county at this hour. Just you and me alone? Doesn't seem appropriate, does it? I reflexively rejected the idea. I can pay you. Actually, on second thought, it doesn't seem that inappropriate after all. My frown instantly smoothed out. What can I say? I really needed the money. But you're broke. How am I supposed to trust you'll pay up? She gave a vexed laugh. Do I look like the kind of person lacking money? You do. I replied with utmost seriousness. She was so annoyed she nearly punched me. Fine. Tomorrow, I'll bring you into town and give you your money. Happy now? All right, that'll work. I nodded reluctantly. Conveniently, I'd been thinking of heading to town myself to sell some of the game and pick up some essentials. My home was practically bare. I couldn't eat meat at every meal. That wouldn't be nutritious. With everything settled, I slung the basket over my shoulder and headed for the village. Hey, isn't that Gao Yu? Who's the girl with him? Whoa, what a beauty. Could she be Gao Yu's new wife? You're kidding yourself. Gao Yu's just a gambling addict. How could he land such a stunning woman? Look at her clothes. They're silk. Only folks with money can afford that. The villagers whispered among themselves as we walked past. When they caught sight of Geng Shuer, their eyes widened as if they'd spotted a celestial being. Even Sun or Lazy was in the crowd, his envious eyes practically glowing red. He couldn't understand it. How could someone like Gao Yu, a mere gambler, be eating wild rabbit one moment and walking out of a widow's house the next, only to now return with a goddess-like companion? I didn't so much as glance at them. Geng Shuer, on the other hand, grew visibly uncomfortable under their stares and inched closer to me. Creak. I pushed open the door of my house. Brother, you're back? In the courtyard, Gao Yui was dozing off on the table. She lifted her head, then paused upon seeing Geng Shuer. And this is a friend. She's staying the night. I replied casually. Oh, okay. She didn't ask further. What did you bring home that's good to eat today? I grinned, eyeing the food container on the table. Hee hee. Mom made stewed tofu, corn cakes, and porridge, she said, smiling. Mom said you shouldn't just gorge on the game you hunt. If you bring it to town, it can sell for a lot of money. Normally, we can just make do with simple meals and save up. You'll need it if you ever want to get a wife. Sounds exactly like something Aunt would say. I shook my head and smiled, setting down the bamboo basket and taking out a wild pheasant. Just caught it. Take it back and eat it. What? We haven't even finished the meat at home yet. Then eat more. Eat a lot. I shoved the pheasant into her hands. Tell Auntie that as long as I'm around, there'll be endless meat. From now on, don't bother bringing me meals. I'll cook for myself. I dotingly patted her head. But you, little glutton, are always welcome to mooch a meal. Brother. Her face flushed, and she gave me a playful, annoyed glance. I'm not a little kid anymore. Don't pat my head, or I won't grow tall. She muttered something else under her breath, then suddenly said aloud, as if disregarding the fact that there were others around. Does this sister have bedding to sleep on at night? I'll go grab a few blankets. With that, she dashed out the door. You have such a good relationship with your family, Geng Shuer said enviously. Your family's not close? I asked casually, sitting down at the table. We used to be, she replied vaguely. Oh, the steaming chicken soup was simmered with white tofu and garnished with a few scallions. Beside it were golden corn cakes and a large bowl of porridge. Care to join me for a bite? I looked up at her. She shook her head. This doesn't seem like enough for even just you, does it? Even as she said this, she couldn't help but sneakily lick her lips. Don't worry, tonight's dinner is on me, no charge. I stood up and scooped half a bowl of porridge. I had a big lunch today, so I'm not hungry. Besides, I hunted so much today. Sparing a bit for you won't hurt me. I pushed the bowl toward her. She nodded, not bothering with pretenses, and sat down to eat. Meanwhile, back at home, Gao Yui returned, placed the pheasant on the table, and shouted loudly. Mom, do we have any spare bedding? I'm taking some over to Brother Yu. Why would he need bedding? Madam Yin glanced at the pheasant in surprise. He gave you this? That boy's managed to hunt something again. Brother Yu gave it to me, and he said our family will be eating meat every day from now on. As long as he's truly turned over a new leaf, that's fine. Gao Geng said as he stepped out, smiling at the sight of the pheasant. I mean, it's one thing for him to send food to us, but let's just hope he doesn't starve himself. That's not the point right now. Yui said hurriedly. I need to bring Brother Yu some bedding. He brought home a pretty young woman. What did you just say? Both of Yui's parents raised their voices in unison, their eyes wide with shock. You're saying he brought back a young woman, and she's good-looking too? Madam Yin was incredulous. That boy? How's that even possible? Yui wouldn't lie. Still, the boy's actions are improper. He should have proposed first. Bringing someone straight home like this is hardly appropriate. Gao Geng frowned. You're overthinking it. She's just his friend, coming to stay for a while. Yui quickly clarified. I see. Gao Geng said, a little disappointed. Though, the boy really is old enough to settle down and get married. There's still some chicken left on the stove, Madam Yin added. That girl probably hasn't eaten yet. Bring it to her as well. Our family may be poor, but we shouldn't mistreat others. Country folk are always warm and genuine. I'm going now, Yui called out. balancing a bowl of chicken in one hand and hugging the bedding with the other. She wobbled out the door. Good thing autumn bedding was thin and light. Otherwise, she might not have made it. Back at my house. These corn cakes smell amazing. Even the mansion doesn't serve anything this good. Gung Schwerer praised as she ate. It is pretty good. Save some for me. I noticed this girl was eating even faster than I was. Brother, here's a blanket. And Mom also asked me to bring over some chicken. Yue placed the bowl on the table. I'll help you lay out the bedding. She headed into the cottage beside the main house. That little cottage hadn't been used for years. My parents used to live there. It had a bed inside. So with a little cleaning, it was habitable again. Yue, don't bother with all that. Come eat with us. She can make her own bed. I called out toward the cottage. It's no trouble, brother. I'm really not hungry. She shook her head and busily tidied the bedding with care. In truth, she was a little hungry, but since there was only enough food for two, she figured she could eat something when she got back home. It was a small, harmless lie. I shook my head again. This little lass came by every day to bring me meals and even helped out with chores. That must be tiring for her. I should bring her something nice from town tomorrow. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty about her kindness. Let me help you. Gung Schwerer hurriedly wiped her mouth and rushed into the cottage. However, never having done any housework before, her attempts only made a mess. Embarrassed, she stepped aside and watched Yue work. After I finished eating, I cleaned up the dishes and stored today's freshly caught prey in the cool back room by the stove. The game from the past few days was still there too, so I took the chance to inspect everything. Thankfully, the chilly late autumn temperatures had kept the meat from spoiling. Still, I need to sell everything by tomorrow. Brother, the bedding's all set. It's late. I'm heading back now, Yue said before leaving. Once I finished checking the game, I stretched. After spending the whole day in the mountains, I was exhausted. It was about time to wash up and get some rest. From inside, Gung Schwerer poked her head out with a wary look. You're not planning to sneak into my room in the middle of the night with bad intentions, are you? I widened my eyes, feigning seriousness. Absolutely not. How could you think of me that way? I'm a decent person. Her expression eased a little. Besides, there's a window behind your room. I'd more likely sneak in through there. With a slam, the door shut, followed by the sound of the window snapping closed. I chuckled and shook my head. After washing up, I returned to my room and flopped onto the bed. The next morning, I got up yawning, washed my face, and headed straight for the kitchen. I had told Yue yesterday to stop bringing me meals, so breakfast was up to me now. I didn't plan to make anything fancy. I reheated last night's leftover chicken, added some water to make chicken soup, and boiled a few bird eggs to go with it. You're such an odd one. Who eats meat first thing in the morning? Not even a bowl of porridge. Gung Schwerer complained, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked out. What do you know? Eating meat makes you grow stronger. I gave her an annoyed look. If you don't want it, don't eat. Of course I'm eating. She promptly grabbed a bowl, scooped herself a generous helping of chicken soup, grabbed a few eggs, and walked off happily. After breakfast, I counted my game. 7 pheasants and 2 rabbits, all of which I packed into the bamboo basket. Let's go. I slung the basket over my back. Just like this. She looked at me wide-eyed. What about a carriage? What carriage? No one in the countryside keeps horses. If we had money, we'd rather raise a couple of cows. I glanced at her sideways. In these times, horses were much more expensive than cows. Cows could plow fields, so why keep horses instead? Then we're walking? It's not far, only 3 or 4 miles. Gaojia village was indeed close to the county town. Some villages were as far as 20 miles away, making trips to the town quite troublesome. Fine, she sighed, giving me a resentful look before following me out the door. But if I get too tired, you'll have to carry me. Me? Absolutely not. I don't play the role of a human horse for anyone. I'll pay double the price. I'll triple it. Just let me ride you for a bit. How about that? Ugh, you rogue. Why is it okay for you to ride me, but not the other way around? When did I say I'd ride you? Didn't you just say you would ride on me? I meant to say for you to carry me. Oh, I must have misheard. I scratched my ear, watching her face flush a deep red. Either way, you're not riding me. The two of us bickered as we walked along, somehow not feeling tired. Before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the county. The county was called Tonglu County. It was quite large and bustling, with the words Tonglu County hanging prominently on the city walls. I was surprised. There was such a long line of people waiting to enter the city, far more lively than I had anticipated. Let's join the line, I said as I headed toward the end of the queue, but Gung Schwerer quickly stopped me. No need to queue. Follow me, she said, pulling me forward, which drew a lot of attention. Who are these two? Why aren't they lining up? Someone complained in dissatisfaction. Never mind. When they reach the front, the gate guards will deal with them, another gloated. Soon, we arrived at the city gate. Captain Liu, Gung Schwerer greeted cheerfully, as if they were well acquainted. Captain Liu looked startled at first, But when he saw her face clearly, his expression quickly changed to a beaming smile. Ah, it's Miss Schwer. You're finally back. The entire Gung household has been searching high and low for you. Since yesterday, they've sent out hundreds of people to look for you. You'd better return quickly, or Lord Gung will be worried sick. He waved us through without hesitation. Thank you, Captain Liu, Gung Schwer said as she pulled me into the city. You seem to have quite a distinguished status, don't you? Even the gate guard captain treats you with such courtesy, I remarked curiously. They're just trying to curry favor with my father, she replied with a shake of her head. Come home with me, and I'll give you your payment. Thank you for helping me these past 2 days. Just doing my job for money. Still, thank you. As we talked, she led me down a broad street named Xuanwu Avenue. The road was paved with green stone slabs, and both sides were lined with grand mansions. Wow, no wonder rich people live here. Which house is yours? I asked, marveling at the opulence. It was more impressive than many modern-day residences. All of them, she said nonchalantly, continuing to walk forward. This entire street belongs to my family. I froze mid-step, my mouth twitching in astonishment. Damn those filthy rich people. Miss, you've returned? An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in gray robes, hurried toward us. Uncle Fu. She waved happily, then turned to introduce me. This is Uncle Fu, the old steward of our household. Miss, this is wonderful news. The master and young master have both gone into the mountains searching for you. Who would have thought you'd return on your own? Are you hurt anywhere? Uncle Fu asked anxiously, his eyes scanning her for injuries. I'm fine, she replied with a smile. This is Gao Yu. He saved me and brought me down from the mountains. He's a hunter. Ah, I see. Thank you, young man. Uncle Fu nodded warmly, though the slight disdain hidden behind his smile didn't escape me. The lofty airs of wealthy households seemed to have rubbed off even on their servants. Uncle Fu, did you bring any money? I stayed at Gao Yu's place last night, and he also brought me back here. I need to pay him for his help, she explained, turning to me. And those wild animals you're carrying, I really enjoyed them. I want to take them home for my family to try. I'll buy them all from you, so you don't have to look for other buyers. All right, I grinned and nodded. Fewer troubles meant less hassle, and I was all for it. At the mention of staying overnight, Uncle Fu's expression darkened, and he gave us a peculiar look. Uncle Fu, stop daydreaming and get the money, she urged. Of course. How much does the young man require? I thought for a moment and held up 5 fingers. 5 taels. That's not much. Uncle Fu nodded immediately. For safely bringing the young lady back, the Gung family wouldn't hesitate to pay 5 or even 500 taels of silver. Sure. My lips twitched slightly in response. I had really meant to say 501 copper coins. Between the payment for the wild game, the effort of escorting her, and the food I had shared, 501 would have been generous enough in my opinion. Filthy rich folks, indeed. After Uncle Fu handed over the money, Gung Schweder said, in the future, if you catch any game, feel free to bring them to our household. Just look for Uncle Fu. Much appreciated. I replied with a smile. After parting ways with her, I strolled through the county town and asked around until I found the marketplace. The market was bustling, selling just about everything. Rice, straw hats, little toys, street performances, you name it. First, I stopped by a rice vendor and bought 20 pounds of rice. The harvest season meant rice was relatively cheap. Then I purchased salt, sugar, various spices, lard, sesame oil, peanut oil, eggs, and some long-lasting vegetables. By the time I'd finished, my bamboo basket was packed to the brim. Hey boss, how much for this hairpin? At a stall selling hairpins, I picked up a pale green jade hairpin. The head of the pin was adorned with gold and silver threads, and it felt smooth and warm in my hand. A fine piece of craftsmanship. You've got a good eye, sir. This jade hairpin is only 2 taels of silver, practically at cost. The vendor's eyes lit up. Do you take me for a fool? If I sold your whole stall, it wouldn't be worth 2 taels. I retorted, annoyed. Then how much do you think it's worth? The vendor chuckled nervously, unfazed by my barbed comments. It was clear he knew his initial price was exorbitant. 2-1. After a bout of intense haggling, we finally settled on 51. Satisfied, I tucked the jade hairpin into my pocket. It was a gift for Yue, who brought me meals and cleaned my place every day. She deserved it. Next, I headed straight to a stall selling knives. In the mountains, I'd only had a hatchet, which was great for chopping but terrible for precision cutting. I needed a proper blade. After much deliberation, I selected a knife about the length of my forearm, easy to carry and convenient to use. I also bought a small dagger, which could be hidden on my person for emergencies. With these purchases, I was left with only 2 taels and some odds and ends. Thankfully, I'd earned 5 taels earlier, or I'd have run out entirely. I was just about to head back. Huh? What's this? Up ahead, an old man caught my attention. To be precise, it was the dogs in front of the old man that drew my gaze. He was selling dogs. Some were caged, others tethered with rope, all sizes and colors. I could definitely buy a hunting dog. It'd be a great help in the field, I mused, stroking my chin thoughtfully. In my previous life, I'd been a dog enthusiast and knew a lot about canines. I immediately ignored the breeds ill-suited for hunting and focused only on those with hunting potential. You interested in buying a hunting dog, young man? The old man asked amiably. My family has been raising dogs for 3 generations. These are all top-notch pups. Most of the dogs on display were half-grown, the perfect age to train as hunting companions. Too young, and they'd be a hassle to raise. Too old, and they wouldn't bond as well with a new owner. It made sense to sell them at this stage. The sighthounds and loo dogs have narrow chests and slender waists. They are fast runners and can hunt rabbits, the old man introduced warmly. Most hunters go for these. They're great for catching rabbits and pheasants. I nodded but said nothing. For hunting rabbits and pheasants, I didn't need a hunting dog. The old man continued. These ones here are chassis dogs and mastiffs. They're larger in size and can hunt deer. Their bloodlines are pure. Every dog I raise can hunt. They're not afraid of a fight. If there's any problem, you can come find me anytime. My stall is right here. I won't run off. I glanced at the dogs. They had broad chests and strong builds, with sharp eyes and thick coats. Truly good dogs. More importantly, they sat still and obeyed commands perfectly. I felt a bit tempted, but as if compelled by some unseen force, I asked, "Is there anything better?" The old man was stunned for a moment. He fell silent, then slowly opened his mouth. Seems like you're not an ordinary hunter, young man. His gaze turned meaningful. Most hunters only go after rabbits or deer. Are you thinking of something fiercer? Indeed, that was my intention. In my previous life, I lived by the principle of constantly challenging my limits. If given the chance, I wanted to venture deep into the Taiyang Mountains, a place irresistibly alluring to outdoor survival enthusiasts. Having a reliable hunting dog would greatly increase safety in the wild mountains. I chuckled, just curious. Do you really have a better dog, sir? Let me see. There is one, the old man admitted, but it won't come cheap. Price isn't an issue, I said without hesitation. With my doubling system, money wasn't something I had to worry about. All right then, watch over my stall for a bit. I'll be right back. The kennel isn't far from here. Me watch your stall? I was stunned. This old man really trusted me. All right. After the old man left, I waited quietly. Not long after, he returned holding a completely black dog. The black dog wasn't large, but it immediately captured my attention. What do you think of this one? The old man stroked its head and placed it on the ground. Its sharp, bright eyes scanned the surroundings before it trotted over to me and licked my hand. Meanwhile, the other dogs at the stall, which had been quiet before, started to stir and back away the moment it approached, as if afraid of it. Head like a chisel, eyes like bells, teeth like knives. Could this be the legendary tiger hunting dog? My eyes widened. Indeed, the old man smiled. I'm surprised you recognized it. This is Xiaojio, a purebred tiger hunting dog. Its grandfather was part of a tiger hunt, managed to help take down a fierce tiger and returned alive. Tiger hunting dogs aren't capable of killing tigers on their own. Instead, they work with humans and crossbows to hunt tigers. Still, that's an incredible feat. The tiger is the king of beasts. Most wild animals, let alone ordinary dogs, tremble at the sight of one. Yet a tiger hunting dog dares to confront a tiger head-on, making it the king of dogs. If its ancestors truly hunted tigers, its price would skyrocket even further. I stroked Xiaojio's sleek black fur. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it. In my previous life, I had read about this kind of tiger hunting dog in books. They were said to be extinct. I never expected to encounter one here. It felt like a stroke of tremendous luck. I instantly made up my mind. This tiger hunting dog. I had to get it today no matter what. But then I let out a silent sigh. I had been too confident earlier. I'd assumed that with the 2 taels of silver and some change in my pocket, I'd have enough to buy a hunting dog. Even if it wasn't enough, I could leave a deposit and settle the rest after selling some doubled venison from the system. But this was a tiger hunting dog. Without dozens of taels, it was unlikely I could take it home. There were plenty of wealthy people who loved dogs. If they encountered this one, they wouldn't let it go. I took a deep breath. How much silver? The dog seller smiled and held up 8 fingers. Since you genuinely like it, I'll let it go for 8 taels. Consider it a labor of love, he said. 8 taels. I froze in disbelief. That price was shockingly low, far below the dog's actual value. Getting it at this price felt like an incredible stroke of luck. Sir, may I ask why you're selling such a good dog for so cheap? You know better than I do how much it's worth. There must be a reason, I asked. The old man maintained his warm smile. Young man, you're right. If I just wanted money, I could have sold it to the rich people long ago, he explained. But I can't bear it. I can't bear the thought of it being confined. It belongs to the mountains and forests. I sell dogs, but I love them even more. He glanced gently at the black dog, which was now circling me with its tail wagging furiously. You're a hunter. A hunting dog should follow a hunter, not be locked in a cage. Besides, Xiaojio seems to like you. That's fate. So that's how it was. I understood completely. 8 taels, it wasn't much. I hesitated no longer. Sir, 8 taels is fine. But, may I pay 2 taels and 7 coins now, and settle the rest in a few days? My hands are really tied at the moment. Saying this made me feel a bit ashamed. The old man was already selling it to me at such a low price, and I was still haggling. That's fine. The old man barely hesitated. Just for watching my stall earlier and not running off with anything. I trust you. He beckoned to the black dog. Xiaojio, come here. Xiaojio slowly walked over, as if understanding it was about to part ways. It rubbed its head against the old man's hand. The mountains and forests are your home. Eat well, grow strong, and don't be lazy on hunts, he said, his voice filled with reluctance. I handed over all the silver I had. Don't worry, I'll share every bite I have with it. I promise to pay you the rest in a few days. No rush, the old man replied, tucking the money into his robe with a smile. After bidding farewell to the old man, I led Xiaojio toward Gaojia village. Along the way, it sniffed here and there, full of curiosity. Whenever I called Xiaojio, it darted back to me with its tail wagging. For now, it barely came up to my knees, but once fully grown, it would reach my waist. As I approached my home in the village, I noticed a crowd gathered in front of Sister Guixiang's place. Inside the circle of people, angry voices rang out. You worthless fool! You dare sneak up to my door? Go take a good look at yourself in a puddle. You think a single chicken would win me over? Go back and snuggle up to your mother. You shrew, your mouth is filthy. And you, Sun Erlai, are shameless. You aren't even a match for me. Bah! Someone as hideous as you doesn't even know to be ashamed. Hearing this at the edge of the crowd, I frowned. Most likely, Sun Erlai had sneaked over to Sister Guixiang's house and been chased out by her. Over the years, quite a few people had made advances on her, most of whom she had beaten away. A few who had tried to use force were stopped by me. That's why she didn't mind when I borrowed her chickens. She's someone who remembers her debts of gratitude. Out of the way, move aside. I squeezed into the crowd. The villagers all turned to look at me. You know, I used to be a gambler who had lost everything. Someone even more headstrong than Sun Erlai, someone no one dared to provoke. People would step aside when they saw me. In this little village circle, Sister Guixiang was quite the fierce woman, rolling up her sleeves and gripping a broom tightly. Her daughter, Xiaoyu, barely reached her knee, timidly clinging to the hem of her clothes. Facing them was Sun Erlai, covered in dirt, with red marks on his face from the broom's lash. Sun Erlai, do you have no shame? Sneaking into someone's house in broad daylight. Had too much fake liquor and lost your mind? Want me to help you cool off? I sneered coldly. Xiaoju stood by my leg, glaring at him fiercely. He was grimacing and rubbing his face. When he saw me, he froze for a moment before sneering maliciously. Well, look who it is. Guixiang's little lover has shown up. What? That remark set the villagers gathered around into an uproar, whispering furiously. Scandalous gossip like this was exactly what they lived for. Sun Erlai, watch your filthy mouth. Sister Guixiang snapped angrily. Filthy? How am I being filthy? I saw it with my own eyes that night. Gaoyu was carrying a wild rabbit and went into your house in the middle of the night. You deny it? I saw it clearly. And look, my chicken here is even fatter than his rabbit. Why shouldn't I be allowed to do the same? Sister Guixiang was so furious her lips quivered. She pointed at him, but couldn't get any words out. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. I knew something was up between those two. Most likely, Gaoyu always jumps in to help whenever Guixiang gets in trouble. People hide their true selves well. Guixiang looked so innocent. I couldn't hold back anymore and strode forward, kicking Sun Erlai to the ground. Say another word and see if I don't beat you to a pulp so bad you won't be able to get out of bed. In my mind, I'd always seen Sister Guixiang as an elder sister figure. Sun Erlai flinched and instinctively shrank back. He truly feared me whenever I got angry. TCH, fine whatever. I'll take this fat chicken home to eat myself. He scrambled to his feet, picked up the tied-up and flapping hen, and scurried off pathetically. I turned back to the crowd. Disperse already. Stop gossiping behind people's backs, or karma will come for you. If anything reaches my ears, I'll come find you myself. I didn't bother explaining. Explanations don't work. These villagers only believe what they want to believe and keep spreading nonsense. After the people left, I turned to Sister Guixiang with a wry smile. Sorry about this, Sister Guixiang. That night, I was careless and didn't realize Sun Erlai had tailed me and seen me enter your house. Sister Guixiang shook her head. It's fine. There's no truth to it anyway. If he saw it, he saw it. Besides, you helped me out today, so I should be thanking you. It's what I should do. I crouched down and glanced at Xiaoyu, who was clutching her mother's skirt while shyly but curiously looking at Xiaojiu. Xiaoyu, were you scared just now? Xiaoyu shook her head. Not at all. With my mom here, I wasn't scared. So brave. You deserve a reward. Here, I've got some candy for you. I placed my basket on the ground, took out a packet of sugar, a light yellow kind typical of ancient times, and poured half of it onto a cloth. Then I handed the remaining sugar to Xiaoyu. Here, take it. Her eyes lit up. Sugar was a luxury, especially white sugar. She only got a taste of it during New Year or other special occasions. As I crouched there offering her the sugar with a smile, Sister Guixiang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Xiaoyu, tempted as she was, didn't immediately take it. Instead, she looked up at her mother first. Take it if it's given to you. Say thank you to Uncle Yu. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Xiaoyu finally accepted the candy happily, pinched a small piece, and popped it into her mouth, squinting with joy at the sweet taste. I patted her head and stood up. All right, Sister Guixiang, I'm going to head back and get some rest. I'm exhausted. Wait a second. Sister Guixiang's voice suddenly sounded a bit flustered as she called out to me. That night when you came over, you really just came to drop off the rabbit? No other reason. I stopped in my tracks and looked at her with steady eyes. Don't worry, Sister Guixiang. I have absolutely no inappropriate thoughts about you. I see you like my own sister. Oh good, that's good. Go rest then, she replied, her voice tinged with a strange mix of relief and disappointment. Back at my courtyard, I shut the door. I took out 2 pounds of pork belly fat I'd bought at the market, lit the fire under my pot, and began rendering the fat into lard. As the fat turned golden brown and crispy, I scooped out the oil residue and poured the liquid lard into a jar, tossing in a few Sichuan peppercorns. Once it cooled, I'd have snow white lard ready for cooking or seasoning rice. I sprinkled some sugar over the oil residue and popped a piece into my mouth, crispy and sweet with a rich and chewy flavor. Xiaojiu, come here. The dog wagged its tail and trotted over. I fed it several pieces of the oil residue. Sorry, no meat today, it'll have to do. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to hunt something and get you some meat. Growing hunting dogs needed meat in their diet to develop strong muscles. Xiaojiu whimpered a bit, but immediately licked the residue clean. Next, I steamed some rice, drizzled soy sauce over it, and sprinkled a layer of the crispy oil residue. With just that, I devoured the meal, leaving nothing behind. Afterward, I spent a little time playing with Xiaojiu. I intended to build a shelter for it in the empty shed, but it stubbornly refused to go in, wagging its tail and staying in the yard. Hunting dogs were born not only for hunting, but also for guarding homes. In the end, I had to make do by using grass to quickly craft a shelter under the eaves. It was too late now. I'd build something proper out of bricks in the daylight. Yawning, I retreated to my room. Before sleeping, I brought up my system panel. Every 12 hours, any quantities should automatically double. By now, it should have refreshed. Sure enough, the item quantity indicator now read 2. A single deer sold for about 2 taels of silver. And with what I earned earlier in the day, I now had over 7 taels in total. I was quite satisfied with that. The next morning, I woke before dawn. I chopped up a head of cabbage and threw it into the pot with the remaining oil residue, adding a big ladle of lard and a pinch of salt. The aroma of the dish filled my nostrils, a rich blend of the fragrant oil and fresh vegetables. I ladled out the stewed cabbage and oil residue, then prepared half a pot of rice porridge. Brother you. The door creaked open slightly, and a small head peeked in. You cheeky girl, following the smell all the way here? Come on, join me for breakfast. I chuckled. I'm not here to mooch food, Gao Yue said shyly as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. That said, her actions spoke otherwise. She immediately walked over to the stove to serve herself a bowl of rice. Brother you, is this your new dog? She asked curiously, looking at Xiaojiu running around the yard. Yeah, I bought it from the county town yesterday. Looks lively, she nodded, then said between bites. Oh, by the way, brother you, I really didn't just come here to eat. I need to tell you, you shouldn't come to my house for the next couple of days. Why not? I asked surprised. Because my elder sister is coming back, she replied after swallowing her food clearly. Elder sister? I quickly scanned my memory. Gao Geng had 3 children. Gao Yue was the youngest. The second, Gao Xing, studied in the city and rarely came back. As for the eldest, Gao Yuang, she was my nightmare. She was 5 or 6 years older than me and used to hit me often when we were young. After my parents died, she became even stricter. Any small mistake I made would be met with harsh punishment. Although my uncle often scolded me, he felt sorry for me as an orphan and never beat me severely. Gao Yueying, on the other hand, was different. One time, I angered her, and she pinned me to the ground, whipping my backside until it was covered in bloody marks. I howled in pain, but not a single person dared to step forward to stop her. Even now, just thinking about it makes my heart tremble. Fortunately, 2 years ago, she got married, marrying into an affluent landlord family in Gudian village, which was 3 or 4 villages away. Her life there was pretty good, and because of the distance, she rarely returned. Only then did I find some peace for the past 2 years. But why is she coming back now, without it being some holiday or festival? I muttered under my breath, sighing. Seems like I'd better avoid your house for the next couple of days. If she were to pin me to the ground and beat me again now that I'm grown, I can't even imagine such a scene. What are you laughing at? Gao Yue stifled a giggle nearby, earning a fierce glare from me. Listen up, if she asks about me, just say I went into the mountains to hunt. Tell her not to bother looking for me, I said, trying to mask my anxiety. Okay. Gao Yue nodded obediently, suppressing her laughter. It seems that my eldest sister is truly my kryptonite. By the way, I went into town yesterday and got you something neat. I suddenly remembered, standing up and heading inside. I pulled out a jade hairpin I had bought. Take a look, see if you like it. How beautiful, Yue exclaimed, snatching it up in one motion, her eyes lighting up with joy. Brother you have such good taste, she said, stroking it fondly, reluctant to let it go. Of course, I have an eye for these things, I grinned, raising an eyebrow cheekily. I gave you a jade hairpin. Don't you think it's time for you to show your appreciation? Appreciation? Yue froze, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed deeply. Don't be like this, brother you. We're siblings after all, she whispered shyly. I frowned. What nonsense are you talking about now? I meant you should go wash the dishes. After sending Yue off, I got ready to make a kennel for Xiaojio. There were some moss-covered green bricks piled in the corner of the yard that would be just right for the job. I fetched a wooden bucket, mixing dirt and water to make mud as an adhesive. Brick by brick, layer by layer, I built 3 walls, leaving one side open for entry. I stopped when it was about waist high. Then I found a thick wooden plank to use as a roof, laying dry straw inside. The kennel was complete. It wasn't pretty, but it was practical. Xiaojio tried out. And don't move around too much. The mud isn't dry yet. If it collapses, I won't help you. Xiaojio crawled in, rolling around in the straw a few times, its tail wagging furiously. Looks like you like it. From now on, this will be your home. I patted its head. Now let's head into the mountains. If we want to eat meat, that's our only option. I plan to take Xiaojio with me to train it into a good hunting dog. It seemed to understand and immediately stood up, trotting excitedly to the door to wait for me. Don't rush. Let me pack my stuff first. Meanwhile, Yue clutched the jade hairpin tightly, excitedly heading home. Brother, you seemed like a changed man lately, even giving her a jade hairpin. She found herself liking this version of Brother you even more. Stop right there. A cold voice interrupted her thought as she approached her house. Yue turned to see a woman in her 20s sitting on a rock near the door, staring intently at her. The woman's features were delicate and proper, though not as striking as Yue's. She had a decent appearance. Big sister? Why are you here so early? Yue exclaimed in surprise. The woman was none other than her eldest sister, Gao Yueying. What? You're not happy to see me? Yueying's gaze was sharp and unkind. No. Didn't you send a message with the peddler this morning? I thought you'd arrive tonight or tomorrow. Yue quickly explained, shaking her head. This eldest sister was not just my nightmare. She terrified Yue to no end as well. Since nothing was going on back home, I came earlier. Little miss, did you just run off to tip off Gao Yu? Yueying's tone grew icier. No, I didn't. Lying again, just like Gao Yu taught you. Not a single truthful word out of your mouth. Yueying scoffed, crossing her arms. Mother said Gao Yu has been racking up gambling debts lately. On top of that, I heard Aunt Jiao at the village entrance say he's been sneaking into a widow's house late at night. Unbelievable. What? He did that? Yue quickly chimed in, genuinely surprised. She didn't believe the thing about the widow, though. It was probably just village gossip spread by the women. Sis, let's not talk about this now. You must be tired. Come home and rest, Yue said, eager to change the subject. No need. I already rested well during my journey, Yueying said, cracking her knuckles with an ominous grin. Besides, I had a hearty breakfast, so now, I'll go give Gao Yu the beating he deserves. Yueying's words sent a shiver down Yue's spine as she hurriedly stammered. Sister, Brother Yu isn't home. He's gone hunting in the mountains and won't return until evening. Hunting? Yueying frowned, mulling it over before nodding. Fine. I'll wait for him at home and deal with him tonight. With that, she pushed open the door and went inside. Brother Yu, there's no saving you this time. Yue muttered under her breath, silently praying. There was no way he could escape this beating. Meanwhile, up in the mountains, Xiaojio was completely in its element, darting back and forth through the forest as if reclaiming its domain. No matter how complicated the terrain, it navigated without effort. Xiaojio, quiet down, you'll scare all the game away. Xiaojio instantly fell silent, staying by my side and scanning the surroundings alertly. There's a wild rabbit over there. Squinting, I drew my bow and notched an arrow, aiming carefully. But before shooting, I paused, an idea forming in my mind. Lowering my voice, I motioned toward the rabbit. Xiao Jiao go. Xiao Jiao's muscles tensed as it crouched low, its hunting instincts firing up. With one word of command, it dashed forward like a streak of lightning. The rabbit had no chance to react. In an instant, Xiao Jiao had grabbed it by the throat in its jaws. It didn't bite hard enough to kill, but firmly enough to keep the rabbit from escaping, even as its hind legs flailed desperately. Xiao Jiao trotted back with the rabbit proudly dangling from its mouth. Well done, Xiao Jiao, I exclaimed, lowering my bow and beaming with joy. I had only intended to test if it could catch prey, but hadn't expected it to actually catch a live one. Live rabbits sold for twice as much as dead ones, and you could even keep them at home to ensure the meat stayed fresh. Looks like that 8 taels of silver to buy Xiao Jiao had been well worth it. I grabbed the rabbit by the scruff of its neck, tying its legs up with rope before placing it into my basket. All right, let's keep going, I said as I pulled a boiled bird egg from my pouch, peeling it and tossing it into Xiao Jiao's eager mouth. Rewards for its achievements would keep it motivated. Following that, Xiao Jiao managed to catch 2 wild pheasants, one of which I hadn't even noticed until it proudly. Run when you hear thunder? Bring my damn hoe back. You think you can just borrow and never return? A short and stout man was hollering, his face flushed in anger as he waved a thick wooden stick. The villagers turned their heads toward the commotion, momentarily forgetting about me. Seizing the opportunity, I adjusted the weight of the game in my basket, signaling at Little 9. The small dog wagged its tail, its tongue lolling, seemingly unaffected by the bustling scene. Together, we sidestepped the crowd and blended into the fading afternoon light. The path back to my small hut was silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the crunch of dry twigs underfoot. When I reached the hut's door, I paused. The sturdy wooden structure, old as it was, had started to feel like home, not because of its durability or charm, but because of the solace it granted. Stepping inside, I unpacked the basket. The mushrooms, wild chickens, and remnants of the muntjac deer were laid out on a wooden slab. Nearby, a stone hearth awaited, its charred interior whispering memories of countless simple meals. Little 9 circled around me, his occasional huffs urging me to prepare the feast quickly. Hold on, you little glutton, I muttered, chuckling. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting an orange hue over the forest, I set the preparation in motion. Go back to your filthy mess with your daughter-in-law and stop spewing nonsense here. Do you believe I won't broadcast your dirty laundry to the neighboring 10 villages? I froze for a moment and turned my head. A feisty woman with her hands on her hips was striding straight towards us. It was my eldest sister, Gao Yueying. Big sis. I widened my eyes, inhaling sharply. Seeing her, I couldn't help but feel a sinking dread in my chest. Gao Yueying ignored me entirely. Like an angry lioness, she fixed a death stare on the man who had been speaking earlier. Puffed. The crowd around us burst into laughter. Everyone in the village knew about Luoguozi's scandal. His son was disabled, and after much difficulty, they found him a wife from a neighboring village, a woman with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Combined with Luoguozi hunched over, their household was quite a sight. But the real highlight? One night, Luoguozi's own wife got up to use the privy in the middle of the night. Noticing the light from the woodshed, curiosity got the better of her, and when she peeped through the door crack, she discovered Luoguozi and his daughter-in-law in the act. That night, Gaohua village buzzed with gossip until the following morning. Luoguozi's excuse? That he simply wanted an heir, which introduced yet another piece of gossip. His son was apparently impotent. Now, with Gao Yueying's remark, the memory hit everyone fresh again. Luoguozi's face turned beet red as he heaved angrily, unable to utter a word. If this gossip were to spread, his family would have no place left to hide. Gao Yueying, with a cold snort, finally let him off. She spun around to glare at me instead. Panicked, I immediately dropped the basket I had on my back onto the ground. Big sis, I didn't laze around today. Everything here is what I hunted on the mountain. As I spoke, I unpacked the basket. 2 wild pheasants killed by arrows, 2 live ones still clucking and flapping from Xiaojiao's capture, 1 wild hare, a roe deer's skin, and a sizable portion of meat. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and hurriedly rattled through my words. I had no choice. If I spoke any slower, my sister's slap would have already landed. Gao Yueying was stunned for a moment, but before she could say anything, the crowd erupted. Whoa, Gao, you bagged all this today. That's a roe deer, isn't it? I had it once as a kid. Tasted amazing. Live pheasants and hares. How on earth did he catch them? His hunting skills are incredible. This haul is worth half a season's crop yield. If you can hunt like this every day, it's better than farming. The villagers were visibly envious. This much game was a true luxury. No one around here could afford to eat meat on a regular basis. Even Luoguozi was salivating uncontrollably, his eyes locked on the roe deer meat. If he could get just a bite of it, he'd probably happily crawl back to his daughter-in-law. Hearing the admiration, Gao Yueying's anger dissipated almost instantaneously. A trace of pride even crept onto her face, though she tried to maintain a stern expression. "Humph, you got lucky today, kid. Pack your stuff and follow me home." All right, I'll listen to you, sis." I nodded eagerly, like a chicken pecking at grains, obedient to the core. Under the envious eyes of the onlookers, I gathered up the game, stuffed it onto my back, and quickly followed her footsteps. Gao Yueying remained silent the entire way until we reached my house. "What are you laughing at? Shut the door," she snapped when she caught me chuckling behind her. "Oh," I quickly complied. "You think you've escaped punishment, huh?" The moment the door shut, her hand darted out like lightning, seizing the soft flesh on my waist and giving it a vicious twist. "Ah, big sis. It hurts." I let out a miserable wail. "Careless of me. I fell for the ambush." "Humph, you dare rack up so much gambling debt? Consider this a light punishment." She huffed and withdrew her hand. Truthfully, she wasn't that harsh. I may have overdramatized my reaction. Still glaring at me, she pulled a lotus-embroidered pouch from within her clothing and held it out to me. "There's 5 taels of silver here. 2 are from the sewing work I saved up over the years, and 3 are from your brother-in-law. He insisted on giving it to you. Take it and pay off your debts. Xiaoyu, you absolutely must stop gambling. That kind of thing is a bottomless pit. You'll never have enough to fill it." Her voice was laced with bitter disappointment. I stared at the pouch, not taking it, and instead asked, "Big sis, did you come back just to give me this money?" She nodded. "Your brother-in-law saw Dad dragging you back from the gambling den a few days ago. He didn't want to embarrass you or Dad, so he didn't step forward." I took a deep breath, pushed the pouch back toward her, and shook my head. "Big sis, I can't take this money." She had worked tirelessly on needlework to save up those coins, and even having her husband's family foot the bill for my mistakes? Though they wouldn't say it outright, I knew they would look down on her for it. I couldn't let that happen. "Take it." "What? You want me to beat you up to make you accept it?" Her brows furrowed. "Big sis, even if you beat me to death today, I won't take it." I stood my ground. "I promise you, I won't gamble again. Don't worry about the money. I'll figure out a way myself. I can make a decent living hunting in the mountains." Gao Yueying gripped the pouch tightly, her expression shifting. Suddenly, she looked nervous and asked, "Kid, did something possess you? You're like a completely different person. Should I call the shaman lady I know to come and expel whatever's on you?" "Big sis." I couldn't help but laugh and cry at her remark. "No spirits, it's just that something clicked in me." "Well, fine." She studied me for a moment, then broke into a smile. "It's good to see you have some ambition. I'll hold on to this money for now, but if you really can't get it together, you can come to me." "Deal." I nodded. "Now clean up and come have a meal with me. It's been so long. You and I can catch up." She stuffed the pouch back into her clothing. "All right, sis, you sit tight. Let me take care of the game first." I grabbed the basket, spread the roe deer hide across the yard to dry, then took a knife to carefully section the meat. Gao Yueying didn't say much, just sat nearby and watched as I proficiently hacked and butchered. "I can understand how you caught the roe deer, but how do you nab live pheasants and hares?" she asked curiously. "That's all thanks to Xiaojiu." Smiling, I recounted the story of today's hunt. "What a clever little dog," she marveled, motioning towards Xiaojiu. "Come here, Xiaojiu." Xiaojiu lazily flicked an ear, but didn't move. "Xiaojiu, your big sis is calling you." I let out an apologetic laugh. "Sorry, big sis." Xiaojiu's particular about who he listens to. Hearing my voice, Xiaojiu immediately sprang to attention, trotting obediently over to my sister before lying at her feet. "See? Even a dog won't listen to me." She clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Then, her eyes gleamed mischievously as she turned to me with a sly grin and beckoned sweetly. "Little you, come here." Chills ran down my spine as I shot upright. "Big sis, can we not do this? There's a big difference between pretending to be gentle and actually being gentle." "What? Are you really treating me like a dog to order around?" Her face darkened. "Are you coming over or not? If not, I'm not going to hold back." "I'm not coming over." "Sis, with that bad temper of yours, I really wonder how brother-in-law puts up with you. You brat, I'm going to beat you to death." The small courtyard suddenly erupted into chaos, one chasing and the other dodging. "Mom, what is Uncle Gao Yu's family up to?" In the neighboring yard, the curious voice of Gao Xiaoyu emerged. "Probably Yueying has come back." Guixiang responded while making dinner. She, too, hadn't seen Yueying in a while. "All right, time to eat." Guixiang blew on the porridge in the spoon to cool it before feeding it to Xiaoyu. After tidying up, I grabbed 2 wild chickens, one dead and one alive, alongside a deer leg and followed my sister to Uncle's home. Upon arrival, Uncle, Aunt, and Gao Yui were all present. I knew you weren't home and were out looking for this brat. My Aunt Yin sure, predictably, didn't give me a kind look and glared at me ferociously. Getting full of yourself these days? Can't stomach the food I cook and insist on making your own. It's not like that, Auntie. I just feel bad for you, AE, who delivers meals every day, and you, who work hard cooking. I chuckled sheepishly. And for the record, I love your cooking the most. Sweet talker. Go wash your hands and eat. Aunt's face lit up briefly before her expression turned stern again. This brat. No way he's getting a warm welcome from me. Got it, I said cheerily, tossing the live wild chicken into the chicken coop. Well now, impressive. You even managed to catch a live one. Uncle laughed heartily. A live wild chicken is good. Keep it alive for eggs, or kill it fresh when you want to eat it. What's that other meat you've got? Deer meat. Now that's a real treat. Uncle smacked his lips. I've had that before. The flavor is out of this world. Seems like your days hunting up in the mountains are quite something. As we spoke, Aunt brought the food to the table. A large bowl of stewed cabbage with a few scattered pieces of pork, the aroma of lard wafting enticingly. There was also a small bowl of rabbit meat, 5 or 6 eggs, along with white steamed buns and corn cakes. Meat was rare and vegetables abundant, but for the countryside, this was already considered a feast. If not for Yueying visiting today, it's unlikely they'd even see meat, let alone the white steamed buns. Aunt, this deer meat won't keep for long. How about we cook some tonight? Better to eat it than let it spoil, I suggested with a smile. You've been short on money. Might as well take the deer meat to the market to sell for a bit of copper, Uncle said. A treat like this is meant to be enjoyed with family, I replied, standing up. You all wait. I'll prepare it, and it won't take long. I went to the stove, slicing the deer meat into thin pieces, then dicing green onions and dried chili peppers. As the hot oil hit the wok, the fragrance from the spices exploded into the air, and the moment the meat was added for stir-frying, the combined aroma of spice and meat filled the entire courtyard. Smells amazing. Gao Yue swallowed her saliva. This brat actually knows his way around the kitchen. Uncle Gao Gung chuckled. Humph, smells good doesn't mean it tastes good. Yanshi snorted dismissively through her nose. Gao Yueying didn't speak, but her lips twitched as if tasting the air. I placed the stir-fried deer meat on the table. Go ahead, try my cooking. Gao Yue picked up a piece, and instantly her eyes lit up. This is amazing. The best meat I've ever eaten. Let me try too. Uncle Gao Gung grabbed a bite, paused for a moment, then promptly stood up and made his way inside. I remember I have some wine. This dish deserves wine. It's all right, Aunt Yanshi critiqued, but her hand honestly reached out for another piece. Gao Yueying said nothing, focusing solely on piling food onto her plate. I also took a bite, spicy yet savory. It was indeed delicious. Uncle Gao Gung returned, carrying a small wine jar covered with red cloth, bound with multiple loops of string. He removed the cloth and poured out 2 bowls, passing one to me. Come, you and I, let's drink to this happy moment. Thank you, Uncle. I quickly rose, lowering my bowl to clink it with his. As the wine went down, a pleasant warmth spread through my stomach. The alcohol wasn't strong, not overpowering, with a mild and slightly astringent flavor. Was this what ancient wine was like? I savored it thoughtfully. It had a unique charm compared to modern liquors, though it seemed to lack something special. Back when Da'Nai was little, she'd always sneak my wine. So, want a taste now? Uncle Gao Gung wiped his mouth and smiled at Gao Yueying. Da'Nai was her childhood nickname. Her eyes were glued to the wine jar, nostalgic yearning written all over her face. She was quite a drinker, often indulging even in small quantities. But this time, she sighed regretfully, shaking her head firmly. I want to, but I can't. Why not? Uncle Gao Gung widened his eyes. Did the He family forbid you to drink? Are they bullying you? They can't do that to my daughter. I'll confront them tomorrow. I lifted my head as well. Yeah, sis, are they giving you trouble? Calm down, you two. Gao Yueying looked helpless. With my temperament, do you think anyone could bully me? I thought about it, then nodded. Fair point, which earned me a fierce glare from her. I sheepishly grinned and ducked my head to continue eating. Then what's the matter? Yanshi asked, perplexed. I'm expecting. Gao Yueying's face flushed faintly as she clasped her hands tightly at her stomach. Expecting? Sis, you mean you're pregnant? Gao Yue froze, then widened her eyes in astonishment. Gao Yueying nodded shyly. The doctor said it's been over 3 months. I came back this time to share the news with you all. This is sudden, and it's amazing. Yanshi's voice trembled as she hastily stripped off her outer robe and draped it over her daughter's shoulders. The wind outside is chilly, don't catch a cold. Her caution was understandable. Gao Yueying had been married for 2 years without any news of a pregnancy. While the He family hadn't pressured her, tongues would inevitably wag if it continued. Now, this news was like a blessing. It's only 3 months. There's no need to be overly cautious, Gao Yueying protested, embarrassed. How could you say that? This is your first child. Even a minor accident could have serious consequences. Yinsher scolded her. You mustn't be so carefree. Yes, mother, Gao Yueying murmured, her hand gently resting on her stomach, her face glowing with tenderness. I, too, felt genuinely happy for her. Perhaps this was the innate bond of family bloodlines. Sis, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow and gather some wild produce to nourish your body, I offered. The other day, I spotted a grove of hickory trees. Those are great for pregnancy. After dinner, I headed home, packing the leftovers for Xiaojiu. Tail wagging, Xiaojiu wolfed it down gleefully. The night grew late. After tidying up, I called it a day and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to a flurry of barking. Opening my eyes, I saw Xiaojiu stood by the bed, pacing anxiously. Glancing outside the window, the sky was already bright. I've slept for a long time, I thought to myself. I got up and patted Xiaojiu's head. Were you afraid that I'd sleep to death, so you came to wake me? Xiaojiu didn't answer, just wagged its tail. I understood. Xiaojiu was a tiger-hunting dog, instinctively used to resting with hunters in the forests. Falling into too deep a sleep could be dangerous, as one might not react in time to threats. That's why it would frequently wake hunters to keep them alert to their surroundings. I got up and went to the yard. The wild chicken and rabbit I had tied up yesterday no longer had the energy to hop around, but they were still alive. Underneath the wild chicken sat 2 unexpected eggs. I chuckled. What a pleasant surprise. Picking up the eggs, I casually cracked them into a pan, fried them, and swiftly made myself a bowl of mixed grain noodles. I slurped it down cleanly. Then, I boiled a piece of roe deer meat and put it in Xiaojiu's bowl. Tiger hunting dogs needed to eat meat every day. As for me, eating meat daily would make me sick of it, especially in the morning. I had no appetite for meat then. After breakfast, I stared at the wild chicken and rabbit on the ground, lost in thought. Today's 2 eggs got me thinking, it might be nice to raise some wild chickens. They could lay eggs regularly, and if I didn't feel like heading to the mountains, I could always slaughter one to eat. The problem was that wild chickens were difficult to raise. They could fly, so I'd need to build a completely enclosed coop. As for wild rabbits, I didn't even consider raising them. These creatures were timid and could easily die from fright. They couldn't adapt to new environments and were only useful for their meat and hides. After carefully weighing my options, I decided that raising wild chickens was feasible. I'd just need to build a sturdy coop with a dense net covering the top to prevent them from flying away. Dense netting should be available for purchase in the county. I walked over, picked up the wild chicken, untied the rope around its legs, and tossed it into an empty room. I scattered a handful of grain and locked the door. I decided I'd start building the chicken coop after my next trip to town. From yesterday's hunt, apart from roe deer meat, I also had a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Given the warm daytime temperatures and the fact that I couldn't finish it all in one go, I decided to cook everything, salt it, and preserve it for longer storage. I threw the leftover roe deer meat and bones into a pot, filled it with water, and brought it to a boil, skimming off the foam and adding yellow wine, spring onions, and ginger. As the water surface slowly filled with oil droplets, I removed the cooked meat, placed it in a porcelain bowl, sprinkled on lots of coarse salt, and stored it in a cool, shaded area. I treated the rabbit and the previous day's wild chicken the same way. 2 large bowls full of meat now sat on the stove. Worried that stray cats might get to them while I was away, I made sure to cover them with planks and weighed them down with 2 large stones. After finishing all this, I made some cornflake cakes to bring as rations. The mountains didn't lack for meat, but dry food was another matter. I grabbed my bow and knife, ensured everything was ready, and headed out with Xiaojiu. Brother you. Just as I stepped out the door, I ran into Gao Yuei, carrying a basket. She ran over excitedly. Are you going up the mountain? Take me with you. I stopped in my tracks, a little surprised. What would you do on the mountain? It's not safe up there. Elder sister is expecting, isn't she? I wanted to pick some mushrooms and mountain produce for her, she said with a grin. Besides, with you there, what is there to worry about? She grabbed onto my arm playfully. Enough with the flattery, I said, giving her a helpless look. But you've grown up. You're starting to care about family. After a moment of thought, I said, fine, I'll take you. But you have to promise me that you'll follow my orders, not run around, and never stray too far from me. Thanks, brother. Gao Yuei agreed enthusiastically. After climbing the mountain, I found the walnut grove I remembered. From afar, it didn't look like much, but upon closer inspection, the trees were laden with clusters of green-yellow walnuts. Quite a few had also fallen to the ground. So many walnuts. Gao Yuei gasped in delight as she hurried over. Mature walnuts were wrapped in greenish-yellow husks, some of which had split open slightly. Removing these husks and letting the nuts dry produced the walnuts we usually ate. She set down her basket and began eagerly collecting the walnuts with husks still on them. The husks could easily stain one's hands black, and the color wouldn't wash off easily. It was better to process them at home. I picked up one at random, peeled off the husk, and revealed the pale, yellow walnut inside. It would darken with time after being dried. Cracking the shell, I popped the fresh kernel into my mouth and chewed. It tasted completely different from dried walnuts. Fresh, tender, and crunchy, it had a faint fragrance and sweetness. Watching Gao Yue joyfully collecting walnuts, I said, "Yue, I'm going to look around the forest and see if I can hunt anything. Don't wander off, it's easy to get lost." "Got it, brother. You go ahead," she replied without looking up. I set down my basket, patted Xiao Jiu on the head, and told it to stay behind to protect her. With only my knife and bow in hand, I headed off. I didn't venture far, staying within the walnut grove. Perhaps the abundance of fallen walnuts attracted wildlife, as it wasn't long before I spotted a wild chicken. I raised my bow, and with a swift shot, the wild chicken flapped its wings before falling to the ground. I walked over, tied it to my waist, and was about to move on when I froze. A short distance away, there was another one. What luck today? 2 in a row, I thought, raising my bow again. This time, the arrow pierced through its neck, pinning it to a tree. This grove seemed to have no shortage of wild chickens. Over the next half hour, I managed to bag 3 more. With my waist heavy with chickens and their colorful tail feathers dragging along the ground, I felt elated. No matter how much game I carried, I didn't feel the weight. Just as I was about to continue, I suddenly heard a series of urgent, loud barks. The barking was intense, carrying a warning tone. My heart sank. It was Xiao Jiu, the sound unmistakable. Something had gone wrong. Without hesitation, I turned and sprinted back. As I got closer, the barking grew louder, and my anxiety deepened. Gao Yue was still there. If something had happened to her, how would I face Uncle? Finally, I reached the spot. Following the barking, I immediately spotted the danger, and my pupils contracted sharply. Gao Yue was pressed against the trunk of a large tree, her face pale with fear. Xiao Jiu stood in front of her, its fur bristling and sharp teeth bared. In front of them, a massive wild boar weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds glared at them with blood-red eyes. Its coarse gray-brown fur was streaked with white on its cheeks, and its 2 large tusks curved upward menacingly. "What a huge boar," I gasped, taking in a sharp breath. It was the biggest one I had ever seen, but I had no time to dwell on its size. The boar was advancing on Gao Yue step by step. Without a second thought, I nocked an arrow, took a hasty aim, and let it fly. The arrow struck the boar's back, a direct hit. But its hide was so thick, layered with years of hardened pine resin, that the arrow barely penetrated before coming to a stop. Roar! The boar howled in pain, growing even more enraged as it charged forward and shattered a nearby tree as thick as a bowl. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "Big fat pig, over here!" In my mind, I knew that one arrow wouldn't be enough to. "It won't go bad. Take some to build up your strength." Gao Yue quickly changed the subject, speaking carefully. Gao Yue took the walnuts, a smile spreading across her face. "You two are pretty resourceful, knowing to bring back some wild goods. Makes sense though, the woods are big, you're bound to run into some good stuff. Sis, here are 2 pheasants we caught today. Take them home and make some soup to build yourself up." I handed her the 2 pheasants in my hands. Gao Yue shot me a glance and pursed her lips. "You little rascal, guess you've still got a bit of a conscience after all." "Sis, if I'm a rascal, then wouldn't that make you a rascal's sister?" I teased with a grin. "You little brat, I'm gonna smack you." She raised her hand to hit me, and I quickly ducked back, laughing. Okay, I'm sorry, all right? That good enough." The whole family bickered and joked around, but the atmosphere was lively as could be. After dinner, I went back to my little room, my eyes falling on that empty quiver. I need to restock those arrows as soon as possible and get a few other things ready while I'm at it. I resolved to myself. That wild boar, I was determined to get it. Winter was coming fast, and now was the perfect time to stock up on some boar meat. Besides, hunting a wild boar was both a challenge and a way to sharpen my own skills. One of these days, I'll make every creature in these mountains know I am their master. A confident smile curved at the corner of my mouth as I gently closed my eyes. The night was still, pale moonlight drifting down over the mountain village. My thoughts wove together like threads, yet my resolve was absolute. "I can eat," Gao Yue said with a sneaky laugh. "And there's the pheasant I hunted today. I'll take it back for my nephew to eat." I smiled and waved my hand. "Thank you both," Gao Yue said, somewhat touched. Her younger siblings had truly grown up. "Once my nephew is born, I'll have to teach him a lesson to settle the score for how many times you've hit me over the years, sis." I sneered. A mother's debt repaid by her child, just thinking about it made me happy. Whatever small amount of emotion Gao Yue had just felt instantly vanished. This boy still wasn't reliable. That evening's meal consisted of stewed rabbit meat and radish, accompanied by a large bowl of mixed cold vegetables. The cold dish had freshly harvested walnuts added, making it especially tasty. How are you returning home tomorrow, sis? I asked as we dined. Gao Yuang couldn't stay long, fearing her in-laws might worry. She decided to leave early the next morning. I've arranged with old donkey Lu in the village. He's agreed to drive the donkey cart to take your sister back. I gave him some money, our eldest uncle explained. With Gao Yuang being pregnant, she couldn't handle a long walk and needed transport. That works, I nodded. Yuang, you probably can't come back before the confinement period is over, right? Our eldest aunt, clearly reluctant to part, scooted closer to her, gripping her hand. Giving birth is tough work. You must take care of yourself, avoid falling ill, eat plenty of meat, and don't do heavy labor. Eldest aunt began to ramble, offering all the advice she could think of. Mom, don't worry. Next time I return, I'll be carrying your eldest grandchild in my arms. Gao Yuang nodded repeatedly, her face lit with joy. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. Because of the wild boar situation, I wasn't going up the mountain today. With nothing much to do and no funds to make arrows, I had to wait until I earned some money from selling the deer in my system. Speaking of the system, I opened the interface for a quick look. Current item count, 3. In a few more hours, that number would turn to 4. After a quick wash, I started preparing a meal. Having slept in, it was almost noon, and my stomach was growling fiercely. I decided to cook a bit of the salt-cured meat from yesterday. Chicken, rabbit, and roe deer all went into the pot, along with some sun-dried hazel mushrooms. I stuck a row of corn cakes to the sides of the pot and covered it all to simmer. The pine wood under the stove crackled as it burned, filling the air with the enticing aroma of meat and mushrooms within moments. I lifted the lid, sprinkled in some spices. No extra salt was needed since the meat was already cured, gave the pot a stir, and scooped everything out. Setting up a table in the yard, I alternated between bites of mushroom and meat. The fresh mushrooms blended with the umami of the meat so deliciously, it felt like I could swallow my tongue. A few bites in, I suddenly heard a faint rustling sound near the wall shared with Sister Guixiang's house. Puzzled, I raised my head. Peeking over the low wall was a little girl with braided pigtails, staring intently at the meat on my table while swallowing her saliva. It was none other than Sister Guixiang's daughter, Gao Xiaoyu. As soon as she caught my gaze, she shrank down slightly. Xiaoyu, want to join me for some food? I called out to her. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded, but then quickly shook her head as if remembering something. Mom doesn't let me eat food from others. Despite her words, drool was practically dripping from her mouth. Just a few days ago, her mother had somehow acquired a rabbit and had been giving her a small piece at each meal. It was so delicious, yet never enough. Still, she had been content. Before that, she hadn't had any meat in ages. Now there was this big bowl of meat, looking and smelling irresistibly tempting. I'm not exactly others, I said, putting down my chopsticks, getting up, and pulling her off the low wall. The candies I gave you the other day, your mom let you keep those, didn't she? Go ahead, eat. I ruffled her hair with a smile. My predecessor had stolen so many of their chickens back in the day. I was more than willing to feed this little girl a few meals to make up for it. Thank you, Uncle Gaoyu. After a fierce internal struggle, the little girl couldn't resist the aroma of the meat any longer and happily agreed. She figured I was right. I wasn't really an outsider. After all, her mom had mentioned me several times over the past couple of days, even calling out my name in a dream once. I fetched her a clean pair of chopsticks. Eat slowly, and be cautious of the bones so you don't choke, I said, smiling as I placed a piece of roe deer meat on her plate. The little girl ate until her belly was round and full, finally stopping out of politeness as she wiped the oil from her mouth. That was amazing. It's the best meal I've had all year. After finishing, she hopped down from her chair, saying, I'm full now. Thank you, Uncle Gaoyu. I looked at the table. I'd had enough, too. There was still some meat and mushrooms left in the pot. Wait a moment. Take this back to your mom. I grabbed a bowl and filled it with the remaining chicken, mushrooms, and 3 or 4 corn cakes. Be careful not to spill it. The little girl carefully carried the bowl, which was larger than her face, step by step to her house. Mom. Guixiang was stitching embroidery inside the house when she heard her daughter's voice at the door. Startled, she put down her needle and thread and went to open the door. You little rascal, sneaking off on your own. Who gave you this? Guixiang's eyes widened when she saw the bowl of meat and mushrooms. Uncle Gaoyu gave it to me. Gao Xiaoyu explained, recounting the events of eating at my place in detail. You gluttonous little thing. Guixiang affectionately tapped her daughter's forehead, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the bowl. If it had been anyone else, she would have made her child return the meat immediately. But this was different with me. She could see it in my eyes, clear and without any ill intentions. When I gave something, there were no strings attached. Xiaoyu, There are freshly made steamed buns on the stove and some freshly picked chili peppers and cabbages on the ground. Go take them to Uncle Gao Yu as a thank you. After all, neighbors should look out for one another. Over the next few days, I didn't head back to the mountains, instead cutting down some trees and starting to build a chicken coop. I just needed to fence it with a dense netting to finish it. Almost done. The grain at home is running low. 2. Time to retrieve the duplicated items from the system. Suppressing my excitement, I opened the system interface. Current item count, 8. Current stored item, deer. Retrieve items. Retrieve. A dazzling flash of white light appeared before my eyes. 8 identical deer, with the same size, weight, and even identical wounds, instantly materialized, nearly filling half the yard. As I stared at the deer, my eyes glimmered with dreams of piles of silver coins. They all look identical. I'll have to butcher them separately before selling, otherwise people might think something suspicious. In ancient times, if someone discovered 8 identical deer, it might be considered a miracle and reported to the authorities. That would spell trouble. I grabbed a knife and began to disassemble the deer. Having butchered them before, my hands were adept at the task. I'll bring more next time. I waved my hand with a smile, covered the meat on the cart with the cloth, and turned to leave. With practiced movements, the meat was cut piece by piece, the bones chopped with an axe, and the deer heart, liver, and other organs were all placed together in a bucket. The deer penis, a highly prized item even more expensive than deer meat, was carefully set aside. The deer hide was cut into pieces. Perfect and intact hides were more valuable, but to avoid suspicion, this approach had to suffice. All morning, I had been cutting meat, my forehead drenched in sweat. It was exhausting work. After removing the viscera, a deer left about 80 to 90 pounds of meat. 8 deer, 600 to 700 pounds in total. I didn't plan on letting the meat sit at home overnight. It had to be taken to the town to sell today itself. I borrowed a donkey cart from old Lou at the cost of 1 pound of deer meat. He gave me a quick lesson on cart driving, and I picked it up fast. After a stick of incense's worth of time, I was proficient enough. Driving the cart back home, I loaded it with the deer meat, internal organs, fresh deer skins, and a dried roe deer pelt. It was late autumn, nearing winter, prime time for selling pelts. I had also kept some rabbit skins at home. When winter came and I ventured into the mountains to hunt, warm pelts were a necessity. Guiding the cart, I made my way to the county town. After some thought, I decided to go to the Gung mansion first. Last time, Gung Schwer had mentioned that if I ever got wild game, I could bring some to their residence. With such a large household, they'd undoubtedly buy in bulk. Arriving at Xuanwu Street, just as I was about to enter, 2 servants sprang out and stopped me. Hey, donkey carts aren't allowed in here. I halted the cart and dismounted. Brothers, could you please inform Steward Fu that Gao Yu has brought some fresh deer meat to ask if the Gung household is interested? I smiled amiably, and the wariness in their eyes eased a bit. All right, wait here. Shortly after, an elderly steward with graying hair emerged. Steward Fu, it's been a while. Indeed, it has been a while. Are you here to sell deer meat? He got straight to the point. Yes. I lifted the cloth on the cart. So much. You've got to have hunted 7 or 8 deer for this. He said in surprise. 8 in total, all freshly hunted these past few days. The items kept in the system's storage wouldn't spoil, their quality remaining as fresh as if just obtained. No wonder you could bring the young miss down safely from the mountains. You've got some skills. Steward Fu gave me a piercing look. Bagging so many deer in just a few days put me among the top hunters. After confirming the meat was fresh, he waved his hand decisively. Give me 200 pounds of deer meat at 20 coins a pound. I'll take all the hearts and livers as well. 1 set at 100 coins. What do you say? My eyes lit up. Deal. On the way here, I had inquired about the market price. Deer meat went for around 15 coins a pound. The Gung Mansion's offer, at 20 coins, was indeed generous. 200 pounds of meat, for 1,000 coins, or roughly 4 taels of silver. 8 sets of deer hearts and livers. 800 coins. In total, for 1,800 coins. Steward Fu swiftly fetched the money and had the servants carry the goods into the mansion. Once the servants had walked off, he glanced around, his expression suddenly shifting into something peculiar. After confirming no one was around, he lowered his voice and said, "That deer penis, are you selling it?" He was referring to the bucket of deer penises. I froze for a moment before casting a peculiar glance at his graying hair. Truly aging like fine wine, eh? Ahem, of course I'm selling it. This deer penis is an excellent. All right, no need to elaborate. I understand. Steward Fu interrupted me, visibly embarrassed. He pulled out a silver ingot from his coat and pressed it into my hand. 2 taels. No need to give me change, it's all inclusive. Then, as sneakily as a thief, he grabbed a piece of deer meat and covered the bucket's contents with it, concealing the deer penises. Done deal. My grin widened ear to ear. On the market, a deer penis would fetch at most 1 tael of silver. Getting double for it was a steal. Young man, you're welcome to sell your goods here in the future, but don't even think about our young miss. You two come from different worlds. The only one getting hurt will be you. Steward Fu picked up the bucket and started nagging. I raised an eyebrow. I had only come to sell deer meat, nothing else on my agenda, but that condescending tone of his rubbed me the wrong way. That's none of your concern. My voice was calm, but distant. Steward Fu chuckled, assuming it was just youthful naivety. He figured I was probably one of those young men who daydream about nobility falling in love with commoners after reading too many storybooks. He believed I'd come to my senses one day. Pushing my cart, I left Gung Mansion. Behind me, Steward Fu watched my departing figure for a moment, then turned back into the mansion. Cutting through several courtyards, he entered an elegant study where a middle-aged man with a scholarly air, donning a square scarf, was writing with noticeable flair. Master, the hunter who saved the young miss is here again, selling venison, Steward Fu said respectfully. Did he mention Schwer's matter? The man asked without looking up. No, he seems to strictly be here for the sale. The man said nothing further. After some hesitation, Steward Fu added, Master, I bought some deer penis and will have the kitchen prepare matsutake and deer penis soup for you. You've been working hard recently and could use the nourishment. You're quite thoughtful. The man glanced at him, a rare smile spreading across his face. Go to the account room and collect a 10-tael reward. Thank you, Master. Steward Fu, knowing when to withdraw, left with tact. Leaving Xuanwu Street, I headed to a hide shop. Boss, do you take hides? There was no one else in the shop. The owner, napping behind the counter, opened his eyes at the sound and grinned. Of course. What are you selling, my friend? These deer hides, plus a roe deer pelt. I unloaded the hides. The boss examined them closely and shook his head in regret. What a shame. If these deer hides were whole, I'd offer 300 coins each. But with them cut into pieces, I can only give 200 coins apiece. As for the roe deer pelt, it's complete and rare, so I'll offer 500 coins. I nodded. The price was reasonable. Deal. Great. The boss quickly calculated. That's 2,100 coins altogether, around 2 taels and 1 mace, correct? Correct. I'll fetch the money. The boss chuckled. You must have remarkable skills to get so many hides. Pure luck, I replied, smiling modestly without elaborating. Leaving the hide shop, I now had 8 taels and 9 maces in my pouch. Driving the cart, I headed to the county's bustling marketplace. The place was crowded, bustling with noise and life. Fresh venison for sale. Top-grade fresh venison, 15 coins per pound. Buy 3 pounds and get half a pound free. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Before long, a crowd gathered around. Fresh venison? Rare find. And you're even offering a bonus. Boss, give me 3 pounds. The deal worked like magic. More and more people showed up, clamoring to buy. Buy. Wait a moment. I realized I hadn't brought a scale. Luckily, I borrowed one from a neighboring stall, using a pound of meat as collateral, and started weighing the venison. The crowd grew so enthusiastic that the meat sold out in no time. I kept a few pounds aside for myself and my family. Those who missed out expressed their disappointment. Boss, can't you sell us a bit more? Someone pleaded. Sorry, no can do. But next time I get something good, I'll bring it here. I replied cheerfully, covering the remaining dough, and prepared to leave. They're still being sold here. These are for my family. All right then, next time you come, I'll make sure to get to the front of the line. The crowd dispersed, and I began to count the money. This batch of meat sold for 7 taels and 9 coins. Adding it to the previous amount, I now had a total of 16 taels and 8 coins in hand. Instant fortune. Stretching lazily, I felt great. Selling this much meat made the day's hard work worthwhile. Feeling my stomach, I realized I was hungry. I decided to get a bite to eat, then settle my gambling debt and the old man's dog debt before buying some supplies and heading home. I picked the busiest bun shop in town and sat down. Boss, 2 steamer baskets of meat buns, a bowl of egg soup, and a plate of cold appetizers. Coming right up. The owner moved deftly and soon brought the food to my table. The meat buns were stuffed generously, 1 bite, and the juices overflowed. I devoured everything ravenously, leaving not a single bun, nor even a drop of egg soup or a piece of the cold dish. After paying, I headed straight to the dog seller's stall. Old man, it's been a while. I greeted with a smile. Ah, young fellow. Long time no see. The old dog seller recognized me immediately. I first asked about Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu is doing great. I've been taking him up the mountains for hunting. He's quite the capable one. I've been feeding him meat daily, and he's caught plenty of wild pheasants and rabbits himself. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. The old man nodded repeatedly, continuing, a hunting dog should indeed roam the forests with a hunter. Thank you for parting with him. I'm here today to settle the remaining payment, I said, taking out the silver from my pocket. No rush, no rush. The old man looked a bit surprised. It had been less than 10 days since I bought the dog, and he hadn't expected me to return with the money so quickly. It's only right to pay up. The total was 8 taels. I already gave you 2 taels and 7 coins last time, so that leaves 5 taels and 3 coins, I said, counting the money and handing it over. Also, here's some venison for you. I reached into the remaining batch of venison and handed him 3 or 4 pounds. Xiao Jiao was practically half gifted to me by this old man, so I thought it proper to give him some venison in return. The old man froze, looking at the venison with a complicated expression, seemingly a bit moved. An old, lonely man like me, spending a lifetime with just dogs for company. It's been long since anyone has given me anything, he murmured. Then, after some thought, he said something unexpected. Since that's the case, I'll give you one more dog. He rummaged through the pile of dogs for a while and finally pulled out a slender dog with a yellow coat and snow-white paws. It looked to be 5 or 6 months old. This is a sighthound. It's the fastest, with great stamina. In some situations, it might even prove more useful than Xiaojiao. I'm giving it to you. I hesitated for a moment. Don't refuse. Are you allowed to give me something? But I'm not allowed to gift you in return. He sternly put on a mock-stern face and directly shoved the dog into my arms. Like I said before, as long as you treat them well, I'll rest assured. Clearly, this old man genuinely loved his dogs. Thank you very much. I will take good care of him, I said, taking a deep breath and deciding not to refuse any further. After saying goodbye to the old man, I pondered for a moment and decided to head to the blacksmith shop. After repaying the dog debt, I was left with only 11 taels and 5 coins. I still owe the gambling house 11 taels. After buying some supplies, there won't be enough left, I muttered, scratching the dog's head, a little worried. I had just come into a small fortune, and now it felt like it was going to evaporate in no time. It was an unpleasant thought. Xiao Shi. Yes, that's your name now. What should I do? I had already named the dog Xiao Shi, to follow in sequence after Xiao Jiao. Xiao Shi warmly licked my hand in response. A simple, yet comforting gesture. Never mind, arrows are a must. If worst comes to worst, I'll sell this jade pendant. It should be worth some money, I said, pulling out the purple jade pendant from around my neck. A trinket I had traded for a meal with Gung Suer the other day. I didn't know its exact value, but considering her family background, it probably wasn't cheap. Thinking as I walked, I soon arrived at the blacksmith shop. As I entered, a wall of heat hit me, accompanied by a cacophony of hammering sounds. What do you need? A shirtless and brawny man wiped his sweat and walked over to me. Arrows. Bring out your best, I replied directly. The blacksmith nodded without wasting any words and brought out 3 types: bamboo arrows, birchwood arrows, and iron feather arrows. The first 2 had iron tips, but differed in the materials of their shafts and fletching. The iron feather arrows, on the other hand, had larger heads and iron fletching, giving them more armor-piercing power. If I had used these against the wild boar that day, I might have injured it more heavily. I looked them over carefully and made my decision. I'll take 10 birchwood arrows, 10 iron feather arrows, and 20 bamboo arrows. Bamboo arrows cost 10 when each, birchwood 15, and iron feather 20, a total of 551. After buying the arrows, I also picked up some rice, flour, and cooking oil, leaving precisely 10 taels in my pocket. But that still wasn't enough to clear the gambling debt. I guess I'll have to pawn the jade pendant, I decided, turning to head to the pawn shop. Boss, I want to pawn something, I announced upon entering a shop called Yu Feng Zhai, placing the jade pendant on the counter. All right, holy. You dare pawn this. The boss had only just taken a glance when his hands trembled, almost dropping it. He looked at me with a mix of disbelief and shock. Kid, let me tell you something. There's no pawn shop in the entirety of Tonglu County that would dare accept this. This thing is, well, never mind, I don't even dare say. This shop is too small for such things. You better find somewhere else. With that, he pushed the pendant back toward me. His tone was so resolute that I knew there was no point arguing further. Feeling puzzled, I carefully slid the jade pendant back around my neck and left the store. I didn't bother trying any other pawn shops. Yu Feng Zhai was one of the top pawn shops in Tonglu County. If even they didn't dare accept it, no one else would. Could this pendant have a significant background? Or perhaps the Gung family wielded some extraordinary influence in this region, making their property unmistakable and untouchable? Forget it. I'll head to the gambling house instead. I still owe 1 tael, but I can return 10 today and cover the remainder after hunting and selling more game. Following my memory, I made my way to the gambling house. Located on the bustling South Street, it was surrounded by one gambling den after another. Stopping under the sign that read Fortune's Way Gambling House, I stepped inside. The moment I entered, the uproar hit me like a tidal wave. A horde of gamblers, eyes bloodshot, shouted hoarsely at dice cups, their expressions alternating between crazed despair and defeated stupor. Gambling, 10 bets, 9 losses. Aside from the house, no one ever truly wins. I scanned the room and soon spotted Luda, snoozing near the wall. Walking over, I patted his shoulder. Who the hell dares disturb my nap? Huh. Oh, it's you. What bring? Wait, you're not here to pay up, are you? Luda's initial annoyance quickly turned to surprise. 2 or 3 days remained until the half-month deadline. You guessed right. I came to pay my debt. I replied, grinning as I got straight to the point. You think you can mess with me and get away with it? Luda sneered, clearly skeptical that I had managed to gather the money. I wouldn't have come if I wasn't ready to pay, I said, cutting the nonsense and pulling out a fistful of shiny silver coins to show him. Wow, didn't expect you to pull this off so quickly, Luda said, nodding. He wasn't too bothered. He likely assumed I had borrowed the money from relatives or friends. He hefted. All right, enough. The father, Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, his face calm and composed. He turned to look deeply at Yang Hai, who stood before him, uncertain yet respectful. Yes, your grandfather is indeed the cornerstone of our Yang family, a pillar of the court, Yang gently admitted. But do you think one man's influence can sustain a dynasty forever? Power wanes, allies come and go, and the tides of life are ever-changing. Have you truly considered why our family remains untouched amidst all turmoil? Why even those who envy us dare not act against us? Yang Hai frowned, unsure of the direction this conversation was taking, but unwilling to interrupt his father. Instead, he silently waited for the pronouncement that he felt was imminent. Yang took a deep breath and turned fully toward him, his hands clasped behind his back. It is foresight higher. His voice was resolute, yet not unkind. The Yang family does not simply rely on pride, wealth, or heritage. We look beyond what is apparent, seeking the unseen potential of individuals, nurturing hidden talent, and binding ourselves with alliances that others cannot comprehend until they witness their full fruit. Yang Hai blinked, taken aback, but still silent. The boy, Gao Yu, Yang continued, pointing a finger at the ink portrait on the desk. He is no ordinary young man. Life has given him hardship. He has endured and emerged changed. He is sharper, sturdier. Destiny itself favors those with resilience. And more importantly, his voice grew faintly softer. Do you truly believe in accidents higher? For a long moment, the study felt utterly silent, save for the faint rustling of leaves outside in the quiet courtyard. Yang Hai hesitated, his mind spinning. Could it really have been fate that brought this Gao Yu into their orbit? Or was his father's wisdom operating at depths he could barely fathom? Father, this matter, won't the rest of the family object? The implications of tying Yang blood to such an obscure root. Yang smiled faintly. Let them try and stop me. There was no anger in his voice, no boastfulness. Merely the calm determination that marked a man used to making choices for the long-term benefit of his family, regardless of how others saw them in the moment. Send someone to carefully observe him further, Yang muttered after a moment's thought. Ensure his integrity. This is no time for recklessness, but trust must be earned. Yang Hai nodded, retreating to make arrangements, though inwardly conflicted. Gao Yu, he murmured under his breath, committing the name to memory and deciding he would see this young man with his own eyes soon enough. And with that, plans quietly set in motion would ripple outward into consequences neither the Yang family nor Gao Yu himself could yet anticipate. Gong interrupted irritably. All my life, I, Gong have been a wise and illustrious man. How could I have fathered a son like you, who only knows how to curry favor? In any case, the Gong family's current prestige is all thanks to your grandfather. The respect and deference others show the Gong family are, in truth, directed towards your grandfather. He paused, then spat out a few words that utterly shocked Gong Hai. But a secret report has come from the capital. Your grandfather is gravely ill and likely doesn't have much time left. How could this be? Gong Hai's expression changed rapidly. In an instant, he grasped the critical issue. The Gong family's glory depended entirely on Elder Gong. Once the elder was gone, the Gong family would become a piece of succulent prey, waiting to be devoured by others. Those people would even fabricate charges against the Gong family, leading to its total collapse in one fell swoop. Even their very lives would be in the hands of others. Seeing that he had figured it out, Gong nodded approvingly. This son of his was not entirely dim-witted, after all. We can't escape this, but we may still be able to secure a way out for your sister, Gong continued. A daughter married off assumes another surname, and is henceforth unrelated to the Gong family. Perhaps that way, she'll have a chance at survival. His gaze betrayed a hint of helplessness. It just so happens that your sister gifted the purple jade heart pendant to someone else. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. But father, how do you know that boy is a worthy man? What if he mistreats my sister in the future? Gung Hai couldn't help but ask. Having grown up in the Gung family, he had long been prepared for the possibility of its downfall. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure and began contemplating plans for his sister. That boy sold a lot of venison today. He's an excellent hunter. He managed to scrape together such a large sum in just over 10 days and return the money as promised. This shows he values integrity. Gung Eng's grasp on my whereabouts was crystal clear, a testament to the Gung family's capabilities. Regardless of his past, for now, he seems decent. Of course, I'll keep observing him closely in the coming days. I will only entrust your sister to someone truly deserving. After saying this, Gung Eng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Little Hai, you'd better be prepared as well. Those people all see the Gung family as a plump lamb to be savored. Each of them is itching to take a bite. I intend to make them understand that if they want a piece of the Gung family, they'll have to lose a couple of teeth in the process. The Gung family had been rooted in Tonglu for decades. They had long anticipated this day and would not sit idly by, awaiting their fate. Yes, Gung Hai replied solemnly, bowed, and left the study slowly, making his way back to his courtyard. Come here. Start covertly looking for capable men for me. Money is not an issue. The more, the better. After some thought, Gung Hai called over a trusted confidant. Forge more weapons as well, just in case. Also, recruit additional enforcers from the gambling houses to ensure business operations remain unaffected. He scanned the courtyard and happened to catch sight of the sandalwood Buddha statue, wearing an expression of compassion. Suddenly, with a swift kick, he knocked the incense burner over. Bow to you every day, and for what? You're utterly useless. I'll dismantle you right now. I had purchased rice, noodles, grain, and oil, with 10 taels of silver tucked snugly in my pocket, and made my way back to Gaojia village. Today's trip was quite satisfying. I settled my debts and even returned with 10 taels of silver. After traveling such a long distance, I was feeling a bit worn out. I initially planned to take a bath and go to bed early, but when I saw the dense net I had brought back, I changed my mind. I spent 2 or 3 hours draping the net over the chicken coop I had built myself. This way, even if the wild chickens could fly, they wouldn't be able to escape and would have to stay put inside. Now I can raise some wild chickens. On days when I don't feel like climbing the mountains, I can just take it easy at home. I casually tossed a wild chicken into the enclosure, scattered a handful of rice, and added some straw. The newly acquired Xiao Shi curiously sniffed at Xiao Jiao, who was circling around me, only to be glared at. Xiao Shi immediately cowered, lowering its head in submission. Tiger hunting dogs are natural-born kings among canines, exuding an innate aura of dominance. Xiao Jiao, don't bully it, I said as I patted both dogs on their heads. I went into the kitchen, cooked a pot of yellow millet rice, and prepared some bamboo shoots stewed with rabbit meat. After giving the dogs their share, I got ready to dig into my own meal. Just as I sat down, I heard the sound of someone crying outside the door. Who was crying? I froze for a moment. It was already evening. Everyone should be eating dinner by now. Who would be crying outside my door? I set down my chopsticks and got up to open the door. Looking out, I saw a burly man, dark-skinned and sturdy, leaning against a tree not far away, wiping tears from his face. The scene was a bit comical. Despite his broad and rough appearance, he was wearing patched-up clothing, a red belly band draped across his chest, and even had 2 pigtails tied on his head. Tiger? What's wrong with you? My mind immediately retrieved this person's identity. That was Gao Hu, around the same age as me, someone I used to play with as a child. Unfortunately, he suffered a high fever in his teens which went untreated, leaving him a bit slow-witted. His father had passed away early, leaving him to care for a blind mother. Their lives were even harder than mine. But the previous version of me looked down on his slowness and had long chosen to ignore him. Brother you? Wah. Seeing me, Gao Hu burst into even louder sobs. Stop crying and tell me who bullied you, I said sternly. Clearly, he had been bullied. Picking on someone with a mental handicap, utterly disgraceful. What's going on here? Gu Xiang overheard the commotion and came out of her house. Behind her, Gao Xiaoyu followed, curiously peeking out. Between sobs, Gao Hu recounted what had happened. His father had died years ago, and in order to afford the burial, they had sold off all the family's land. Gao Hu, not being very bright, worked everywhere in the village to make ends meet for him and his blind mother. He would help out wherever he could, whether for weddings, funerals, or house construction. Some households would give a little alcohol, meat, or a small red envelope as a token of gratitude. At the very least, they'd offer a few coppers. This was an unspoken rule in the village and the only means by which mother and son survived. Recently, the hunchback's family had invited him over to help with their grandson's 100-day feast. Gao Hu had worked tirelessly the whole day, taking on all the dirty and strenuous tasks. But just before the banquet began, the hunchback chased him away. The excuse given was that his foolishness might bring bad luck to their grandson. Not a single meal was offered, let alone any money. After laboring for an entire day with nothing to show for it, he had come here to secretly cry his heart out. That hunchback. What nonsense about bad luck. He's just a miser. Can't even spare a single meal. Gui Xiang fumed upon hearing the story. Everyone in the village knew about Gao Hu's situation. Most would lend a hand or at least provide a meal. It was the bare minimum. The hunchback's actions were outright bullying. Tiger, let's go. We'll head back and confront him. My face darkened. Gao Hu was, after all, my childhood playmate. I couldn't let this slide. I pulled him up and headed straight for the hunchback's house. Xiaoyu, wait at home for mom. I'll be back shortly. Gui Xiang sent Gao Xiaoyu back into the house, locked the door, and followed us. The hunchback's front door was still adorned with festive red papers and celebratory symbols, clearly showing that the banquet had just ended. Hunchback, get your ass out here now. Gui Xiang's fiery temperament rivaled that of Gao Yueying, shouting, scolded harshly. You heartless thing. You're capable of doing anything despicable. Who's shouting outside? The entire Luo family came out. Luo Hunchback himself, his wife, his son, and his daughter-in-law. All of them. Luo Hunchback, you even dared to deceive Gao Hu? Don't you have any shame left? I said in a low voice. Using someone and discarding them like trash? You've lived this long just to disgrace yourself? You better give an explanation for what's happened today. Luo Hunchback glanced at Gao Hu and immediately understood. How did I deceive him? He tried to defend himself, but his voice was weak, knowing he was at fault. It was his wife who jumped to his defense instead. She was as stout as a barrel and equally aggressive. You little whore. And you, her deadbeat lover. Showing up on a joyous occasion. Are you looking for trouble? Believe it or not, I'll scratch your faces raw. Go ahead and try. I'm no pushover. Gui Xiang countered fiercely. The two women started trading barbed insults, and soon enough, they drew a crowd of curious villagers. It's just about food, isn't it? Did you really think I starved him on purpose? I simply didn't have time to look after him. Luo Hunchback's wife shouted stubbornly. Then why don't you just give it to him? What's the point of running your mouth? Gui Xiang shot back, equally relentless. The tension escalated, and a brawl seemed imminent. I sighed and suddenly chuckled softly. My gaze shifted to Luo Hunchback's paralyzed son, Luo Gui, who was seated in a wooden wheelchair. Luo Gui, right? This child of yours, he really is yours. I asked, my tone calm yet tinged with subtle suggestion. Though my voice wasn't loud, it caught the attention of the villagers, who collectively turned their heads to look. Even Gui Xiang stopped talking and stared at me in stunned silence. There was no other way to describe it. The words I'd just spoken packed a punch. What do you mean by that? Luo Gui's face turned beet red. He clutched the edges of his wheelchair tightly and exclaimed, even though my legs are disabled, it doesn't mean I can't fulfill my duties as a man. What exactly are you trying to say? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed the face of Luo Gui's wife. What are you insinuating, Gaoyu? Luo Hunchback's expression turned ashen. I didn't say anything about your abilities, Luo Gui. Observing the expressions on their faces, my gut feeling turned into near certainty. Let's think back. Based on the date of the baby's 100-day banquet, your wife must have conceived in December the year before last, right? After I spoke, I smiled without elaborating. The villagers erupted into murmurs. December? Wasn't Luo Gui at a cattle ranch out of town during that time? He didn't come back for 2 whole months. Then this child isn't his, is it? Shoo, keep your voice down. I think I'm starting to get it. If Luo Gui wasn't around, and the only man in the house was Luo Hunchback, could it be? Rumors about Luo Hunchback's flirtations within the family had already spread around the village, so everyone quickly put 2 and 2 together. Chances were, this child was Luo Hunchback's. Oh dear heavens, what sin have I committed? Luo Hunchback's wife finally pieced it together. She collapsed to the ground, wailing dramatically. Luo Hunchback, you vile scoundrel. Both Luo Hunchback and Luo Gui stood there with grim expressions, humiliated beyond words as their dirty secret was exposed to the public. All right, Huzi, in light of this situation, we'll let go of the money they owe. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. I smiled faintly, taking Huzi by the arm and leading him away. After we'd walked some distance, Gui Xiang spoke with a hint of concern. Was it really a good idea to do that? She was referring to how I disclosed the truth about Luo Hunchback. Do you think I was wrong, Sister Gui Xiang? I asked. She shook her head. No, I actually found it pretty satisfying. People like him deserve that sort of resolution. But Luo Hunchback is narrow-minded. I'm worried he might hold grudges and try to mess with you in the future. Don't worry. I smiled. Luo Hunchback may act tough, but he's a timid person at heart. He wouldn't dare to do anything too extreme. If you say so, just be cautious, she said as we arrived at the house. Gui Xiang returned to her home, and I led Gao Hu into the courtyard. Wow, you brother. Smells amazing. Gao Hu immediately sniffed the air and swallowed audibly. Are you cooking meat? Your nose is sharp. I grinned. Before leaving the house earlier, I'd covered the meat with a bowl, so there shouldn't have been any lingering aroma. I walked over and lifted the bowl. Huzi, have a seat. I'll scoop you some rice. Gao Hu's eyes lit up as he stared at the stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. He had worked all day at Luo Hunchback's house, but only had breakfast that morning. Naturally, he was famished. Then I won't hold back, brother you. He sat down and immediately picked up a piece of rabbit meat, stuffing it into his mouth. So good. So good. He even chewed the rabbit bones until they were completely crushed. I served him a heaping bowl of yellow millet rice. As soon as he started eating, the bowl was cleaned out in no time. He didn't even leave a single grain of rice stuck to the sides. Seeing he still had an appetite, I refilled his bowl. After polishing off 3 big bowls, Gao Hu finally placed the bowl down, looking a little embarrassed. Thank you for the meal, brother you. If there's anything you need help with at home, just let me know. I'll do whatever I can. There's not much at my place. Wait a second. Suddenly, my mind flashed to that wild boar. I was determined to hunt it down. But doing it alone would be too risky. I needed help. And the perfect helper was standing right in front of me. Huzi, there is something actually. I explained the situation with the wild boar to him. Gao Hu might not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, but he wasn't stupid. He understood immediately. No problem, brother you. I'll do it. He agreed without hesitation. No rush. Go home and discuss it with Auntie before making a decision, I said thoughtfully. Hunting a wild boar isn't like hunting ordinary game. It's dangerous and requires careful consideration. If both you and Auntie agree, we'll split the spoils 50-50. That's not necessary, brother you. I can decide this on my own. Gao Hu said quickly. Do as I say. Auntie must know about this. I insisted firmly. All right then. He nodded resolutely. That's better. I smiled and handed over some leftovers. Auntie probably hasn't eaten yet, has she? Bring this back to her. There was still some meat and yellow millet rice left from our meal. I packed everything up, and Gao Hu took it with him. The next morning, just after I finished breakfast, Gao Hu showed up at my door. Brother you, my mom agreed. He beamed with excitement. She said you stood up for me yesterday and even let us have meat to eat. That's a great kindness. A kindness must be repaid. So she told me to join you in hunting the wild boar. He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. She also told me not to freeload food from others, or people will dislike me in the future. His timing, showing up after breakfast, was also part of her instructions. All of this over one meal. There's no need for such formalities. I laughed and shook my head. I could pretty much guess Annie's thoughts. She likely feared that if something happened to her, Gao Hu wouldn't have a place in the village and wouldn't survive. Having settled things with Gao Hu, I tidied up at home and prepared to set out. Today to accomplish something big. My uncle sold his land for me. I had found out about it, and it moved me deeply. It was during a casual conversation with Gao Yui that she inadvertently let it slip. Land is the lifeblood of the village folk, the foundation of their survival. For my uncle to sell his land for me, it's an immeasurable kindness. Even one's own parents might not manage to do such a thing. Today, I'm heading out with the intention to buy back the land my uncle sold. The person who acquired the land is Wang Laokai, a well-known landlord in the village. In his youth, he earned some silver and started dabbling in the business of buying and selling land. His house is the grandest in the village, built with blue bricks and mortar, topped with red-tiled roofs. The door is painted black, adorned with 2 gold-plated handles. Bang, bang, bang. I knocked on the door knocker. Who is it? A puzzled voice came from the courtyard as the door opened. What are you here for? Wang Laokai, a middle-aged man with a prominent black mole on his face, furrowed his brow when he saw me. In the village, my reputation, Gao Yu's, boiled down to 2 words, compulsive gambler. Wang Laokai and I never had any dealings before, and he was not keen on being associated with me in any way. I walked forward and gave a polite smile. Uncle Wang, did my uncle sell you 2 pieces of land a few days ago? By seniority, I should address him as uncle. Yes, what about it? His gaze instantly turned wary. It couldn't be that Gao Yu intended to seize the land, could it? A scoundrel like him could be capable of almost anything. There was an official contract at the time. The land's been paid for fair and square. If you intend to take it back by force, that's impossible. I paused, shook my head, and replied, Uncle Wang, you've misunderstood me. I am not here to seize the land, but to buy it. I want to buy back the land my uncle sold. Oh, you startled me for a moment, he said, taking a breath. Wait, did you just say you came to buy land? He looked at me, surprised. Debt-ridden as I was, where on earth could I have gotten the spare change to purchase land? Noticing his skepticism, I reached into my robe and pulled out the silver. That kind of thing has a way of dissolving doubts. Oh, all right then, come on in. He stepped aside to let me into the courtyard. He didn't know where I had gotten the money, but that wasn't his business. Nobody disliked silver. We sat, And Wang Laokai brought out a pile of land deeds and an account book from his house. After flipping through them, he frowned. Of the 2 plots your uncle sold me, I've already sold one, but the other still remains. Then sell me the remaining plot, I said immediately. And please, Uncle Wang, find me another fertile piece of land to buy as well. That can be done, he nodded, pulling out a deed and passing it to me. How about this piece on Dongshan, East Mountain? The soil is fertile, the crops yield well, better than the one your uncle sold, and it's even bigger. I carefully examined the deed and nodded. This will do. Wang Laokai, though fond of money, was honest. A claim of fertile land from him could be trusted. When your uncle sold the original 2 plots, the total was 5 taels and 2 coins. This fertile piece is 4 coins more expensive. I'll add just 1 coin to my profit. It's not too much, is it? Uncle Wang, you're truly fair, I nodded. Indeed, it wasn't much, and he deserved to make some profit. All right then, that'll be 5 taels and 7 coins. I swiftly handed over the money. The paperwork didn't require a trip to the county. A notarized deed from the village head, with our thumbprints, sufficed. I tucked the land deeds into my robe, bade farewell to Wang Laokai, and headed home. When I entered, I saw Gao Yue playing with Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi. Brother, where were you? Out running some errands, I said casually. Did you need me for something? Yes, Dad asked me to call you over. She nodded before asking with concern. Brother, you haven't been up the mountain these past few days, have you? She was still spooked by the wild boar from before. No, just resting at home, I replied. Wait a moment, I'll pack up and go with you. From the shaded spot near the stove, I grabbed some leftover venison from yesterday, cut off 5 or 6 pounds, and headed out with her towards our uncle's house. Brother, is this venison? Where did you get it? A few days ago, while strolling near the village, this foolish deer ran right into me. I made up a small lie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain its origins. Brother, you're so lucky to come across a deer just by the village. Chatting along the way, we soon arrived at Uncle's house. In the courtyard, Uncle Gao Gung sat on a small stool, and opposite him sat my aunt, Yin Shi. Uncle Aunt, I greeted, setting the venison on the table. You're here. Uncle forced a smile. I called you over to discuss the gambling debts. Recently, he had sold land, scrimped his savings, and even sold the newly harvested grain to finally pull together enough to settle the debt. Just as well, I have something to say too, I said, pulling up a stool to sit. Oh, then you go ahead first. Uncle was taken aback. There's no need to worry about the gambling debts anymore, Uncle. I've already paid them off. I reached into my robe and brought out 2 land deeds. And I bought back the land you sold. One of the original pieces was sold again, so I got you a better one instead. These past days, I'm deeply sorry for burdening you, Aunt, and Yue, worrying about me. I promise, from now on, I'll never gamble again. This. Uncle and Aunt exchanged a stunned glance. Where did you get the money to pay the debts? Gao Yu, you didn't take out a high-interest loan, did you? Uncle asked sternly. Absolutely not. I swear, this is all money I earned through my hard work. Not a single penny was borrowed. As for how I got it, I can't say just yet. The 2 looked at each other again, and gradually, they seemed to accept it. All right, you've grown up, and you have your own plans. As long as you don't gamble or accrue debts anymore, I can rest easy, Uncle said, a gentle relief in his voice. But how can I let you pay for the land? Dear, go inside and fetch some silver to reimburse you for the land money. Uncle, you're treating me like an outsider. I feigned indignation. If it weren't for your support over the years, who knows where I might have ended up? Maybe beaten to death at some gambling den. If I were to take this money, my conscience would never be at ease. Uncle's kindness is etched in my heart. These words made Uncle beam with joy. Even Aunt looked at me differently, her gaze carrying an air of approval. All right, I'll go make a few dishes. Today, the 2 of us are going to have a good drink together. I'll do it. Uncle, let me show you what I can do, I said, grabbing the venison and heading into the kitchen. I planned to make a clear stewed venison dish and a side of cold lotus root slices. The venison went into the pot, skimming off the scum as it boiled. I added some salt and then tossed in chunks of white radish to simmer for a while before taking it off the stove. The wild venison had not the slightest hint of gaminess, only a rich, fragrant aroma. Here, Uncle, Aunt, try some, I said, handing them each a piece. Yue picked up a piece. The venison was tender and fresh, and everyone nodded in satisfaction as they ate. Come, Yue, to celebrate you clearing your debts and starting anew. Uncle raised his wine cup. Thank you, Uncle. I downed my drink in one gulp. I wiped my mouth. This wine was much stronger than the one a few days ago. I picked up a slice of crispy lotus root to offset the taste. Yue, what are your plans now? How about buying a few acres of farmland? Aunt's tone had grown much warmer. She had always been kind to me, but over the years, I'd hurt her time and again, which was why she had previously distanced herself. No, Aunt, I shook my head. Hunting in the mountains earns far more than farming, and I enjoy life up in the mountains. Farming's not for me. It's autumn now, so the game is plentiful and the harvest abundant, Aunt Yen said with some concern. But in a few weeks, winter will set in. Animals will either bury themselves in snow dens to hibernate or retreat deep into the mountains. Hunting will be far harder then. Farming is more stable. I'll hunt plenty during autumn. It'll be fine. However, I secretly thought to myself, with the multiplier system on my side, I'll be swimming in wealth long before winter arrives. Getting through the season will be a breeze. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and I was finally ready to head into the mountains. These past few days, I had sharpened my knife and axe until they gleamed, and carefully treated my bow with tung oil. Equipped with all my gear, I left the house and headed straight for Gao Hu's place. Is Huzi at home? To my surprise, while Gao Hu's home was simple, it wasn't shabby. The ground was smooth, and the walls were neatly built, probably a testament to his diligence. Gao Hu squatted in the yard, sipping on a bowl of coarse grain porridge. The porridge was hot, so he slurped carefully along the rim of the bowl. Floating in the porridge was a strand of dark, pickled vegetable. When he noticed me, he quickly stood up. Yuji, you're here? Did you eat already? I can get you some food. No, I already ate. I quickly stopped him. Is that Gao Yu? Gao Hu's blind mother fumbled her way out of the house. Yes, Auntie, it's me. Gao Hu, there are a few eggs in the brazier. Boil them for Gao Yu, she instructed. Then, turning to me, she continued. Thank you, child, for helping Gao Hu the other day and even treating him to a meal. There's really no need for that. Huzi and I have been friends since we were kids. Helping him is only natural, I said. Today, I'm here to take him up into the mountains to scout the terrain and see if we can catch that wild boar. Oh, well, you two be careful up there. Worry flashed across her face. Wild boars are fierce and not to be taken lightly. My Gao Hu's wit isn't the sharpest. I'll have to trouble you to look after him. She reached out and touched Gao Hu's head. He just grinned foolishly. Don't worry, Auntie. I promised to bring Huzi back safe and sound. I said seriously. The two of us left the house. Auntie leaned against the doorframe, her unseeing eyes gazing in our direction. She was worried, but she also understood Gao Hu would need to learn to fend for himself in the future. Perhaps this hunting trip could pave the way for his independence. She sighed and turned back inside. With Gao Hu in tow, I arrived at the walnut grove where I had previously encountered the wild boar. Yuji, so many walnuts. Gao Hu exclaimed, picking one up and cracking it open with his teeth in a single bite, munching on the kernel inside. I couldn't help but twitch at the sight. His teeth were so strong he could crack open walnuts effortlessly. Huzi, here's an axe for you. Be careful. The wild boar could appear at any time. I handed him the polished axe and crouched down to closely examine the fallen walnuts on the ground. After returning last time, I had thought about it. Running into the wild boar here had not been a coincidence. This grove had an abundance of fallen walnuts, likely attracting the boar on its quest for food. It must have been searching for walnuts when Yue and I stumbled upon it. Sure enough, there were many gnawed-on walnuts scattered on the ground. Nearby, a few tufts of coarse, gray-black hair unmistakably belonging to the wild boar lay strewn about. The bite marks are fresh. This wild boar must have been here within the past couple of days, I muttered. If that's the case, it's bound to return. We'll just need to dig a few traps here and wait. It'll save us from combing through the entire mountain for it. Huzi, grab the hoe and spade. Let's dig some traps. The tools were ones we had brought from his house. Got it, Yuji. He abandoned the walnut in his hand and swung his arm into action. Make the traps deep and wide enough so the wild boar can't climb out once it falls in, I instructed as we worked. Understood, Yuji, he replied with a cheerful grin. This guy was impressively efficient. My pit was only waist deep, while his had already been dug taller than his own height, with a mound of dirt piling up beside it. My plan was to align the traps in a row, maximizing the chances of the boar stepping into one as soon as it entered the grove. By the time we had dug 5 or 6 pits in a neat line, placed sharp branches inside, covered each pit with grass, and cleaned up all traces, morning had turned to noon. Huzi, feeling hungry? A little, he said, laughing sheepishly, but his stomach growled thunderously. A little? He sounded famished. Here's some flatbread to hold you over. I'll go get some game. We'll have meat for lunch. I dusted off my hands, picked up my bow, and set off into the forest. The forest was abundant with wildlife, and it wasn't long before I had shot 2 wild pheasants. I carried them back triumphantly. Today, I'm going to show you a high-end culinary skill, beggar's chicken, I announced with confidence. Beggar's chicken? Yuji, are we pretending to be beggars now? Gao Hu asked, looking perplexed. No, beggar's chicken is a delicious dish. Just wait, you'll see. I dug a small pit in the ground, prepared the pheasants by removing their organs, placed the hearts and livers back inside, stuffed them with a few walnut kernels, plucked the feathers, and coated them generously with salt. Without lotus leaves, I improvised with banana leaves I found nearby, wrapping the chickens tightly. Then, I covered the bundles in yellow clay, placed them into the pit, and built a fire over it. Once the flames died down, I let the residual heat slowly cook the chickens until tender. Breaking apart the hardened clay shells, the golden, fragrant aroma of cooked chicken wafted into the air. "Ug, this chicken smells amazing." Gao swallowed hard. "Go ahead, give it a try," I said, handing him one bird while digging into the other myself, tearing off a drumstick and taking a bite. "So good, so good." Gaohu's words were muffled as he gnawed on the chicken bones until they were spotless. Paired with the flatbread we'd brought, the two of us ate to our heart's content. "Ug, what now?" "Wait." I tamped down the remaining embers with soil and uttered just one word. Wild boars were incredibly strong. Seeking them out blindly not only posed great risk, but also made it easier for them to escape. This walnut grove was their feeding ground. With patience, they were bound to return. The line of traps we had set up gave us a significant advantage. "Can you climb a tree, Huzi?" He nodded. "A little." I directed him to climb one tree, and I took another myself. From our elevated positions, nearly the entire walnut grove spread out before us. The wild boars won't be able to detect us. I half lay concealed in the dense foliage of the forest, trying to find the most comfortable position possible. Time passed slowly. The whole afternoon drifted by, and besides a few pheasants wandering close, there wasn't even a shadow of the wild boar. I didn't shoot at those pheasants for fear of alarming the bigger prey. As nightfall approached, the wild boar still hadn't shown up. I sighed internally. Hunting wild boar, it's undeniably challenging. But I wasn't particularly frustrated. This was normal. If not today, then tomorrow. Eventually, it would appear. Just when I was about to call out to Gaohu to leave, an all-too-familiar snorting sound reached my ears, and I instantly tensed up. That sound, it had to be a wild boar. At last it had come. I signaled to Gaohu, who was perched in the tree opposite, telling him to stay still. Following the sound, I saw a wild boar slowly enter my line of sight. It bore scars on its body, with pieces of broken arrows still lodged in it. It was the same one from a few days ago. It snorted and rooted around the ground, foraging for hickory nuts. "Brother you, it doesn't look like it's heading toward the trap," Gaohu whispered tensely. The boar's movement was veering further and further away from the trap. "I see it," I replied, frowning deeply. At this rate, the trap would go to waste. After thinking briefly, I leapt down from the tree. "Brother you, what are you doing?" Gaohu exclaimed in alarm. I didn't have time to respond. The moment I landed, I drew my bow, nocked an arrow, and shot directly at the wild boar. "Stupid boar, I'm here. Come and get me," I yelled loudly. The arrow I used was an iron-feathered one, far more lethal than ordinary arrows. It embedded itself halfway into the boar's body. The wild boar's body jerked violently, letting out a furious, heart-wrenching roar. With rage boiling in its veins, it turned its head and locked onto me, the very person who had injured it days ago. Fueled by vengeance, it charged toward me at full force. "Damn, its hide is thick, still not dead," I muttered as I turned on my heel and ran, leading it toward the trap. "Brother you, I'm coming to help you." Gaohu jumped down from his perch as well. But man and boar alike were running too fast. He couldn't keep up. The sound of the boar's hooves grew louder behind me, so close I could almost feel its heat. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. I discarded my heavy bow and arrows, running with all my might. The trap loomed closer by the second. Its angry howls echoed like a death knell, urging me on. If it managed to get too close, its tusks would tear me apart. Suddenly, I skidded to a stop, throwing myself backward and landing flat on the ground. The momentum of the chase carried the boar past me. Unable to halt in time, it leaped over my head and planted a hoof onto the camouflaged cover of the trap, instantly plummeting into the pit below. A piercing, mournful cry erupted from the trap, accompanied by a cloud of dust as the wild boar struggled violently within. Covered in dirt and barely catching my breath, my shirt drenched with sweat, I could still feel the thrill of that moment where life and death had hung by a thread. Wasting no time, I picked up my bow and arrows, aiming down into the pit, firing arrow after arrow until my quiver was empty. Gradually, the boar's movements ceased. As the dust settled, I finally saw the pit clearly. The boar was riddled with arrows, lifeless. Blood pooled at the bottom, turning the earth a vivid red. Gaohu ran over, panting. "Brother you, the wild boar is dead. We did it." "Yeah, we did." I couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. "Huzi, I'll climb down to tie it up. Give me a hand pulling it out." Grabbing some rope, I carefully climbed into the pit, avoiding the wooden stakes, and securely tied up the wild boar. Gaohu extended a hand to pull me out. Together, we used every ounce of our strength to haul the boar from the pit. Brother you, this boar must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. It's going to make a lot of meat. Gao Hu circled the massive beast, grinning ear to ear. Its coarse bristles and sheer bulk made it imposing even in death. Indeed, you don't see one this big every day? I nodded. I'd hunted wild boars before, but none of them measured up to this one. Should we bring it back to the village now? Gao Hu asked. I shook my head. Let's wait until nightfall. Heading back now might attract too much attention. People came and went in the village during the day, and returning now would risk running into someone. Hunters had an unspoken rule. If you bagged a big catch and were seen on the way back, you'd have to share some of the meat. Not that I was stingy, but even splitting it equally with Gao Hu, there wouldn't be much left for me if I had to give portions to others. Besides, it had been 15 days since my last double harvest, and the system had refreshed another opportunity. I wanted to use it to double the wild boar meat. All right, Gao Hu agreed without hesitation. He didn't fully understand my reasoning, but he was prone to trusting me. While waiting for nightfall, I pulled out the arrows and washed them clean by the river. I also drained the boar's blood. If left inside, the coagulated blood would ruin the taste of the meat. We had dinner right there in the forest. I started a fire using walnut branches and husks, carved 2 chunks of meat with alternating fat and lean, and roasted them over the flames with a sprinkle of salt. The 2 of us ate heartily. Wild boar meat was chewier than regular pork and carried a richer flavor. It was utterly satisfying. Brother you, your face is covered in soot. Gao Hu laughed suddenly, pointing at me. Sure enough, my mouth was greasy, and my face smudged with soot and ash. It must have been a funny sight. You're one to talk. Your face is even worse. I glanced at him and burst into laughter. Half his face was as black as a chimney sweep. After finishing the large chunk of meat, we both leaned back, utterly stuffed. We washed our faces and hands in the river, and before long, the sky darkened. It was late autumn now. Nights came earlier and earlier. Brother you, don't worry about it. I'll carry it myself. Gao Hu insisted, grabbing the boar by its front legs and, with one great heave, hoisted it onto his back. My God, Huzi, your strength is insane. I stood dumbfounded. A boar weighing 300 or 400 pounds, carried with ease. He even walked as though it weighed nothing. By the time I snapped out of my astonishment, he was already far ahead. Brother you, come on. He turned back, grinning at me. Quickly, I jogged to keep up. Don't push yourself too hard. Huzi, if you get tired, put it down, and we'll carry it together. No need, he replied confidently, shaking his head. By the time we reached Gaojia village, Gao Hu had carried the wild boar all the way back without even breaking a sweat. The village was quiet at night, and we successfully made it to my home without running into anyone. Huzi, you're incredible. I gave him a thumbs up. His strength and endurance were beyond anything I'd expected. As soon as we entered, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi came bounding over, wagging their tails excitedly. The 2 pups had stayed home today because it had been too dangerous to bring them along on the boar hunt. Xiao Jiao, Xiao Shi, did you miss me? I laughed as I patted their heads. Huzi, let's divide the boar meat as we agreed, I said, turning to Gao Hu. He had indeed helped a lot today. Grabbing a hatchet, I prepared to split the boar in half. Since I wasn't particularly skilled at cutting meat neatly, I opted for brute force. Before my hatchet could land, Gao Hu stopped me. Brother you, just give me one leg, he said. No, not half. He scratched his head. This pig was trapped through your life-risking effort. I can't take so much of it. You played a big part too. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to catch it or bring it back. Don't be polite. No way. Gao Hu shook his head with a serious expression. Brother you, I'll only take one leg. If you disagree, I'll leave right now. But we agreed at first to split it evenly. I found myself in a bit of a dilemma. He stubbornly shook his head. That was just how he was, extremely hard-headed. Brother you, let me help you. He grabbed the axe, and with one swing, chopped off one hind leg. Lifting it, he grinned. This is enough. Enough to feed my mother and me for several days. His stubbornness was unrelenting, and nothing I said could change his mind. I could only give up the argument, planning to take him up the mountains more often in the future to make it up to him. Tiger, hold on. I ran into the kitchen and gathered up 10 pounds of wheat flour, 10 pounds of white rice, a pound of sugar, a pound of salt, and a bundle of vegetables. You may not want the pork, but you have to accept these. Don't refuse again, or I'll really get angry. Brother you, don't get mad. I'll take them. Seeing me faux angry, he quickly accepted everything, grinning from ear to ear. You should head back quickly. It's getting late. Your mother will be worried. He nodded, turned, and left. Once he was gone, I closed the courtyard door. Looking at the remaining large portion of the wild boar on the ground, I decided to put it all into the doubling system. I had been meaning to put the live chickens I raised in the yard into the system too, but unfortunately, it didn't accept living creatures. I had even wondered whether I could put silver coins into the system for an easy life. But sadly, The system wouldn't allow that kind of unearned gain. The coins couldn't go in. Oh well, being able to put other things in was still better than nothing. Besides, the more I used the system, the shorter the doubling time became, and the more items I could obtain. With a thought, the wild boar on the ground vanished instantly. Then, a countdown timer appeared on the system panel. Current countdown, 23 hours. 23 hours? I was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. A single deer had taken 12 hours to double, so of course, a wild boar would take longer. If it had been an entire boar, it might have taken 24 hours. I did a rough calculation. By the time the next system opportunity refreshed, this boar could be doubled 6 or 7 times. Wild boar meat fetched at least 10 won per pound. After subtracting the amount we'd eat and Gao Hu's leg portion, there would still be over 400 pounds left. By that estimate, it could sell for 6 to 7 taels of silver. The more I calculated, the more excited I became, almost seeing those gleaming silver coins waving at me. I wished it could be doubled instantly. But no matter how impatient I was, I had to wait as the days passed. During this time, I often took Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi up the mountain. With Xiao Jiao leading, Xiao Shi quickly learned how to catch wild chickens and rabbits. Each time, we returned with considerable gains. Most times, before I could draw my bow, the two of them had already brought prey back in their mouths. Aside from gifting some game to my uncle's house and Gao Hu's household, I began raising wild chickens myself. The number of chickens in the yard grew quickly, reaching nearly 20. At first, I had no idea how to manage them, and several died regularly. But over time, I figured out what worked, and they no longer died off. These chickens needed large amounts of grass and fodder daily, with some wild fruits and beans added in. Harvesting all that grass took up a lot of my time I could have spent hunting. After much thought, I went to find Gui Xiang and asked her to help gather grass for the chickens when she had free time. In return, I promised her some meat to take home each day. "Mom, this chicken leg is delicious," Gao Xiaoyu said, picking up the leg from her bowl and tearing off some meat for Gui Xiang before taking some for herself. "Mom, we eat meat every day now. It's so much better than before." Gui Xiang gently wiped the grease from the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, a soft smile forming on her lips. "Yes, that's all thanks to your Uncle Gao Yu's hunting in the mountains." Whenever she mentioned my name, Gui Xiang couldn't help but feel a strange flutter in her heart. She thought about it. I had asked her to gather grass for the chickens in exchange for some meat as payment. But how much effort did it really take to gather a bit of grass? Did it warrant getting so much meat in return? In her eyes, this was my way of quietly giving her family meat, a subtle yet thoughtful gesture that made her feel at ease, as if she had earned it through her efforts rather than receiving an outright gift. Gui Xiang's heart began to race. Was this his way of showing his affection? "Mom, why are you smiling so strangely?" Xiaoyu looked up at her, speaking around a mouthful of food. "I've never seen you smile like that before. Eat your food." Embarrassed, Gui Xiang's face turned red as she admonished her daughter, shooting her a reproving glare. Then, she placed the meat she'd just torn apart in front of Xiaoyu. "You're growing, you eat more. Mommy doesn't need it." "Thanks, Mom." And so, the days passed, turning into weeks. Half a month later, with great anticipation, I activated the system panel. Current item count, 8. This meant the wild boar meat I'd put in a few days ago had been multiplied 7-fold. Now there were 8 boars in total. I made sure my doors were locked and that no one could come in. Then, I retrieved all the wild boars from the system. 8 wild boars, each missing a rear leg, were neatly arranged in the courtyard. The yard was so tightly packed that I had barely any room to stand. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi were startled by the sight, barking as they ran to my side, tails wagging. I moved 6 of the wild boars into an empty room nearby, leaving 2 in the courtyard. Spreading out some oilcloth and setting up a few buckets, I began to butcher the boars. Every part of the boar was useful. Boar head, intestines, kidneys, heart, liver, nothing went to waste. My movements became quicker and more skilled as I sectioned the meat, piece by piece. After wiping the sweat from my brow, I realized the morning was gone. By the time I finished butchering the 2 wild boars, it was already lunchtime. I carried a boar head to the kitchen, planning to cook it for lunch. The stiff hairs on the head hadn't been dealt with yet. I ignited the stove, flames roaring as I singed the hairs clean off, filling the air with an acrid yet savory smell. Once the boar head was washed and cleaned in a basin, I split it in half. Heating oil in the wok, I sautéed some spices and scallions until fragrant, then filled the pot halfway with water and began stewing the boar head. When the meat was tender and falling from the bone, I added some salt and let it simmer a little longer. Afterward, I scooped it out. As for the broth left in the pot, I poured it into a basin. When it cooled, it would congeal into a gelatin known as boarhead aspic, delicious in its own way. Pulling some meat from the boar head, I stir-fried it with chili and garlic slices. I steamed a big batch of soft, fluffy mantou to go along with it. Stuffing some meat into the buns, I devoured 3 in one sitting. Satisfied and full, I began to ponder how to sell all this wild boar meat. I could gift some to the Gung family and sell some at the county market. But with this much meat, those 2 avenues wouldn't even come close to using it all. What about the rest? After some thought, I came up with an idea. I would travel from village to village, selling the wild boar meat to households in nearby communities. That was the only way to sell such a large quantity of meat. Once decided, I acted immediately. I visited Old Lou, the mule cart owner, and traded 3 pounds of wild boar meat for the use of his cart for the next few days. The chunks of meat I had prepped early in the day were loaded onto the cart and covered with burlap sacks. Driving the donkey cart, I headed straight out the door. The first stop, Hajia village. Hajia village wasn't as populated as Gaojia village, but it was still considered a sizable settlement in the area. At the open ground near the village entrance, I stopped the cart, cleared my throat, and shouted at the top of my lungs. Wild boar meat. Freshly hunted wild boar meat. Affordable prices. Selling wild boar meat. Having previously sold venison, my calls were smooth and practiced. Soon enough, curious villagers began to gather around. Spotting it was meat for sale, they quickly turned back to call others over. A small crowd began forming. "Young man, how much is this pork?" An elderly woman stepped forward to ask. "Head meat is 25 chien per catty, while tenderloin, rib cuts, and belly meat go for 16 won. Ribs are 12 won. Innards are priced separately." The elderly woman nodded. "Not too expensive at all. I'll take 2 catties of belly meat. And slice me some liver, too. My grandkids suffer from night blindness, and this will help." "No problem." I cheerily measured out the weight, and since she was my first customer of the day, I even threw in half a pig heart for her. The villagers swarmed in, each choosing what they wanted. During these times, wild boar meat was a rare treat, and since I priced mine lower than most, plenty of people were eager to buy. By noon, I had sold roughly 1/3 of my stock. "Here's your kidney. Take care." After packing the last order for a man, I wiped my hands and began counting my earnings. By noon, I had nearly 5 liang of silver in hand. Excitement surged within me. At this rate, I'd have a hefty fortune before long. I pulled out some pork head meat and corn cakes I had packed in the morning, casually grabbed a bite, and then drove off to the next village. This one was Zhao's village, a place I knew well, as it was my mother's maiden home. I often visited as a kid. "Fresh pork for sale? Quality pork for sale." I began shouting again. Just like in Hajia village, within no time, a crowd formed, asking for prices and making purchases. I collected payment and sliced meat with practiced ease. "You are? Xiaoyu?" A surprised voice reached my ears. Startled, I turned to see a middle-aged woman, her face a mix of astonishment and delight. "It really is you, Xiaoyu. I'm your aunt, your uncle's wife. I held you when you were little." I quickly recalled who she was, my younger maternal uncle's wife, Madame Qian. "Oh, aunt," I replied indifferently, barely glancing her way as I continued to measure and sell the meat. I had no interest in entertaining her. After my parents passed away, those 2 uncles came to see me only once, only to scam away food I barely had enough of. And that was in the dead of winter. If it weren't for my eldest uncle helping me out, I would have starved to death. From that point onward, any familial affection was long gone. Seeing my cold demeanor, Madame Qian looked a little embarrassed, though greed soon gleamed in her eyes. She sneakily glanced at the meat on the cart while showering me with exaggerated flattery. "Xiaoyu, you've really grown up and become so capable, hunting such a large wild boar. Not many around these parts are skilled enough to hunt wild boars. You're amazing. Our family hasn't had any meat in so long. How about this? You can let me take some poorer cuts back to give your 2 cousins a good meal." "Eh?" Slap. Without hesitation, I smacked her hand away just as she reached for a prime slice of pork belly. "Aunt, this piece of pork belly weighs 8 catties and 7 liang. If you want it, pay for it," I said with a sarcastic smile. "As for poor cuts, I keep those for feeding the dogs at home. I don't have extras for you." Madame Qian clutched her stinging hand, torn between shock and fury. "How dare you hit your aunt? It's just a piece of meat. Why not honor your elders? Little ingrate." She raised her voice, a look of righteous indignation on her face. "Haha, honoring my elders?" I scoffed, as though I'd just heard the joke of the year, my lips curling into a sarcastic smirk. "Whatever so-called family ties we had were severed the winter you stole my food. The year you nearly starved me to death." Madame Qian froze, her voice softening into a mumble. "That was so long ago. You're still holding a grudge?" "Huh, holding a grudge? You mean the winter when my parents had just died, and an 8-year-old was left to survive alone without food? You had nothing to eat, so you decided taking food from an orphan child in the freezing cold was justified." I found the situation utterly laughable. Since she dared to act shamelessly, I saw no issue exposing her disgraceful deeds. Let's say for argument's sake it was a loan. Haven't enough years passed for you to repay it. So tell me, why haven't I seen a single grain of rice from your side in all this time? Every word I said was firm and clear. The villagers, overhearing our exchange, began whispering amongst themselves. In no time, everyone understood the truth of the matter. Their gazes toward Madame Chien were filled with contempt and scorn. Bullying a child was downright despicable. Wretched brat, you think it's okay to disrespect your elders? Just wait, your uncle will deal with you. Madame Chien spat in anger, her face flushing red as she stormed off after delivering her threat. To me, it was nothing but a small bump in the road. I shrugged it off and continued selling my meat. One by one, the villagers left satisfied with their purchases. 2 caddies and 2 liang. Nailed it. With just a handful of customers left, I was measuring out more meat when suddenly, a group of 4 or 5 men charged out from the village, their faces contorted with fury. Trailing behind was Madame Chien, crying and loudly embellishing the situation to them. The first 2 men in the group were all too familiar to me. My eldest uncle, Zhao Yunhong, and my younger uncle, Zhao Yunhai. The younger ones behind them, I assumed, were my so-called cousins. You little rascal, how dare you bully your aunt? Tired of living, are you? Zhao Yunhai stormed up, jabbing a finger at my nose. What's this? Where did the old mutt come from, barking up a storm here? I snapped back without missing a beat. Even if you're upset, that was no way to address your elders, Zhao Yunhong added, his face dark and brooding. An elder should act like one, not bark like a stray. I don't recognize elders like these, I replied coolly, calmly slicing and selling meat without so much as looking in their direction. You ungrateful whelp. You need a proper lesson. Zhao Yunhai began rolling up his sleeves. Upon hearing this, I paused momentarily. Glancing briefly at the axe beside me, I wondered if I should split his skull in two. Yunhai, Xiao Yu is family, after all. As his elders, we shouldn't stoop to his level, Zhao Yunhong said, pulling his brother back slightly, his tone softer. Yet his gaze lingered on the silver and pork laid out before me, greed glimmering in his eyes. Xiao Yu, how about? My aunt should apologize, and then offer some pork as a gesture of goodwill. This matter will be resolved. After all, we're family. You and I, uncle and nephew, haven't seen each other for so long. Today, I invite you to dine at my home, and I will treat you well, Zhao Yunhong said with a forced smile. But then he cleared his throat, his expression hardening. However, let me just say, it's been years since you visited us, truly a breach in decorum. You made quite a bit of silver today, didn't you? Here's the deal, I will decide for you. Half of the silver you earned today, along with the leftover meat, should be divided between your 2 uncles. Consider it compensation for all the misli su Zhixianan, Zhao Yunhong declared. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Yunhai and Mrs. Qian paused in astonishment before nodding repeatedly in agreement. Yes, let's do that. If you agree, we'll forgive you. Your aunt and I aren't unreasonable people. Listening to all this, my face remained calm. Well, you've really thought this through. What if I say no? I retorted coldly. I truly had no interest in dealing with these people. Say no? You don't get a say in this. A young man stepped forward from behind Zhao Yunhai, sneering. This was Zhao Yunhai's son, Zhao Su. Not only him, but several others were also eyeing my pile of silver with ill-concealed greed. The money had clearly stirred up their desire. If you don't give it willingly, we'll take it ourselves. Zhao Su took another step forward, reaching out to grab the stack of silver coins. Calmly, I picked up an axe, meeting his gaze. Trying to rob me, are you? Go ahead, try it. The moment your hand reaches out, I'll chop it off. Though my voice wasn't loud, Zhao Su's sneer froze instantly. His hand hovered in midair, trembling. For some inexplicable reason, meeting my gaze sent chills down his spine. It was as though he were the prey, and I the hunter. But soon, he laughed at his own foolish thought. I was younger than he was. How could I possibly dare to actually strike? Determined not to back down, he reached for the silver again. Damn it, you actually dared to strike. Zhao Su yelled in a mix of shock and anger. If he hadn't instinctively pulled his hand back quickly, he might have lost it. I have the right to protect my property. So what if I swung the axe? Even if we take this matter to the officials, I wouldn't be punished, I said in a cold voice, gripping the axe tightly. Come back again, and next time, I'll aim for your neck. Zhao Su's face turned red, then pale, torn between rage and fear. But it was clear he had lost the courage to challenge me again. Clearly, I wasn't bluffing. I would follow through on my words. Hi you. I'm truly disappointed in you. I didn't expect you to be so cold-hearted. Zhao Yunhong scolded, trying to save face in front of the crowd. Considering how unyielding I was, he realized he wouldn't be able to extort any money. Since this is how you want it, let me tell you, our bond as uncle and nephew is done. From this day forward, we're strangers. We have nothing more to do with each other. Done deal. Consider this a day of celebration, I said, grinning with genuine relief. Avoiding further entanglements with such people was a blessing in itself. Humiliated in front of so many villagers, the Zhao family muttered a few more threats under their breath before leaving in dejection. I sold the remaining pork, then set off with my cart toward the next village. By the time I finished selling all the meat in that village, dusk had already fallen. I fed the donkey some fodder, let it rest briefly, and then began my journey back home. When I reached my door, the sky was already darkening. I tied the donkey cart in front of the house. It would still be useful over the next few days, so I wasn't planning to return it just yet. Entering my house, I carefully hid the money under the foot of the bed where no one would easily find it. After resting for a short while, I didn't plan on sleeping just yet. The meat from the remaining wild boars needed to be processed before it spoiled. I fetched 3 of the wild boars from the adjacent shed and brought them into the yard. Under the wan light of the moon and stars, everything glimmered faintly. Thanks to my experience, I could now skillfully and efficiently butcher the meat. By the time I finished processing the 3 boars, it was only the late hours of the evening. I wiped the sweat off my brow with my elbow and set the knife down. Looking over the neatly butchered meat, I felt an odd sense of satisfaction. It was almost therapeutic. Nearby, my guard dogs Xiao Jiu and Xiao Shi were still awake. Their green eyes glowed under the moonlight as they stood vigilantly by my side, monitoring the surroundings. After washing my hands, my stomach grumbled. I was hungry from the day's work. I decided to cook some pork intestines to go with the leftover pork head meat and steam buns from lunch. Carefully washing the intestines in water, I scrubbed them thoroughly with stove ash to remove any odor or residue before rinsing them again. On the stove, I boiled water, melting some broth from the pork head into it, then adding spices and salt. In no time, a pot of fragrant brine was ready. I placed the intestines into the steaming pot, tossing in a few pieces of meat for good measure before covering it to simmer. After half an hour, I pulled out the tender, flavorful pork intestines and meat, filling the entire room with a mouth-watering aroma. I skimmed any impurities from the broth in the pot, added more salt, and poured it into a container for storage. The more this brine is used, the richer its flavor would become over time. Slicing the intestines into small pieces, I mixed them with garlic paste. Paired with the warmed-up pork head meat and steamed buns, I enjoyed a satisfying meal. The chewy texture and rich flavor of the pork intestines were especially delightful. After eating, I even gave Xiao Jiu and Xiao Shi a portion of meat before cleaning up and going to bed. At dawn the next day, I woke early. Today, I planned to go to a farther village to sell meat, so I needed to get an early start. I boiled a few wild bird eggs and packed some flatbreads as my rations for the journey. Time was money. After all, I couldn't afford to waste it. After traveling for half an hour, I arrived at the next village. Just like before, I called out to gather a crowd, cut and weighed the meat, and spent my morning busy with sales. By the end of it, half my inventory was gone. As I finished serving the last customer, I realized it was time to head to yet another village. The next stop is Gudian village. My elder sister and her husband's family live there. It's the perfect chance to visit her and bring over some wild pork and bones to nourish her body. It had been a long time since I last saw my elder sister Gao Yueying. I wondered how she was doing. Driving the donkey cart, I entered Gudian village. Excuse me, can you tell me where He Sheng's house is? I stopped to ask a man working in the fields. Oh, you're looking for old He's second son's house? It's in the middle of the village, the third house on the right-hand side. The man straightened up and briefly squinted at my cart before asking, are you here to sell meat or visit relatives? I'm visiting relatives first, then selling meat in the afternoon. Got it. In that case, I'll come find you later in the afternoon to buy some. Sounds good. It didn't take me long to locate He Sheng's home. The He family had 2 brothers. He Sheng was the younger, and after marrying my elder sister, they'd chosen to live separately from the elder brother's family. The elder couple of the He family lived in their ancestral home. Knock, knock, knock. I struck the door knocker. Who is it? My elder sister opened the door in confusion, but upon seeing me, she cried out in delight. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Sis, I greeted her with a grin. My sister's belly had clearly grown since I last saw her. I hunted a few wild boars, and since I was passing by while selling the meat, I thought I'd bring you some pork and bones to nourish yourself, I explained. Upon hearing this, my sister was touched. Don't just stand out there, come in and rest. I tied up my donkey cart and carried about 10 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of ribs before following her into the courtyard. Wild boars aren't easy to hunt, right? My little brother is amazing. My sister praised me without holding back. Compared to before, I certainly had improved by leaps and bounds. Oh, it's you, little brother. My brother-in-law, He Sheng, came out laughing when he heard the commotion. But when he saw the meat and pork ribs in my hands, he froze for a second. This is... My little brother specially brought them for us, my sister said proudly. Then she turned to He Sheng. Why are you just standing there? It's already noon. Go make lunch for my brother. Got it, got it. Hisheng nodded emphatically and took the meat before retreating into the kitchen. Sis, you're leading a blissful life. Even your husband cooks for you. Oh, he just cares about me, that's all. But don't worry about that. I'll pour you some tea, she offered. No need, sis. I can do it myself. I quickly stopped her. Don't move around too much now. Taking care of the baby is the most important thing. I poured myself some tea and then went into the kitchen to assist. Before long, Hisheng and I had prepared 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork, tofu stew with ribs, spicy stir-fried salted fish, and a cold appetizer. Hisheng was a quiet man, not much of a talker, so most of the conversation was between my sister and me. How are our parents and Xiaoyi? Have you finally cleared your debts? Don't worry, sis. Everyone's doing just fine. I paid off my debts long ago and even managed to save up a bit. That's great, just great. From here on, you should work even harder to find a good wife and settle down. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Let's eat. Let's eat. I quickly changed the subject and placed a pork rib into her bowl. For now, I had no intention of finding a wife. I enjoyed the free life in the mountains and forests and didn't want to be tied down. Well, if you're set on that, I won't meddle, my sister said with a smile. After the meal, let your brother-in-law help you sell the meat quickly. Thank you, brother-in-law. We're family. No need for thanks, Hisheng said with a good-natured laugh. After the meal, Hisheng and I took the cart to the village entrance to sell meat. Once my sister cleaned up the dishes, she thought for a moment, cut off 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of ribs from what I brought, and left the house with her pregnant belly. The ancestral home of the He family. The eldest son's family lived there along with the elder couple of the He family. Mother, I just saw Gao's younger brother come over. He's probably here to borrow money again. The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Shi, said with a sneer. I heard her brother, Gao Yu, owes a lot of silver at the gambling den. If he's here to borrow money, it must be a significant amount. The second brother is so kind-hearted. He won't refuse, and a large part of our household money will likely be taken away. The elderly matriarch of the family was playing with the 2 children of the eldest's family. Hearing this, she frowned and glared at Li Shi. Don't badmouth your sister-in-law. She knows what's appropriate and wouldn't cause trouble for the He family. Instead of gossiping, why not embroider a few more handkerchiefs to contribute more to the household? Li Shi pursed her lips. That's easy for you to say. Her good-for-nothing brother. Who are you talking about, sister-in-law? A calm voice came from outside the door before she could finish her sentence. My elder sister came in carrying the meat and ribs, giving Li Shi a sidelong glance. If we're talking about causing trouble, I recall your father borrowing 3 taels of silver last autumn to buy a calf. The calf has grown now, but I haven't seen him return the money. Besides, we've already divided the household, so we won't trouble you, sister-in-law. Li Shi didn't expect my sister to come in suddenly and was caught entirely off guard. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she forced an awkward smile. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just concerned about my sister-in-law. If you don't like it, I won't bring it up again. Enough, mind your words. Don't just let anything come out of your mouth. The matriarch scolded before turning to my elder sister with a kinder expression. Second daughter-in-law, why are you out and about with that big belly? Be careful not to harm the baby. This was the second son's first child, and she cared deeply about it. Mother, my brother brought me some meat to nourish myself, so I cut off a portion to offer to you as filial respect. My brother is here to sell meat, not to borrow money, as sister-in-law suggested. My elder sister explained, casting another glance at Li Shi. Known for her boldness, my elder sister wasn't one to be trifled with. Wow, is that meat? I haven't had meat in so long. The 2 children cheered excitedly when they saw the meat. The younger one ran to my elder sister's side and looked at her sweetly. Auntie, can I have some? Of course you can, my elder sister said with a smile. No matter how Li Shi acted, she genuinely liked the 2 children. Thank you, Auntie. Both children jumped and danced with joy. Li Shi watched the scene, feeling even more ashamed. She quickly scrambled toward her room. Sister-in-law, I have some newly laid eggs and freshly picked peppers. Let me bring you some, don't be shy. Then thank you, sister-in-law, my elder sister replied triumphantly from outside. In this round, she had undoubtedly come out on top. On the other side, Hisheng and I quickly sold all the meat. Gutian village was large, and with Hisheng helping to shout out, many people came to buy meat. When the crowd dispersed, there were still some pig liver and pork left, which I left entirely to Hisheng. This was his payment for helping out, clear accounts between brothers. Little brother, are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? My sister asked, reluctant. Sis, look at the time. It's almost dark. I need to head back early, I said. Why not stay the night? I'll prepare a room for you, she offered. No need. I can only sleep well in my own bed. I'm not used to sleeping elsewhere. Leaping onto the donkey cart, I waved to her and said, see you. Today, I earned 21 taels and 3 chien, a massive sum. With the money in hand, my silver count had risen to 39 taels and 2 chien. Not only that, but I still had 3 wild boars. I butchered 2 to sell in the city and kept the last one to make cured meat and sausages. Winter was coming, and I needed to stockpile food as the harsh season was not conducive to hunting. After selling the 2 wild boars, the Gung family took half of one, and the rest sold out quickly at the market. The total income was 16 taels, thanks to the Gung family paying a bit extra. Now, my silver count had grown to 55 taels and 2 chien, enough to buy a small house in the county town. Finally, I feel like I have what it takes to confidently survive in this era. On the way back, I stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. From a debt-ridden gambling addict to someone with decent savings, I had made this transformation in just over a month. If you follow me, I'll just buy you. I patted the donkey on its side. Over the past few days, it had followed me everywhere and proven to be very useful, so the thought crossed my mind. Why not make it mine? Of course, it all depended on whether old Lou, the donkey's owner, was willing to sell. When I returned to the village, I headed straight for old Lou's house to state my intention. He relied on this donkey for his livelihood, so naturally, he was hesitant to sell. But as the saying goes, everything's negotiable as long as the price is right. After an intense round of bargaining, I finally purchased the donkey for 5.5 taels. That amount of money was enough for old Lou to buy 2 young donkey foals to raise. I was pleased too. This was a strong, healthy donkey, capable of carrying heavy loads and traversing mountain paths. With it, I wouldn't have to exhaust myself hauling large game back home from the mountains anymore. As for the cart attached to the donkey, old Lou kindly threw it in as a bonus. After all, making a cart doesn't cost much, and he figured it was a good gesture of goodwill. Driving my own donkey cart, I happily made my way back home. When I got home, I didn't stop to rest. I had a wild boar I needed to process. If I let it sit for a few more days, the meat would spoil. I took some intestines, the boar's heart, liver, and ribs, and placed them into the marinade I had prepared the day before. As for the remaining meat, I planned to send some to my uncle's household and other friends close to me. The rest, I decided, would all be made into cured bacon and sausages, ensuring we had plenty of meat to enjoy throughout the winter. I cleaned the boar's small intestines thoroughly with charcoal ash and water, scraping off any excess fat. These would serve as casings for the sausages. Mixing hind leg meat with streaky pork, I finally minced the meat to make the filling. Into a large tub, I added the meat and generously sprinkled ground spices and a lot of salt, stirring it all together. Taking a deep breath, I began filling a segment of the cleaned intestine with the mixture. But before I had even stuffed much, the casing broke and the filling spilled out everywhere. Still no experience, I muttered with a frown. In both this life and my previous one, I had never filled sausages before. Wait, Sister Guixiang gave me some sausages last year. I think she made them herself. I should ask her for help, I thought suddenly, feeling inspired. Besides, I'd just run out of salt at home, which meant curing the bacon would require borrowing some from her anyway. I walked over to Sister Guixiang's house next door and knocked on the door. Who's there? Guixiang's voice sounded slightly tense. It was already dark out. Was it another unruly man sneaking over? She quickly grabbed a bamboo pole, nervously watching the door. It's me, Gaoyu, I called out. Oh, it's you, Gaoyu. She let out a sigh of relief, putting down the pole before opening the door. What's brought you here so late? For some reason, as she opened the door, a faint feeling of expectancy stirred within her heart, though she couldn't quite explain what she was anticipating. Sister Guixiang, I hunted a wild boar in the mountains and wanted to make some sausages, but I'm clueless about the technique. Could you teach me? Also, my salt supply at home ran out. Could I borrow some from you? Ah, so that's why you're here. Sure. Give me a moment, she nodded. I'll put little Rain to bed and then come find you. Thank you, Sister Guixiang, I said gratefully. I returned to my courtyard, and before long, Sister Guixiang appeared at my door. Whoa, Sister Guixiang, you changed clothes? I asked, mildly surprised. Oh, the earlier set wasn't suitable for getting chores done, so I changed to something else, she replied sheepishly, her face slightly flushed. She was wearing a mauve dress, a cherished outfit she rarely donned. It had been a while since she'd worn it, and it made her appear even more radiant. However, the dress wasn't all that practical for work. Her excuse was less than convincing. Perhaps she just wanted to look nice this evening. You look prettier in this set, I said honestly. All right, enough of that. Let's get to work, she said hurriedly, changing the topic to hide her embarrassment. As she stepped into the courtyard and caught sight of the pile of boar meat on the ground, she exclaimed in surprise. That's one huge boar. Did you hunt it by yourself? Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Just luck, I replied with a smile and a nod. You're amazing, she praised wholeheartedly. A man capable of taking down a wild boar with his own hands. How impressive. She walked around the courtyard, inspecting the torn casing and then glancing at the tub of filling. Quickly, she pinpointed the issue. Your filling is too wet. You'll need to squeeze out more moisture. And when stuffing, make sure to work section by section. Don't rush it, or the casing will break. Also, any trapped air needs to be let out in time. Step by step, she demonstrated for me, and I nodded eagerly, finally understanding. With her guidance, I caught on quickly. Together, we managed to finish stuffing all the sausage casings in just over half an hour. Thank you so much for your help, Sister Guixiang, I said while hanging the sausages to dry. It's no big deal. By the way, I assume you don't know how to cure bacon either, she asked. That's even more complicated. It involves not just salting, but also several days of smoking. Since you have to go hunting in the mountains often, how about this? Bring the meat you want to cure to my place, and I'll handle it for you. Once it's done, I'll send it back. Don't worry, I won't sneak any of your pork, she joked. Sister Guixiang, even if you took all the pork for yourself, I'd be happy about it. You're practically family. I'd love for you to have as much as possible. For all the help she had given me during my toughest times, nothing I gave her now would ever truly be enough. Not an outsider? Sister Guixiang's breath seemed to catch in her throat, her body stiffening for a moment. Raising her child alone all these years, it had been so long since anyone had made her feel this warmth. Come on, sister, let's head inside, I said suddenly. She froze in place, my words echoing loudly in her mind. Head inside. Inside where? In the dark of night with no one around. A man inviting a woman into his house. What could it mean? But this was so fast. Her heart raced as she thought about refusing. Yet her feet disobeyed her and followed me inside. By heading inside, you meant sitting down to have tea? She asked dazedly, holding a cup of hot water. It was utterly different from what she had imagined. Of course. What else? Should I give you a foot massage too? I replied, confused. I just wanted her to relax, have a break, and enjoy a sip of tea. No need, no need. She quickly waved her hand, her cheeks burning red. She didn't even understand why, but lately, whenever she saw me, all sorts of absurd thoughts filled her mind. How about I pack some of the braised food I made today for you to take back to Little Rain? I offered, smiling as I walked to the stove. The pot of marinade bubbled softly, releasing an irresistible aroma as I lifted the lid. I picked out ribs, pig heart, liver, and large intestines, slicing and packing them for her. The fragrance of the marinade had grown even richer than before. The secret of old marinade was that it only became better over time. Sister Guixiang, the braised meats are packed. And about the pork for the bacon, you're free to eat as much as you'd like. But I didn't help much. Taking so much feels wrong, she said hesitantly, eyeing the overly full bag of food. You deserve it, I insisted, pressing the bag into her hands. Besides, I'll need your help with the bacon smoking later. This isn't much. It's late. Solemn, especially Xiao Hai. This time he didn't dare say another word of nonsense. He nodded at Mr. Ong and followed my directions off in another direction. I stood where I was, watching them leave, gripping my bow and arrow tightly. That faint unease lingering in my chest hadn't gone away. Even though they hadn't shown any hostility on the surface, the unknown always keeps you on guard. Just in case, I'd better be more careful today, I muttered to myself. I made my way through a stretch of woods. Sunlight filtered down through the gaps in the branches and leaves, dappled patterns of light and shadow flickering across the ground. I softened my footsteps, staying ready to hunt at any moment, my ears constantly picking up every sound around me. Before long, I spotted a group of squirrels darting about in the trees, gnawing on pine nuts. Squirrel meat isn't worth much, but right now I had no intention of wasting any prey. I drew my bow and nocked an arrow. The squirrels were nimble, leaping from branch to branch, but I locked onto one of them. The arrow flew from the string, and with a short, sharp squeal, the squirrel dropped from the branch. Good luck today. I walked over and picked up my catch, covering it with my back basket to keep the smell of blood from drawing other beasts. I pressed deeper into the mountains, and my haul gradually grew. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi trotted along happily behind me, but I stayed cautious the whole time, planning my hunting route sensibly and checking my bearings every so often to make sure I could find my way back. But as noon approached, a sudden faint sound made me stop in my tracks. It was very subtle, but to someone who'd hunted for years like me, it carried something unusual. I narrowed my eyes and held my breath, an instinct honed from a lifetime of hunting in these mountains. Suddenly, the bushes not far ahead rustled, and a massive wild boar came barreling out at full speed, a pair of menacing tusks jutting from its jaws. Xiao Shi, Xiao Jiao, stay back, I shouted. Something told me this opponent wasn't going to be easy. The boar charged at me, roaring. I quickly backed up a few steps, my bow and arrow already at the ready. The instant it closed in, I calmly drew the string full and loosed the arrow like a blade straight at its eye. Thwack! The boar let out an ear-splitting shriek, but the shot didn't bring it down. Instead, it drove the beast into a frenzy. It began smashing everything around it in a rage. Even the big tree I was hiding behind wasn't spared, groaning and creaking under its blows. In that moment, tense and thrilling all at once, I rapidly sized up the situation, gauged its stamina, and finally, drawing on years of experience and caution, coiled myself for the strike. One more time. Can't miss, I whispered to myself, steadying my breathing. Then, seizing the opening the boar had exposed, I released the string once more. This arrow struck it right in the heart. The great beast's legs finally buckled, and it crashed to the ground. I leaned against the tree trunk, panting, the sunlight streaming down overhead, making everything feel dreamlike, and yet startlingly real. Xiao Shi, Xiao Jiu, come here. I called to my two protective little companions, but they were still whimpering off in the distance, too afraid to go near the boar's carcass. It's over. We won. I walked to the boar's side and confirmed it had truly stopped breathing before letting myself relax a little. This catch was a huge payoff, but it also reminded me, the mountains never offer safety alone. One tiny slip could be a hunter's last. No wonder I felt something was off from the start today. That hollow feeling in my chest had been a warning. I just never imagined it was because a beast this violent had been lurking in the mountains. That's when I remembered Mr. Ong and his stubborn Xiao Hai, who'd walked off a while ago. Would they make it back safely? Rin. All right then, Xiao Hai, you go hunt over there. I'll stick with our young friend, Xiao Niu, Mr. Ong said cheerfully, flashing a meaningful glance at Xiao Hai. At my age, it's always good to have someone around just in case something happens. Suit yourselves, I replied indifferently. I had already accepted the payment. Babysitting them for a while wouldn't hurt. Xiao Hai nodded and headed toward the far side of the forest. Mr. Ong slung his bow off his back and began scanning the area while drifting away from me, though always staying within the same forested area. It was about half an hour later when he suddenly approached me. I think I saw a deer just over there earlier. Want to go take a look? He said, pointing in the direction he had just come from. A deer? My interest was piqued immediately. I hadn't seen another one since the last time I successfully hunted one. All right, let's check it out. If it really was a deer, I couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Storing it in the system's space would double the profits upon resale. This could be another big payday. Without hesitation, I followed him in that direction. After walking for the time it would take for an incense stick to burn, I began to frown and came to a halt. We've been walking for a while and haven't even seen a single strand of deer fur. Are you sure it was a deer? We should have reached the spot you mentioned by now, I said, narrowing my eyes. Let's keep going a bit further. Deer are quick. It might have run farther off, he suggested. I pondered for a moment. Considering how generous he seemed earlier, it didn't seem like he'd have any reason to trick me. Fine, let's keep looking. I agreed while gripping the handle of the knife at my waist, ready to act if necessary. Mr. Ong noticed my precaution but only chuckled faintly, saying nothing in return. We continued walking for a while longer until we ended up at the base of a sheer cliff. Looks like there's no way forward, I said grimly. Maybe it went elsewhere. What a pity, no luck with that deer today, Mr. Ong said, feigning regret. Still unwilling to give up, I crouched down and carefully scanned the ground for tracks. Nothing, not even a trace. Seems like it really went somewhere else. Let's head back, I said, shaking my head as I straightened up. Yes, let's go. Mr. Ong sounded dismissive, though his eyes kept darting toward the cliff face. Just as I turned to leave, a sudden cry pierced the air. Help me. I froze in place and glanced up. Hanging precariously from the cliff was a frail young woman in coarse linen clothes. She was clinging desperately to a stone outcrop, her grip trembling as if she might fall at any moment. Damn, it's a herb gatherer who lost her footing. If she falls, she's done for. Mr. Ong exclaimed in alarm. I frowned and looked at the woman but remained still. The cliff was far too steep. Attempting to help her would be suicide. I wasn't the charitable type. I'd help if I could, but risking my life? That was out of the question. Ding. A new task has been issued by the system. A familiar voice resonated in my mind. The system. My heart began to race. This was the first time the system had proactively assigned me a task. The reward had to be something good. Task. Rescue the herb gatherer on the cliff. Reward. A permanent 50 cubic meter storage space capable of storing food and non-living items. No spoilage or decay within the space. Upgradable in the future. A permanent storage space? Excitement surged through me like a tidal wave. Storing meat had always been a headache. Without reliable preservation, it always went bad too quickly. But with this storage space, I could toss my game inside and retrieve it fresh whenever I wanted. 50 cubic meters didn't sound massive, but it could easily hold dozens of wild boars. I was sold in an instant. This storage space was mine to claim. I looked up at the precarious situation above me, a new resolve flashing in my eyes. I was going to save her. I unloaded everything from my back, keeping only a coil of rope around my waist. Young friend, climbing up there is far too dangerous. Shall we go find help instead? Mr. Ong suggested. There's no time for that. I shook my head firmly. I assessed the cliff and quickly identified some precarious footholds. Then, I began climbing. I have to save her, no matter what. Mr. Ong flinched at my determined words, his gaze filled with respect. Grasping the jagged rock with my hands and pushing upward with my legs, I scaled the cliff bit by bit. Sweat poured down my face as I concentrated on each movement. A single slip, and I'd be dashed to pieces below. But the promise of that storage space made the risk worthwhile. Finally, I reached the woman. "Don't move. I'm here to help," I assured her. "Thank you." Up close, her face was delicate and beautiful, streaked with tears that evoked a profound sense of pity. I secured myself against the cliff with one hand while using the other to loop the rope around her waist. Biting the rope with my teeth, I tied a knot, ensuring she was firmly fastened. "Hold on just a little longer. I'll climb up and pull you up," I instructed after taking a deep breath. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I were too slow, we'd both fall to our deaths. Summoning every ounce of strength, I quickened my pace and eventually reached the top of the cliff. Haha. Panting heavily, I knelt at the edge and gripped the rope. "I'm pulling you up now," I called down, hauling with all my might. Thankfully, she wasn't heavy, and after some effort, I managed to bring her safely to the top. Thank you, young master. My name is Xiner. I slipped while gathering herbs," she said, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "No need to thank me. It was no trouble," I replied nonchalantly. And it truly wasn't. Getting that storage space had been my true goal. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 50 cubic meter storage space. It was official. My excitement overflowed as I realized I could now summon the space with just a thought. "Are you all right, young friend?" Mr. Ong called up from below. I waved down at him, slowly leading Xiner down the mountain path to rejoin him. "Incredible. Your selflessness is truly inspiring. You have my utmost admiration," Mr. Ong praised sincerely. "Enough with that. Let's see if the young lady's injuries need tending. As for today's hunt, I think we'll call it here," I said casually. In truth, I was eager to get home and experiment with my new storage space. "Since I only guided you for half the time, I'll return half the payment," I offered, handing back a tael of silver. "No need. Today was entertaining enough. You've earned it," he said, declining the refund. "All right then," I said, pocketing the money once more. "Shall I find your son for you? Let him hunt for a while longer. We can head back first. He knows his way," he replied kindly. "Fine by me," I agreed, content to avoid further exertion. The three of us descended the mountain together. "You'll find the county town if you follow this path," I told Xiner, pointing the way for her. "Thank you, benefactor," she said gratefully. I gave Mr. Ong one last glance. "We've reached the base of the mountain. I'll be going now. Take care, young friend. I trust we'll meet again," he replied with a warm smile. I dismissed his words. It was just a casual encounter. What were the odds we'd cross paths again? Turning away, I made my way home. Once my silhouette disappeared in the distance, Xiner immediately changed her demeanor, bowing respectfully toward Mr. Ong. "Master." Mr. Ong responded calmly. "Go assist Xiaohai." "Yes." With a light leap, Xiner ascended a nearby tree and disappeared into the dense forest as she traversed from branch to branch. After a while, Xiner returned, accompanied by a young boy named Xiaohai. "Father, what do you think of him?" she asked. "His archery is excellent. He's cautious, has a kind heart, and he looks decent too," Mr. Ong said, gazing into the distant horizon. Was it worth making this special trip and setting up such a test for someone like him? After all, he's just a poor boy. Do you really plan to entrust our little sister to him? In 10 years, he will undoubtedly become a great figure, Gung Ong declared confidently. It turned out that he was the head of the Gung family, and the person beside him was the young master, Gung Hai. This encounter had been deliberately arranged. It's not because of his skills, but because of his character. It is absolutely not something you'd expect from a rustic peasant. This young man is extraordinary. But will this not be unfair to our little sister? Gung Hai asked hesitantly. Gung Ong fell silent for a long moment, then let out a sigh that seemed to merge with the whispering forest. "We don't have much time. Yesterday, we received a letter from the capital. Your grandfather has passed away. The Gung family is about to face a catastrophic disaster. Back at home, I couldn't wait to put down my back basket. With just a thought, the basket disappeared. Another thought, and the basket reappeared in front of me. With this spatial ability, transporting goods and carrying tools has become so much easier. In some ways, I liked it even more than the doubling system I once dreamed about. After testing it a few more times, I finally stopped. I tipped the basket over to check its contents. For wild rabbits, 5 pheasants, and a sable. Grabbing a knife, I cleaned the rabbits and chickens, skinned them, and stored just the meat in the space. As for the sable, I carefully peeled off its pelt, scraping away the fat. The sable and rabbit pelts were dried with a cloth to remove blood and hung in the corner of the yard for later use. Properly shaped and softened, they would make excellent fur garments for winter. Once everything was tidied up, I stood to prepare dinner. I had just approached the stove when there was a knock at the door outside. At this hour, with everyone having dinner, who could it be? Could it be Hai Yui? I went to open it. Gui Xiang. Standing at the door was Gui Xiang, her cheeks somewhat flushed with nervousness. I've salted all the wild boar meat from yesterday. It'll be ready for smoking in 3 or 4 days. Gui Xiangjia, when you handle things, I'm always at ease. She twisted the fabric of her sleeves, hesitant to speak further. If there's something, just say it. No need to stand on ceremony with me. It's nothing major, really. Lately, you've looked after me and Xiaoyu so much that every few days we've had the chance to eat meat. I just wanted to come and thank you. She mustered her courage, then added, I also prepared a little food today, and I wanted to invite you to have dinner at my place. You've helped me just as much, Gui Xiangjia. There's no need for us to keep thanking each other. I smiled. But I must accept the dinner invitation. Your cooking, unmatched in my book, I couldn't possibly refuse. My only concern is you'll think I eat too much. Eat as much as you like. However much, I can handle it, she said, laughing, her tension easing. Following her, I arrived at her home. 2 large jars in the courtyard stored the salted wild boar meat, sealed with wooden lids weighed down by large stones to keep other flavors out. I lifted a lid to take a peek. The cuts of meat were even, and the aroma of spices wafted up. This cured meat will turn out incredible. Gui Xiangjia, your skills are truly remarkable, I said, putting the lid back on with a grin. Sweet talker. She gave me a mock glare before urging, go on, eat. Out in her yard, a table was set with small white porcelain bowls covering each plate. Even at a distance, the scent of meat filled the air. Uncle Gaoyu, you're here. Xiaoyu, resting her chin in her hands, was staring intently at the dishes. As soon as she saw me, her eyes lit up. Mother said we couldn't eat until you arrived. I haven't touched a single bite. You silly child, must you say everything out loud? Gui Xiang pretended to scold her. Xiaoyu is such a sweetheart. Next time I go into town, I'll bring back some candy for you, I said, ruffling her hair. Come, eat while it's hot, Gui Xiang said, lifting the bowls one by one to reveal the dishes. 6 in total: cold lotus root salad, cold pig's heart salad, tremella and pig liver salad, braised cabbage with meat, preserved vegetable pork belly, and a bowl of clear soup with meatballs. Each dish was a feast for the senses. I picked up a piece of preserved vegetable pork belly and tasted it carefully, raising a thumb in approval. Gui Xiangjia, your cooking is sublime. Pleased by the compliment, she disappeared inside, returning with a jar of wine and 2 cups. The wine jar, sealed with a red cloth, was covered in dust. The moment it was opened, the rich fragrance of aged wine filled the air. She poured me a full cup and then filled one for herself. Taking a sip, my eyes brightened. It was rich and smooth, far better than the wine my uncle brewed. So, the world still held true treasures like this. Great wine. Here's to you, Gui Xiangjia. She raised her cup and gently clinked it against mine, tilting hers slightly downward in a gesture of respect. Cheers. 1 cup turned into another, and any lingering unease between us vanished. The conversation flowed, and laughter filled the yard. We talked about childhood memories, hunting adventures, and everything in between. Cup after cup, both our faces turned red. Xiaoyu, bored of the adult talk, quietly slipped away to play outside. The only ones left in the yard were Gui Xiang and me, and the afternoon rolled on with drink after drink. Come on, 1 more cup. With her cheeks flushed and her words slightly slurred, Gui Xiang picked up the wine jar to fill our cups. Huh, it's empty. She shook the jar vigorously, but not another drop came out. Wait here, I'll go get more wine. She wobbled as she tried to stand and head out. No need, Gui Xiangjia. We've had enough. Let's call it a day. My own head felt heavy, so I quickly reached out to stop her. But who would have expected that as I tried to steady her, she, already unbalanced, fell directly into my arms. A faint fragrance filled the air as warmth radiated from the figure now pressed against me. Our eyes locked, and 2 hearts began pounding wildly. Gui Xiangjia was stunningly beautiful. Her figure was flawless, but with the slight intoxication, she now exuded an irresistible charm. I felt my blood boil, a natural response to beauty. She could feel my body stiffen in response. Gui Xiangjia. I stumbled over my words, completely at a loss. Fighting wild beasts in dense mountains in my past life hadn't prepared me for something like this. She didn't say a word, her eyes brimming with affection. Suddenly, she leaned up and kissed me. My brain felt like it had exploded, every nerve electrified. This was a sensation unlike anything I'd ever experienced, even more intense than facing the fiercest predator. Who knew how long it lasted? Uncle Gaoyu, mother, what are you 2 doing? Xiaoyu's innocent voice yanked us back to reality. Gu Xiang jumped up like a startled rabbit, hastily adjusting her clothes while quietly cursing herself. Just moments ago, her mind had gone utterly blank, and she nearly made a grave mistake. Yet, deep inside, she found that feeling utterly captivating. Ahem, Gu Xiangjia, it's getting late. I'd better head home. Flustered by Xiao Yu's pure gaze, I stumbled to my feet and hurriedly made my way out, feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Xiang didn't try to stop me, simply watching my retreating back with soft eyes. Once home, I ran straight to the water jar, splashing cold water onto my face. Only then did some of the heat inside me begin to dissipate. 算清醒过来，沸腾的血渐渐平息. Regaining clarity, the boiling blood gradually settled. How should I face Sister Guixiang from now on? I murmured to myself. My thoughts were a jumbled mess, no matter how hard I tried to sort them out. Frustrated, I decided to stop thinking altogether and went back inside, collapsing onto the bed. The next day, I slept until the sun was high in the sky. I had drunk too much last night, and my head throbbed with pain. I decided not to go hunting today. Instead, I planned to head into town. Winter was approaching, and I needed to prepare in advance, stocking up on fruits and vegetables, at the very least, as they would become rare in the cold months. Fortunately, I had my system's storage space. Vegetables stored in it wouldn't rot, so I could stockpile plenty and enjoy fresh produce throughout the winter. In ancient times, people relied on cabbages and radishes, often burying them in cellars for storage, but my space could hold enough fruits and vegetables for the entire winter easily. In addition, I needed a bow capable of taking down ferocious beasts. After preparing a meal for myself and my two dogs, I hitched the donkey to the cart and headed for the county town. Something feels off. After walking for a while, I frowned. It was a gut feeling, like the discomfort of being watched by a wild predator. There were more people around on the streets today, and some of them cast fleeting glances in my direction before quickly looking away. Maybe I'm just overthinking, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. This was the county town, safe and secure. There couldn't be any wild beasts here. I went to the agricultural market first. There, I bought 100 heads of cabbage, 100 pounds of radishes, 20 pumpkins, 20 winter squashes, and nearly 200 pounds of various other vegetables, piling them all onto the donkey cart. I also bought 20 pounds of white flour, 20 pounds of white rice, as well as salt and spices. The vegetable vendor's face was practically split in two from grinning. I'd given him a huge sale today. With the cart fully loaded, I drove to the blacksmith shop where I had previously bought arrows. Last time, I noticed a few bows hanging on the wall. Boss, I'm back. Do you have any strong bows here? Oh, it's you. The blacksmith recognized me. Of course we do. Strong bows, absolutely. He took 3 bows from the wall and laid them in front of me. These 3 are 30-pound, 50-pound, and 60-pound bows. They're all fine quality bows. Give them a try. I gave them a quick glance. The one I was holding was already a 30-pound bow, so there was no need to test it. I went straight for the 50-pound one. The 50-pound bow was effortlessly pulled back, too soft. I picked up the 60-pound bow. It was equally easy to draw. I sighed and, unwilling to give up, asked, Boss, do you have anything heavier? I didn't have much hope, but to my surprise, he hesitated, and there was a flicker of uncertainty on his face. There's a chance. My eyes lit up. As long as it's a good bow, money is not an issue. All right. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Follow me. I followed him to the back courtyard, where he unlocked a door. Come inside. Once I was inside, he nervously scanned the surroundings before locking the door from the inside. I chuckled. You're being so secretive. Boss, could it be that you've managed to get your hands on a military-grade bow? Military-grade bows referred to those with a draw weight of over 100 pounds, typically reserved for the army. They were heavily regulated and almost impossible to find in civilian hands. Turns out, you guessed it right. It is a military bow, he said solemnly. Don't go blabbering about it outside, or I could lose my head for this. Seriously? I was stunned. Could this small blacksmith shop truly get its hands on a military bow? It sounded far-fetched. He ignored my skepticism and turned to a sturdy wooden rack. He pulled down a heavy wooden box and placed it on the table. The box was thick and secure, fastened with a small golden lock. Slowly, he unlocked it. Inside lay a bow. Its body was robust, and the string was woven from several beast tendons. Intricate carvings adorned the surface. A good bow. I was instantly captivated, unable to resist reaching out to touch the bow's body. Of course it's a good bow, he said proudly. This is a strong bow from the border army, called the Kaiyuan bow. It's a 100-pound draw, built specifically to counter the frontier barbarians. Ordinary folks rarely even get to see one, let alone touch one. It took me a lot of effort to obtain this. My hand froze, and I gave him a meaningful look. To get your hands on a Kaiyuan bow? It seems you're no ordinary person either, boss. Ahem, just a lucky chance led me to it. He deflected, changing the topic. If you want it, it's 15 taels of silver, non-negotiable. Let me try it first. I lifted the bow from its case. It felt solid and heavy in my hands. Holding the bow in my left hand and pulling the string with my right, I activated my core strength in an instant. The bowstring drew back, forming a full crescent. Good. Drawing the bow to a full crescent. A feat even rare among soldiers. The blacksmith exclaimed with admiration. With a loud twang, I released the string, and it vibrated intensely. This is indeed an excellent bow, I said indifferently. But I have one concern. This is a military weapon. Can you guarantee I won't be hunted down by the officials? Relax. Occasionally, highly decorated bowmen in the army are rewarded with personal bows, which sometimes end up in civilian hands over time. These bows usually have serial numbers, so the authorities won't raise any issues. This one does as well. See for yourself. Check the bow's limb on the side. I inspected the bow carefully and indeed found a small engraving on the limb. Akichi Hao, Jakue number 7. With my last concern alleviated, I gladly paid the money. After carefully checking the bow once more, I placed it back in the wooden box and left the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith escorted me to the door, smiling as he watched me drive off in my cart. After I was gone, he also stepped out and made his way to the Gung family estate, entering through its gates. In Gung Eng's study, Master, the Kaiyuan bow has been delivered to him. Here's the silver from the sale. The blacksmith respectfully placed the money on the desk. Good. Well done. You may leave now, Gungong said calmly. After the blacksmith left, Gungong picked up the bag of silver, weighed it in his hand, and then tossed it back onto the desk. I, meanwhile, drove my fully loaded cart out of the town. Along the way, I couldn't resist caressing the Kaiyuan bow, marveling at its power. About 2 miles outside the town, I stopped the cart and retrieved an iron-feathered arrow from my storage space. Stringing the bow, I aimed at a distant tree. Releasing the string, the arrow shot out, piercing through the tree and burying itself into another tree behind it. This power exceeded even my expectations. If I had this bow back then, that wild boar would have been killed instantly rather than just wounded. I stored the Kaiyuan bow along with the fully loaded cart back into my space, leaving the donkey cart completely empty. I assessed my space. It was about halfway filled. I planned to fill it entirely with game before winter arrived. Driving the now empty cart, I returned to Gaojia village. As soon as I entered the village, I encountered a few villagers who curiously eyed my cart. Hey Gaoyu, I heard old Lu sold you his donkey. Does hunting really make that much money? You managed to buy a donkey in less than 2 months. A donkey wasn't cheap, and few in the entire village could afford. A few heads. Every penny is hard-earned. I waved my hand and sighed. It's extremely dangerous. Just a few days ago, I ran into a wild boar, and I was nearly gored to death. Upon hearing this, the villagers shrank their necks in fear and instantly dropped any thoughts of accompanying me to the mountains. Farming, at least, won't leave one hungry or in danger. After sending the villagers away, I drove the cart back to my doorstep. Something felt wrong. I distinctly remembered locking the door properly before I left. So why was the gate wide open now? Could it be Gao Yuei or Sister Guixiang? Both of them had spare keys. But I quickly dismissed this thought. If it had been either of them, they would certainly have closed the door. They wouldn't have left it wide open. Jumping off the cart, I cautiously drew an axe from the space at my side and approached the house vigilantly. The closer I got, the stranger it felt. The lock and the chain lay on the ground, and there were clear signs of tampering on the door. This was absolutely not the act of someone I knew. A burglar had broken into my house. My heart sank. My belongings weren't the main concern. The loss of material things could always be remedied. But Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi, my 2 guard dogs, were at home. If someone had broken in, they would have barked and lunged furiously. Yet at the moment, there was no sound at all. Had they been killed? My gaze turned icy cold. Gripping the axe tighter, I walked into the courtyard. The scene was a mess. Tables, chairs, and benches shattered into splinters. The chicken coop was torn apart, leaving no trace of the wild chickens. Every last one of my smoked sausages, rabbit hides, and mink pelts drying in the sun was gone. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi were nowhere to be found. Sweeping my eyes around the chaos, the fury in my chest simmered. Strangely, my expression became calmer. Stepping into the house, I saw the devastation worsened. Bed frames smashed, blankets tossed onto the ground, bits and pieces of everything strewn about. Even the ceiling had several large holes punched through it. Thankfully, all my silver was carried with me. There were no valuables left in the house. In a moment such as this, instead of panicking, my mind became sharp. I quickly analyzed the situation. This was not just a simple burglary. It was a deliberate act of sabotage. If the sole purpose had been theft, there would have been no need to smash furniture or break through the roof. Such destruction would only draw more attention, which would do them no favors. The primary purpose had to be to ruin my home. Theft was secondary. merely opportunistic. Why did I suspect them? Because I was certain no single individual could take on Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi. Xiao Jiao, in particular, was highly experienced in hunting. Taking him down wouldn't have been possible for just one person. Thus, there was no doubt that this was a coordinated job. These people had the audacity to strike in broad daylight and timed it perfectly for when I'd stepped out. This likely meant that someone from the village was in on it. They had been keeping an eye on me, waiting quietly for me to leave before making their move. Piece by piece, I put it all together in my head. At least one of them had to be from the village. Maybe a casual stroll around the village would reveal some clues. With that thought, I immediately headed out of the house. The rest didn't matter. The prey could be hunted again, the house rebuilt. I was only worried about Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi. I dreaded what might have happened to them. After stepping out, I thought carefully and decided on my first move, knocking on Sister Guixiang's courtyard door next door. As expected, nobody was home. If Sister Guixiang had been around, she would never have ignored such a commotion coming from my house. I gave it some thought. In the village, only two people bore grudges against me, Luo Gabozi and Sun Air Lizi. Luo Gabozi and I had crossed swords several times, and I'd beaten up Sun Air Lizi once. Either of them could be seeking to get back at me. Thinking it over, I made the choice to check out Luo Gabozi's house first. Between the two, his hatred for me ran deeper. When I arrived, his gates were tightly shut. The area outside his house was messy and run down. I knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice responded. The door creaked open. "You? What are you doing here?" Luo Gabozi's face appeared weary, his stooped back even more hunched than before. The moment he saw me, his emotions flared. "You've ruined my life. My family's broken apart, my wife ran away, and my son wants nothing to do with me. What more do you want? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude." He tried to slam the door shut. "Not so fast." I lodged my foot against the door, holding it open. "These things happened because of your own actions, yet you have the nerve to blame me for it." Taking that momentary gap, I quickly scanned the courtyard with my eyes. "What's your deal? If you hadn't exposed me, none of this would have come to light. I wouldn't be in this situation." Luo Gabozi spat, his anger rising. "Get lost now, or I'll report you for trespassing. Do evil and think it'll stay hidden? Impossible." I released my grip on the doorway. From that brief glance, I noted there was nothing in the courtyard that belonged to me. I hadn't been gone from the county town for long. The culprits wouldn't have had time to hide away all my possessions. They'd likely stashed them somewhere close by, like their own homes. Judging by Luo Gabozi's tone and expression, it genuinely didn't seem like he was behind this. Besides, he had plenty of his own problems. If he wanted revenge on me, he'd have waited until later to do anything. "Get out." Luo Gabozi glared at me viciously, then slammed the door shut. That left one primary suspect, Sun Air Lizi. That scoundrel was notorious for petty thefts and sneaky actions around the village. I immediately set off towards his house. As I neared the wall of his yard, a casual, self-satisfied singing drifted out from inside. "Dog meat in a simmering pot. It'll knock even immortals right off their feet. Boiled dog meat dipped in garlic paste. Ah, just the thought makes my mouth water." But speaking of which, those cursed pair only left me two half-grown mutts. All the good stuff, they took it all. Sun Air Lizi griped, his tone abruptly darkening with frustration and indignation. It was clearly my effort that was the biggest. I did all the tracking and watching. Without me tailing him in secret, how would they even know Gao Yu left? I even made sure to occupy the other villagers, keeping them away. Without me, would they have dared to smash someone's house in broad daylight? Not to mention all those fine goods, ungrateful bastards. As I listened to his words from outside the wall, my anger surged to boiling point. I was now certain the one who broke into my house was Sun Air Lizi. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi were at his place. The thought that the two dogs might already be dead pushed me over the edge. I couldn't hold back any longer. Striding to the gate, I lifted my foot and kicked it hard. The wooden door splintered instantly, shards flying everywhere. "Who's there?" Sun Air Lizi jerked at the sudden bang, spinning around to look. When he saw that it was me standing there, he looked like he'd been struck by lightning, frozen in terror. "Ji Gao Yu, what are you kicking my door for?" His voice stammered, full of guilt. My sharp eyes scanned the courtyard, finally landing on the area near the kitchen. Bound and gagged, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi lay there, their limbs tied tightly. Beside them rested a gleaming knife, freshly sharpened. The dogs were alive. That was a relief. But that relief immediately ignited a towering fury within me. If I had come just a moment later, those dogs of mine wouldn't be breathing anymore. Noticing my focus on the two dogs, Sun Air Lizi's face turned ashen. Caught red-handed, there was no way to explain now. "Listen, I can explain." "Wait, what are you doing?" Just as he opened his mouth, my chilling glare cut him short. Unknowingly, I found an axe in my hand. A gleaming, cold weapon aimed directly at his face. He tried to dodge, but the murderous intent in my eyes made his legs go weak. He was incapable of avoiding it, forced to watch helplessly as the axe drew closer and closer. Ah! Son Erli screamed in terror, his eyes filled with despair. Only one thought dominated his mind. I'll probably lose my life here today. Crack! The axe didn't land on his head, but slammed into the ground in front of him instead. The blue stone shattered instantly, and the axe became deeply embedded in the rock. Son Erli's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Gradually, his pants darkened as he wet himself out of sheer terror. The aura I exuded just moments before made him feel like he was staring down a ferocious beast from the wilderness. Bro, no, father. Don't kill me. Son Erli suddenly began to wail, tears and snot streaming down his face. I only helped guide the way. I didn't ransack your house. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. Yes, I have to pay for my actions. I repent wholeheartedly. I'll punish myself. I'll slap my own face. Just please, don't kill me. Son Erli immediately raised his hand and began slapping himself hard on either cheek. The sound of his hits echoed loudly, and his face quickly grew red and swollen. I'm sorry, father, I really am. I watched the pitiful sight unfold with cold indifference. As furious as I was, killing him with a strike of my axe wasn't worth spending the rest of my life in prison. A good scare and a strong lesson would suffice. Speak. Who are the other two people involved? Son Erli's face turned deathly pale, beads of sweat dripping down like raindrops. The oppressive atmosphere I created overwhelmed him completely, like being trapped in the presence of a wild animal, especially with the glinting axe in front of him. If I tell you, will you let me go? He stammered. You're in no position to negotiate terms with me. If your next sentence is nonsense, I'll chop you into pieces, stuff you in a sack, and dump you in the mountains. I replied mercilessly. A renewed wave of terror flickered in Son Erli's eyes. He was utterly convinced that I was capable of such an act. All right. I'll tell you. It was Zhao Gang and Zhao Tai. A couple of days ago, those two came to the village looking for me. They said they wanted to trash your house and teach you a lesson. They're also the ones who made me steal your stuff. It has nothing to do with me. Son Erli hurriedly tried to absolve himself of blame. So it was them. My eyes darkened. Zhao Gang and Zhao Tai, two cousins of mine, the sons of my eldest uncle, Zhao Yinhong. Both older than me, they were technically my older cousins. The last time I'd gone to sell pork, I'd gotten into a conflict with them. Clearly, their grudge had festered, and now they'd sought to make trouble for me. So, you refused to act like family, and instead decided to provoke me. I murmured to myself. You can't blame me for making you pay the price. I gazed at Son Erli, who was pitifully slumped on the ground. The boy had lost his soul out of fright. With his cowardly disposition, there was no way he had the guts to deliberately antagonize me. Stand up, I commanded. Return my dogs. Give me 2 liang of silver to compensate for the damages, and come with me to confront them in Zhao family village. If you comply, I might consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll report this to the authorities. No problem. Son Erli's eyes lit up with hope, and he agreed immediately. 2 liang of silver nearly amounted to all his savings from over the years. He also didn't dare cross the Zhao brothers. But compared to losing his life, those losses were secondary. As long as you spare me, I'll agree to anything, Son Erli assured. He slowly got to his feet and walked into his house, digging up a clay jar from the corner. Suppressing his grief, he took out 2 liang of silver and handed it to me. Let's go, I said after pocketing the silver. We'll confront them right now. I stepped forward and untied the ropes securing Xiaojiu and Xiaoshi, my 2 dogs. Now free, the 2 dogs barked a few times, circling around me with their tails low, brushing the ground in shame. I don't blame you. 3 people would have been too much for you to handle. I could read the guilt in their eyes. They felt ashamed for failing to protect the house. By the way, those 2 dogs of yours are vicious. One of them tore a chunk out of Zhao Gang's arm. If I hadn't run fast enough, they would have bitten a piece off me too, Son Erli said, still trembling as he recalled the events. Your dogs are nothing like ordinary guard dogs. They're hunting dogs, I clarified. You should be thanking me. If I hadn't intervened, Zhao Gang would have beaten them to death on the spot, he added. You coming or not? I shot him a glance. The guy was spewing nonsense. Him? Intervene against the Zhao brothers? More likely, Zhao Gang and Zhao Tai feared my dog's fierce nature and ordered Son Erli to handle them instead. Who knows what underhanded methods he used to capture them? What trick did you use to capture Xiaojiu and Xiaoshi? I asked flatly. When he realized I'd seen through his lies, and with my cold, probing stare bearing down on him, he shuddered and hastily pulled a small porcelain bottle from his jacket. This is bewildering dog powder, something passed down through my ancestors. It doesn't work on humans, but for dogs, Just a tiny amount can knock out even the strongest ones. Something like this even existed? I clicked my tongue in astonishment. I took the bottle, examined it briefly, then tucked it into my coat. This stuff is harmful. I'll confiscate it for you. Why yes, no problem. Son Erli wanted to cry. Cursed mouth of mine. Now he'd lost an important tool of his trade, his prized weapon for stealing and slaughtering dogs. Turning on my heel, I walked out the door, and son Erli quickly followed. He wouldn't dare risk angering me any further. His life truly hung by a thread. Once outside, I didn't head straight for Zhao family village. After some thought, I decided to stop by Gao Hu's house first. Tiger, are you home? I called out at his door. It wasn't long before Gao Hu appeared. Brother, it's you. Come in and sit. His face brightened with excitement at the sight of me, and his greeting was warm. He didn't spare so much as a glance at the deflated son Erli behind me. I won't be staying, Tiger. I need you to come with me somewhere today, I said. Outnumbered, I needed backup. Gao Hu was undoubtedly the perfect choice. I explained the situation to him. They dare to bully my brother? We have to deal with them. Gao Hu erupted in anger. Wait here, brother, while I inform my mother. With that, he dashed into the house. A few seconds later, he came back out. My mom says she overheard everything and insists I go. If I don't, I'd be unworthy of the kindness you've shown my family. He grinned sheepishly. We're brothers. There's no need to bring up favors. I waved it off. After gathering his things, Gao Hu followed me out the door. He wielded a heavy iron crowbar in his hand, a weapon that could easily cripple someone in a single blow. The two of us, dragging along the dispirited son Erli, climbed aboard a donkey cart and headed toward Zhao family village. Tiger, when we get there, don't start anything. Wait for them to make the first move. Otherwise, we'll risk landing ourselves in jail. I warned him on the way. With his strength, Gao Hu could crack a person's skull in one swing of that crowbar. Landing in prison would be far too easy for him. I don't want to see this, I said. Don't worry, brother you. We'll do everything as you say, one of them reassured. The three of us soon arrived at Zhao village. The fierce demeanor of the two of us, coupled with the disheveled state of son Erli, instantly caught the eyes of the villagers. Curious about what was happening, they put down their work and followed behind my donkey cart. The cart came to a halt in front of Zhao Yunhong's house. Zhao Gang, Zhao Tai, get your butts out here, I shouted, clutching a gleaming axe as I jumped off the cart. Gao Hu leapt down too, this time gripping a crowbar. The following villagers erupted into murmurs. This was nothing short of a provocation at their doorstep. For such a bold confrontation, the grudge must have been significant. Usually, such doorstep challenges meant a fight to the finish. Son Erli, tied hand and foot, lay feebly on the cart. His face was ashen with despair, silently praying not to be dragged further into this mess. I knocked on the door, but it was eerily silent inside. No response. Could they not be home? I cursed a few more times, yet still, no one answered. Brother you, let me handle this. Gao Hu struck the door with his crowbar. Despite being sturdier than son Erli's, the door shattered with a single blow. They broke the door. They broke the door, the excited villagers exclaimed, ready to witness a spectacle. Knocking on the door was a provocation, but breaking it down? Now that was a declaration of an all-out feud. The door was in splinters. Without hesitation, I gripped my axe and stormed into the courtyard. Zhao Gang, Zhao Tai, cowering at home like turtles, what does that make you? I yelled as soon as I entered. There they were, the Zhao brothers, visibly flustered. Both of them were holding an armful of sausages, heading indoors. At a glance, I recognized them. They were mine. What's this? Trying to hide the stolen goods? I sneered. Imagine stealing and not even feeling guilty eating it. What stolen items? Stop spouting nonsense. Zhao Gang's face flushed bright red. This is all ours. Sausages in ordinary households. What's so strange about that? Exactly. Zhao Tai echoed nervously on the side. And those wild chickens? They're yours too, I asked, a faint smirk playing on my lips, as I pointed to a few tied up, live chickens at their feet. Those were the very chickens I had been raising in my yard. Not easy to catch live wild chickens, is it? Usually, you'd need hunting dogs or traps for that. But you folks don't have hunting dogs, nor did I see any chicken traps. So, where'd these come from? My tone was unwavering. Sure enough, their faces immediately changed. Well, my chicken trap was loaned to someone else, Zhao Gang said stubbornly, like a duck in denial. Come now, Gongzi. Since when did your family have chicken traps? How could I not know about it? Someone from the crowd called out, sparking laughter among the villagers. It was Zhao Gang's neighbor, someone who knew their household situation like the back of their hand. The lie was instantly exposed. Dear villagers, these two broke into my home to steal, and here we have both the evidence and the witnesses. I ask all of you to bear witness to this. I announced loudly, turning to the crowd. Then, I laid out the entire story in vivid detail, from start to finish.